Young Daon falls into a perfectly designed trap. He falls into a trap. The colleagues above didn't expect such an unlucky name to fall here. Even though Xiongwu wanted to save him, he didn't have time. Young Daon lost too much blood, but his senses gradually became blurry. Now he wished it wasn't true, it shouldn't be, since Young Daon was summoned to this cruel world. This cruel truth started a month ago when he was summoned to a strange world called a dungeon. He didn't understand why everyone present was confused by what had happened. Some have even speculated that they were hypnotized. A white rabbit came to greet everyone in the dungeon. White Rabbit introduces himself as the manager of this game. Everyone here is invited to attend the game. One of the summons was so angry that he didn't want to hear the rabbit talk anymore. He wants to come back. But because of his temperament, he was the first to die in this game. Everyone is shocked that this is not a dream, but a reality. The game has officially started. The dungeon world is not hell, but monsters can appear anywhere in the darkness. Everyone needs to avoid dungeon traps to stay alive. As time progresses, the consequence of carelessness is death, and even the slightest mistakes are sometimes present. It's a case of killing each other to survive because the goal is to survive. The scene at the beginning of the story is when Young Daon is on his last mission, when he falls into a trap. Young Daon sat in the hole, listening to the battle. He guessed there were more than 10 survivors since their success. It seems Sung Woo did well. Young Daon himself was very surprised because for some reason he wasn't dead yet. Everyone above was still trying to kill the boss monster. Thanks to his efforts, Sung Woo defeated the final boss. White Rabbit appeared and complimented everyone on their job well done. It was amazing, it was unexpected that such a weakling would defeat this terrible final boss. The White Rabbit especially compliments Sung Woo because he's so awesome. He asked if he could finally go home, but he didn't think that this ability needed to be used to be ready to go to the next area. Everyone frantically argued back as he promised if he killed the final boss, he would clear the game. However, he slyly said that it was the completion of Zone 1, and the next one was waiting. He apologized for disappointing everyone. But this was the start of the dungeon. The White Rabbit gave everyone the gift of recovering from their injured and tired bodies, and everyone was ready to go to the next zone. Coincidentally, when the White Rabbit gave the ability to recover, Young Daon, who was caught in the trap, also woke up and recovered. When the White Rabbit found out that she was still alive, he refused to help her find people to keep her company because the system was now determined that she was dead. All abilities in the display panel were broken and reaching their maximum potential. Young Daon doesn't want to die. Just like that, he uses all his abilities to find a way out. Somehow, Young Daon uses his powers to create food. It had been a month since he had eaten such a filling meal, but now that Young Daon thought of this place as heaven, he could avoid the pursuit of monsters. Young Daon felt that he could not waste time here, no matter how safe. He wants out. Next to this is a rock wall that is quite high and hard. Suddenly, Jing Daon came up with the first idea. He would trace and turn in the direction that if he dug slowly and avoided the rock walls, he could get out, though he didn't know if the outcome would be successful. Young Daon wants to try, but trouble comes when he digs too much ground with no place to put it. It will bury him alive. Young Daon came up with the initiative to put the quarried stones in storage while focusing on digging the ground. Young Daon accidentally unlocked a new skill. It was like the first time he knew what it felt like to be able to rip anything apart. In addition to the skill he had acquired as a mud master, it had a function to make it easier to coagulate mud. Young Daon was initially disgusted because he never received the same strength skill as Xiong Wu, but this skill later helped him a lot in digging tunnels. The White Rabbit came to see if Young Daon was dead. Not wishing he could dig a tunnel to escape on his own, the White Rabbit thought he would give up and die it. Followed the tunnel he dug and found him. White Rabbit was amazed by the length of the tunnel he had dug. He didn't understand how he could make a food bed and even a table to make a house. He makes a lot of food. The White Rabbit was horrified at what was happening before his eyes, followed by a series of questions about whether Young Daon thought it would eat his food, and that he only had fuho skills. He thought for a while and then realized that Young Daon had received a new skill, acknowledged himself and said that the skill was basic. The White Rabbit laughed. He's a very strange person. Even his first skill didn't help. Even though it was interesting, it turned out to be a waste of effort. It was said that he had to get ready because while he was playing here with some muck, the next player had finished the first phase. Young Daon only now saw the problem. He had forgotten the dungeon was being rebuilt, meaning all the tunnels he made would be remade. Young Daon had to return to where he started immediately. The White Rabbit was very happy at this time because young Daon would do it, of course. It couldn't die here. He advises Jing down instead of looking for a way to run designing a grave for himself, but looking for a way to finish the game quickly. According to him, young Daon is a bad player, and bad players will be regenerated. He was enraged by a set of rules that only had the right to kill players who didn't follow the rules. White rabbits can't just kill players. Young Daon was also aware of this problem, so he didn't care about the White Rabbit anymore. He turned around to continue his work, but a problem arose having just re-erected the foundations. In the cave, the foundations were weakening, making the groundwater quickly flow into the aqueduct. The ground rose higher and higher, potentially sinking Young Daon. Just in time, he swam in the sea. He found a way. He didn't want to die like this, considering the amount of cleared land in Young Daon's inventory. The White Rabbit was once again amazed at what it could do. He manipulated the skill to use the entire earth layered like a mountain to fill the ground cracks. But the power was too great. It couldn't withstand the pressure of the water. The higher the level of the earth, the stronger the crushed. Young Daon tried to make the earth into bricks, and finally, he succeeded in building a wall to prevent water from entering. Groundwater stopped flowing into the tunnel. Young Daon thought he was dead this time. In that case, some people would give up and die. White Rabbit scolded Young Daon for living like a leech. However, he didn't think so because he had been dead ever since he entered this game. Young Daon thanks the White Rabbit for solving the drinking water problem. Thanks to that, once again, Jing Daon uses his skills to build a lake with a pipe system to prevent groundwater from being a pond. Now he wants to show the White Rabbit something interesting. Young Daon uses his skills to conveniently build several more decorative statues. The White Rabbit thinks he is using his skills more proficiently by blocking groundwater. The White Rabbit standing beside him kept saying that this was a useless skill in battle. Young Daon called subtlety useless, as the White Rabbit said to finish a pond and a fountain. The system tells if the reward is that there will be live fish in the pond it creates. There was a school of fish that appeared in the pond. The White Rabbit was so shocked that it fell to the ground completely ignorant of what had happened. Young Daon is very happy because from now on he doesn't have to worry about starving to death. There is clean water and fish. God help him. The White Rabbit, who always walked beside Young Daon, shouted not to expect too much. Then Young Daon lit a fire to grill the fish. He purposely teased the White Rabbit just by looking at it made him crave it. White Rabbit doubted whether this was a dungeon. He saw players casually eating meat. Young Daon asked the White Rabbit if he was hungry because he seemed to be baking too much, so he was afraid he wouldn't eat at all. White Rabbit wanted to know why he ate it with fire. Isn't it delicious eaten raw? Seeing how chatty the White Rabbit was made him feel no regrets at all. Instead, she thanked him because she didn't have to feel lonely anymore. Because the White Rabbit helped Young Daon with some ideas, so he got a grilled meat reward. It was a large piece of grilled meat. The rabbit kept screaming, "Don't tease him," but his mouth was already drooling. Young Daon deliberately didn't look, pretending to say that he had forgotten that rabbits were herbivores. He shouted angrily, saying that he could eat them, because he is a special rabbit that can eat meat. After being full, Young Daon went to sleep. The White Rabbit saw him fall asleep, exclaiming that this person is the first in the history of the dungeon. He probably still doesn't know anything about this world. The monsters in the dungeon are always hungry. Don't expect too much in this place of no return, just like the White Rabbit said. A big wild boar, attracted by the smell of barbecue, came to attack Young Daon while he was sleeping. Luckily, he woke up soon after remembering Sung Woo's words. This monster only strengthens his intelligence. Young Daon tried to attack him with the mud he created. He was lucky to block the groundwater, not to mention that this beast was the strongest predator in the first stage. It has a sturdy and strong body that even the slightest negligence can lead to death. There's only one way Young Daon must rule the land in another way. After he finished arranging, he summoned a pig to show his strength, With one shot, it broke through the wall. The situation is more serious. Jingdown thought it was too strong and it was okay to continue like this. Besides, if it continued here, the groundwater would burst downwards again. He shouts, "Don't think he lost!" Jingdown had created a huge earthen ball, and he used this method to kill monsters. Any monster would have died under this attack, but in the end, it was a joke because Jungdaeon couldn't lift such a big earthen ball. And this time, it's the boar's turn to attack. He didn't think he couldn't throw it away. If this continued, he would die. But if he caught this wild boar, he would have pork to eat. Greasy taste is the taste he dreams of now. He could feel that this was motivation. He then crushed the ground into pellets in bulk clumps, and finally, Jungdaeon managed to defeat the wild boar. The White Rabbit still couldn't believe this. It was absolutely clear that Stage 1 was a medium-level survival skill. Those who reached certain conditions could acquire additional skills. The only effect of the skill was to survive in this harsh place, and it was also important to hone the skill as much as possible. However, skills could only be raised as long as life and battle. Death. But it wasn't easy, and Jungdaeon's mud skill increased to a level the White Rabbit had never seen in just one stage. It also increased unnaturally. Jungdaeon ran to retrieve the wild boar he had just defeated. The White Rabbit cursed Jungdaeon, but he didn't care and started slaughtering the wild boar. After 2 hours, the temperature of the room will change due to environmental influences. If the meat is contaminated, it will lose its taste when completing each task. Jungdaeon went down to tell the White Rabbit. The angry White Rabbit thought it was none of his business, don't mutter, and then turned to him before staying alone in this place with no one to talk to was boring. He was trying to make a rope to catch a wild boar. The White Rabbit taunted Jungdaeon's while roasting a wild boar that would attract monsters. Wild boars come, they will fall into the trap and die Jingdaeon, no need to fight for food. Again, this method is very effective after that many wild boars come because of the smell. After a fierce battle, he saw a wild boar that was killed by him alone and was shocked. Luckily, he was fine, but quite dangerous. He asked Sungguo if he was all right considering the situation. Everyone was fine, no one was seriously injured. He was relieved. Jungdaeon had killed about 100 wild boars, so he received a new skill as a gift. Besides that, Sungwoo is also very strong like a tiger. It was time for everyone to head back to the cave. As it was getting dark, one of them looked at the pile of wild boars. Regretfully, what a waste. It had been a few days since they had eaten. The meat of this species was poison, but if it wasn't eaten for a long time, they would starve to death. Even though there wasn't enough clean food, there were a lot of dead monsters right now, so they decided to stockpile some. For now, the rabbit said if Jungdaeon was here, he could use purification skills to clean the food. Sungwoo whispered, "People thought he was just someone who cooked and cleaned food. The game aims to survive, not fight, and the one who fights always has to kill the target and get the reward. But if people don't have food, they won't be able to fight back." Sungwoo once again confirms that Jungdaeon helped them. On the other hand, Jungdaeon also got the same power as Seungwoo because they trapped the wild boar together. Jungdaeon was starting to get annoyed by the number of pork bones. He must have built this place a bit wider. The White Rabbit had been sitting in a corner ever since learning of the strength skill he obtained. He didn't understand why it had suddenly been acquired by him. White Rabbit wanted to confirm, so he asked him. And what he was saying was, his strength was the result of having completed the achievement of capturing a wild boar. Jingdaeon is also very skeptical, and killed 100 boars with his own hands. There is only one reason why those 100 boars fell into the trap. The White Rabbit discovered the matter had gone through several regenerates, when reconstructing its population also refixed. But the total population of boars living in this area was about 40 animals. This meant that even if regenerated, the number of pigs that Jungdaeon killed would still accumulate under normal circumstances. Jingdaeon thought that when he catches another animal, it will still count by this method or cumulative. Then when he catches 100 different monsters, then he will get an achievement. But it's a bit hard to catch that many without traps. The White Rabbit cursed at Jungdaeon because he ate pork every day. If he continued to eat it, he would turn into a pig. A squirrel outside scraping the bone followed the scent of the wall to enter the dungeon. Inside the basement, there are many pork bones left by Jung Daeon. The flaming squirrel eyes felt that this place was too big following the falling bones, which eventually fell into the bowl that was placed on the sleeping Jung Daeon's stomach. Jung Daeon wakes up to see a happy little squirrel. After months alone in the cave, he finally met the others. He gently touched the baby squirrel's head. He was afraid that he would hit the baby squirrel and afraid that it would run away. But the little squirrel looked at Jung Daeon with loving eyes. Again, accidentally, Jing Daon has unlocked more skills this time and is a squirrel good friend. The system indicated that he had successfully tamed the timid little squirrel in the forest within the dungeon. He admired this wonderful relationship. Jung Daeondia had never seen such unreasonable accomplishments when he was with his comrades. Before his best friend came, he had no idea what accomplishments he had accomplished. But what matters is that he finally has a friend. Jung Daon named the squirrel Pokio. He found that the ground squirrels understood what he was saying. Jung Daon put his right hand on it and told the squirrel to sit down. The squirrel listened to what he told him to do. He didn't understand what he had just shouted, but it beckoned him. Then the squirrel told Jung Daon to follow him. He didn't know what he was doing, but Jung Daon followed him, found that the place where the little squirrel came from was the tree route to climb up. He held out a glimmer of hope that he could get up there. The unexpected fact is that Jung Daeon was able to escape from the tunnel thanks to this method. Above the dungeon was green meadow, something he had not seen in a long time. But soon Jung Daon was attacked by the wolves. He ran back into the wolf dungeon, determined not to let it escape. The wolves chased to the end while Jung Daeonyang was carelessly attacked by the bloody wolves. Jung Daon knew if he wasn't careful, he would die. He tried to attack one side of his face. Then Jung Daeon remembered his ability and used his ability to attack the wolves. He succeeded, the first time this extraordinary power. His physical state as he dug tunnels all day he felt because during battle, it was a useful skill. Indeed, the wolf must have taken some of the damage from the blow just now, but he finished it in the remaining time. The biggest limitation of this skill is the duration. The remaining duration is 6 seconds. He couldn't wait any longer when the remaining time was 3 seconds. Jung Daeon was able to pull out the sword from the inventory, and the wolf fought back. At that moment, he realized his swift front paw attack was dangerous. He had no chance of winning if he continued to attack like that. When the wolf opened its mouth, he decided this was the last time he would have a chance to attack. That afternoon, Rabbit came to look for Jung Daeon. It felt wrong that he wasn't grilling meat today. He suspected that maybe Jung Daon ate too much pork and turned into a pig. When he met Jung Daeon in armor, he told the White Rabbit that he needed a day to perform. There are always a lot of dangerous things these days. The White Rabbit found that the object in his hand was the head of an innocent wolf. Maybe he had found his way to the surface. Since that day, Jing Daon has been working hard on his wild boar skills. He wanted to get stronger. The fact that Jung Daeon's strength also continued to increase after training in the tunnel. Jung Daon decided to go out today to try his strength. There were 2 wolves in front of him. He aimed to the right and prepared to attack the 2 black pigs. Let's see how much he increased his strength. He was hoping to defeat it in one punch, but it would still take quite a bit of work. White Rabbit appeared with a sad face, wondering when he got stronger. Jing Daon feels a strong power, which means he is stronger. The White Rabbit saw the live wolf. Wolves usually enter in groups of about 5. He wanted Jung Daeon to come down to fight and die, so his mouth was constantly provoking whether he could do it to prove that he had become strong, said that the White Rabbit had hated him too much enhanced physical abilities. Now his effectiveness is 2.4 times, so now he can run 2.4 times faster. After that, Jung Daeon goes down fast. Go leave the White Rabbit. White Rabbit hates Jung Daeon. White Rabbit watched Jung Daeon's shadow disappear into the dungeon. He should have fought, or he would have been blown to pieces now that he had entered the tunnels. Jung Daeon breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were safe now. The place wasn't so bad. He built 7 tunnels just in case something happened. But when peeking from the tunnel, they saw where the wolf was. As if it had found its target, the 3 wolves were quite close to the distance between them. White Rabbit wondered what Jung Daeon was going to do. He would use the mud pellets he made combined with the power of a boar wanting to stand up from a distance and throw them with a weight of 20 kilograms of mud. Jung Daeon really defeated the wolf this time, but he was not as lucky as before. Jung Daeon ran away and was attacked by another wolf. The white rabbit was standing outside encouraging the wolf to do well and tear him to pieces, but when the wolf came next to Jung Daeon, he dashed aside spewing blood. He had just blocked one of his attacks. The horned pig is the highest level entity in the first stage of physical strength, and its defense is incomparable to all other monsters. No wonder it is able to block an attack from a plain wolf. The toolbar shows 6 seconds left with the power of the drill. He forgot there is a time limit, but 8 seconds is enough to take him down. The strategy is very simple. Jing down using underground tunnels, he uses very dangerous guerrilla tactics like talking bushes and clearing monsters and safely clearing wolves, but they start to be more vigilant and follow the herd. Jung Daeon used poke as a scout, and he was still practicing while the wolf was still waiting above. He became so strong that the wolf could no longer reach him. As before, White Rabbit couldn't believe what he was seeing was unfair if he really wanted to kill. He could also handle 2 or 3 children at the same time. Jung Daeon's first step was successful. Now it's time for him to move on to the next stage. White Rabbit once said that only when killing the boss the game will be finished, but one thing is for sure. He is not strong enough yet to take him down. That means he should find other players to cooperate, but you can't fight alone, even though he is out. He doesn't know where to go now. What is he worried about? Why did the rabbit stop him from finding everyone? Jing Down didn't know if there was another way. Seeing a poke on his shoulder, he asked if he knew where the other players were. He didn't understand what he was saying this time. Maybe it's a bit hard to poku. He might still not be used to this forest, but he can't meddle too deep. It just put him in danger, but the thing is, Jung Daeon can't beat the boss himself. Jung Daeon thought it would be better if he built something like an observatory without wasting any more time. Digging the ground to start building, first Jung Daeon needs to lay a foundation in the form of an earthen wall is not difficult because he is used to it. Of course, without a binding material like cement, it will collapse very easily. Fortunately, he has a design secret from when he was in the cave. It took about 10 hours to finish the Tower of the White Rabbit, standing in a faraway place, managing a group of new people when he saw the tower. He didn't know what this was. He had never seen it before. Only one person could do this. White Rabbit quickly went to find Jung Daeon, warning him to stop building these damn things. Can't stop Jung Daeon. White Rabbit could only find a way to prevent people from getting close to the last step. He wanted to kill Jing Down, and everyone with a large group of monsters appeared at the same time. If this happened again, he would die. Luckily, the monsters weren't very smart. He was lucky that Jung Daeon was near the observatory. This rat appeared about 4 weeks ago since this dungeon was created. They are scary monsters. They ate everything and anything that came in their way. Even though Jung Daeon came down to check his calendar every day, he completely didn't realize that today was already the 4th week, so it was time to recreate the replica. That's why people don't not appear on the minimap now. Either they die or they beat the boss and move on to the next stage. The minimap is a minimap of everything including humans and monsters that Jung Daeon received while clearing the tower. Due to the urgency of time, he couldn't wait any longer. You have to find everyone slowly and carefully. For some reason, he was scared constantly and shouted, while on Jung Daeon's shoulder, he assured him that they had plenty of maps, and that being able to avoid the camp would be fine, returning to everyone even though they overcame all the hardships just to get here. But what greeted them was a huge monster. Everyone is confused how to defeat him. They thought they couldn't even give it a scratch. One of them, who was armed with a gun, rushed over and instantly died at the hands of the boss. This incident made everyone present even more frightened when the boss was about to attack everyone. Jung Daeon came to the rescue just as he remembered what Sung Woo taught him to kill monsters and started attacking. Sung Woo once told him that everything has a weak point. Remember that the bigger they are, the harder it is to fall. The boss in front of him doesn't move. Jung Daeon saw the problem. Maybe is trying to regenerate his body parts, but he won't let him do this. He couldn't miss this opportunity, but Jung Daeon made a big mistake. He hit the wrong position, lost the golden time. The boss also finished. Everyone outside watching had no idea what kind of monster could go up against a boss. A girl says that everyone can't just stand outside and watch. saying that she rushed over to help Youngdaeon. Now that he's limited in time, he can't attack with force. Youngdaeon asked the girl to help buy time. He reminded her that it was okay, and told the girl to be careful. Next, Youngdaeon carried out an attack by causing damage to the center of his chest. Even though he didn't know it, the boss always covered the midpoint of his chest during the end of the attack. Youngdaeon guessed there must be something. While everyone was pouring damage into the boss's chest, he could see that it was earth. The boss's body was made of earth. If that was the case, then he would be able to handle it. Jingdaon already had enough information on this. Now he just needed to attack accurately, and with enough power it was completely impervious to all forms of physics, which was why he needed more observation time to catch its weakness. Youngdaon defeated the boss easily. After killing the boss, everyone starts the White Rabbit. Sungwoo and the others did, and Youngdaeon was happy, because if so, he could integrate into the group. The White Rabbit was angry about Youngdaeon's action of destroying the boss. It was screaming at everyone. It was ridiculous. The game isn't over yet. Let's move on to the next stage. Then the White Rabbit opened the gate for everyone. A girl advised everyone to leave. They had no choice. Everyone thanked Youngdaeon for helping them escape, then left one by one. Poke also chased him. The result was not what he expected. The system kept giving errors. White Rabbit said that it was because the dungeon system rejected him a week after rebuilding the dungeon. Youngdaeon thought he couldn't live like this for the rest of his life. The ground squirrels are still with him and the hole has not been remade. On the other hand, the observatory disappeared with a regeneration, meaning only the ground was reset, and the bottom was not. Jingdaon guesses that the creator of the dungeon system is not the creator of this world. He just needs to add his own system in the existing world, which means he can go to another area, even if he doesn't follow the requirements of the game. After all, Youngdaeon chose Death Mountain as a place to escape, overcoming many difficulties in the last monster. Youngdaeon still can't get out. The system warns again that the player must not leave stage 1. The White Rabbit explains that he will die if he leaves this area. The White Rabbit wanted Youngdaeon to give up his intentions, but he still couldn't. He passed by on the other side of the rat monster territory while the White Rabbit was talking. Youngdaeon descended through an invisible wall to the other side. He wondered if there was any difference. White Rabbit shouted at him to come back. Now Youngdaeon didn't want to come back. He called the White Rabbit. If he wanted him to come back, he will come and pull him back. He found the White Rabbit can't pass through this area. It's a land they can't control. He thinks this place is most likely dividing the world into phases, and he just left the place. Maybe he should check it out a bit to see if this place should reset like the other side. And what about the rats? About 2 weeks until the next reset, he'll try to build some observatories here. As an experiment according to the previous dungeon system, all the things he had built above ground would disappear 2 weeks after the reset started. But if this place didn't reset, then he wouldn't have any trouble with the terrain or beasts anymore, in which case he would definitely find a clue to get out of this place. Youngdaeon checked his inventory, but he received the core of a golem that can make anything before building it. He made a tunnel, because if he built it on a high place, it might attract the attention of many people. Jingdaeon thought that there was no need to make a human-shaped golem. He would create something convenient for traveling within the cave. Easily Jingdaeon first time trying to make an elephant. After several failed attempts, he created a 6-legged elephant that obeyed him. White Rabbit led a group of newcomers to fight the boss. Finally, everyone had reached this place. The final boss of Phase 1 tries and survives to the end, but when the White Rabbit takes everyone where there is no boss to fight. What was left in the room was a pile of mud. The White Rabbit panicked at what was going on, and the boss was gone. He thought only one person could do this. The damn bug again, connected directly from the Mountain of Death. Youngdaeon took a week to make an elephant golem. It was a good decision on the Mountain of Death. Youngdaeon was contemplating what to make next. Now that he had a golem to ride, he should probably make another golem that specialized in attack walk on 2 legs, have 2 arms so it could carry some heavy objects. Youngdaeon finally created the monkey. He wanted to test his strength against a bunch of rat monsters and started attacking. The number strength of the monkeys is the same as the boss in Stage 1, but instead of reducing the rat hordes, they come in large numbers. There are too many monsters here. Young Daeon thought that a large-scale attack was necessary. He created a large ball of clay and gave it to the monkey, ordering it to be thrown anywhere. A giant ball rolling over dead rats, Young Daeon came up with a better way of using elephants as ammunition stores so that when the monkey needed it, he could fetch it himself. Suddenly, the rats attacked and fled in panic and even poked Young Daeon in the shoulder. He was afraid that regeneration was a regenerated dungeon. He didn't expect this reset to be so dangerous. Opened the mini-map to check it. The map also started getting darker gradually around Phase 1 of the observatory. Young Daeon also disappeared. Fortunately, the observatory near the Death Mountain was fine, meaning that the area around this area had not been reset, but the number of dots representing monsters gradually appeared more and more. Walls and gathered together to attack. Young Daeon Turun ordered the elephants and monkeys to prepare. He would put the elephants down and the monkeys would go up. He started to feel a bit of an earthquake. He will deal with all of them monsters in other area, here area. After the reset is done, gather here. He can't pass up this opportunity. Now is the best time to level up, making lots of dirt again. He orders the monkeys to throw everything at them. He had created a lump of earth to the right of the weight to throw it down like a falling meteorite, but the number of rats was simply too great. Jingdown couldn't last long, and Boar's skill was his only skill that needed cooldown, but luckily young Daionada was in the observatory. A safe place too, because that he had calm, and now there was only one chance in life. The mice pile up again to get to the tower. He sends Poku to clear it, combined with his power from above for a while. Young Daeon thinks about the rats. What he needed to build a tunnel while rebuilding. A boulder blocked the way. He didn't expect to find a rock here, so he couldn't handle it very well. Yet let's go back to the ground at the top of the mountain. The weather was cold and snowy. Even walking was getting difficult. But luckily with this weather, no rats came. Young Daeon thought that even though he couldn't continue digging underground, he could continue building the observatory. Also, there was no other way. If he continued digging and found rocks, it wouldn't work. Young Daeon needed to create a few more golems. His master-level earth skill strength was completely different. Before looking back at what he had, he could easily deal with the hateful wolves, but Young Daeon shouldn't be overlooked. There might be a powerful monster appearing. He created a few more golems. He led his troops to the surface, but today it was colder than usual on the mountain. Causing Young Daeon to keep sneezing, he ordered the elephants to stop. Thinking of doing so, he built a dome engine on the back of an elephant. At this point, Young Daeon thought that he could do a lot more with his skills than simple things. This was using the knowledge he was born with. Young Daeon had created something in the dungeon made by elephant golems. Young Daeon owns a heating system and a mobile home, and thanks to this invention, he received heat manipulation skills. They continued their journey through the mountain where it was difficult for Young Daeon to observe the situation around here, but looking back, he had risen quite high. Young Daeon felt lucky that the road here was not too bumpy and smooth. He got down from the elephant and looked around him from the high mountain. A feeling of comfort welled up in his heart. While looking around, he saw something strange in the distance. He decided to go closer to see what it was. He had no idea what area this was, why it was here, and the White Rabbit had never said anything about this building to him. He felt that this place looked a lot like the relics he saw often, but even Rabbit didn't know that meant it was built in the past, so this place was a place that pre-existed before dungeons appeared. Young Daeon didn't know what to do, nor did he know if his guess was right. He stepped inside, then was attracted by a strange statue, he thought. The ruins of the statue looked like they were made of stone, even though the stone looked very strange, but was kind enough to make Young Daeon move closer to get a better look at it. He was suddenly attacked. He didn't expect that he would be alive in an emergency. He could only summon a monkey to help. The two monkeys that were charging at the two were blown away by this stone statue. Jingdown could do nothing but find a way to run. He ran near the mountain of death and stopped to rest. Their attacks had absolutely no effect on the stone statue. Young Daeon felt lucky to only lose one golem. Since he couldn't find it on the map, and since this was outside the territory, it couldn't be the final boss's room. Jingdown thought the ruins must be the reason why rats dare not appear near you. Sure, there is a secret here. He will find it a month later. Death Mountain Peak in the land is filled with boulders. There is a moonlight sculptor, Jung Daeon, after tasting defeat by a mysterious monster. He had prepared his moment carefully about revenge and to explain what happened. We go back to a month ago. Someone accidentally dropped him. He had come here to make more golems, but he didn't expect to find such an unexpected item. The cruel truth he had learned from the previous game was that Earth couldn't win against rock. He needed a weapon powerful enough to match the statue. The number of golems and get stone-crushing skills, King Jung Daeon learned how to use this skill to destroy the Earth, combined with skills. The newly acquired stone, even though it was the same material what he had just made more difficult, seemed to have turned to stone. He needed to crush more rocks as they were, and regenerate them with the destroyed Earth, but he and the golem would lose if they fought one-on-one, and since these monsters could fly, it was hard to find a favorable environment in an open field. But if he turned it into a head-to-head match, there would be a fluke, but if it rose into the sky, he wasn't sure. He couldn't think of any approach to it. He even thought that making a tunnel with his current rock-breaking skill would take a year. He suddenly got an idea. From the beginning. He designed the golem to be an elephant. But because he needed it to be a monkey now, what he needed was mobility to fight enemies, so problem solved. He only needed to make the golem possessing that ability. Jung Daeon turn around to poke. He had talked about his intentions. A new design for the high-mobility golem, the Ford Taurian golem, was born along with the new steed golem. He turned his elephant into an ostrich now that he has successfully built a cavalry team. He was the one who set up the formations and guided the golems to fight. In this battle, everything is in his hands. Eventually, he caught it, and his rock-breaking skills through this battle increased to level 4. At the same time, a monkey came to find the white rabbit and asked if the white rabbit was okay. This monkey baboon is the manager of the dungeon manager, leveled 2. Stage 1, Stage 2 is a baboon, so it can be said that the baboon is the owner of the second dungeon, one level higher than the white rabbit, and unlike the unknown baboon is the name in it. White Rabbit scolded why this ugly person had come. He still greeted warmly, asking why he came to such an ordinary place. Baboon asked White Rabbit if he did a good job. The confused White Rabbit didn't know what he was talking about. He silently wiped the sweat and said he always tried his best. In recent days, it's not like twice as many people have survived. The baboon, he asked how lazy the White Rabbit was. He thought he didn't notice because he was stupid. He blamed the mistakes made by Jung Daeon. In this conversation, the baboon assumed that the White Rabbit was lying and dishonest. The White Rabbit always denied it and even asked him if he could find such an honest rabbit here, until the baboon said one was left, which made the White Rabbit speechless. Return to Jung Daeon after defeating the monsters he collected. Deep within the shrine, filled with the bones of all kinds of creatures, there were too many rotting corpses here. Jung Daeon Turan should be more careful. The golem walking in front stepped on the flying arrow trap above. He didn't expect that there would be a trap here, but he left the golem standing in front no matter what. The golem wouldn't get hurt or take any damage. He ordered the golems to destroy the wall. Arrows shot. As he thought when he destroyed the wall, flying arrows would be nothing to worry about. He rested for a while before continuing to take this chance. Jing Down released arrows which stuck in the golems' bodies. Moss. It's just that he doesn't know how long this place has been abandoned. While Jung Daeon was observing his surroundings, Poku suddenly screamed and ran into a hole in the wall. Jung Daeon then ordered the golem to break down the wall. A large door appeared, and he guessed this was the final boss's room. He knew he had a feeling that this last boss was dead now. Opened the door, and inside was a huge skeleton. He wanted to run back to eat, but was stopped. He was afraid of danger. Now he understood that it wasn't looking for the door, it was looking for bones to eat. The system announced that since he had passed all the challenges, his reward would be to inherit this dragon tomb as the owner of the mausoleum. He would have many room systems saying that this was a rare quest and he should be honored to accept this quest. In fact, this room system would soon die because having only one soul was the only thing, but could feel that this life would end soon, understanding the situation, but he had no plans to stay trapped in this place. The reason he refused was because he wanted to go home. It was a place he thought about every day. Young Daeon Tarun is doing everything he can to survive in this remote place. The system says that if that is the reason, then he has more reasons to inherit this dragon mausoleum. Once he becomes the owner of the dragon mausoleum, he will gain the dragon's power. It contains the power needed for him to reach his goal. When he gains the power, there is no place he can't go. Even in another dimension he can still go. However, when creating a portal, he would need a sacrifice, which the tomb system had told him that he was currently the entity destined to become the scapegoat. On the other hand, the white rabbit is cut off by the baboon taking on the task of finding him, because he was originally a scapegoat that had to be destroyed. The white rabbit followed the trail he left behind to find Young Daeon. Young Daeon tries to use his ability to open the gate. The system tells him that in the meantime, he won't be able to go anywhere. He felt the need to create at least 2 portals to be able to teleport between them. This was a matter of level 1. After he had mastered the skill, so wherever he wanted to be, Young Daeon summoned the space portals. The gates linked together. Now that he entered one gate, he might be able to get out. He tries to follow the words of the system. Yes, he pokes. He sees that and does the same thing, but it doesn't pass. The system reminds him he has to let him through. Young Daeon felt great that if that was the case, then it would mean he would be able to summon golems anywhere, and it would be better for him to use those gates to escape when in danger. After all, it wouldn't be bad to use them anyway. The system is called Alpha. Young Daeon asked Alpha to go outside for a while to feel comfortable. Outside, there was a cloud-covered land. Young Daeon wondered if Alpha knew what Alpha was. Alpha didn't know because she was only interested in being in the tomb. Jing Daeon was a bit nervous and saw it was called the end of the world, but looking like a flat area, he started to use his stone crushing skill to build a ladder down below the tomb. The system stared at him with surprise after surprise. The white rabbit is on its way to find Young Daeon. He was very tired and hungry. His health and satiety stats were dropping fast, but there was still a long way to go to find him. White Rabbit didn't know why he had to live in this cold and hungry and very tired form, how long it had been since his salary was cut. He only has one right to kill, while at the beginning of the game, river energy that is obtained from using the right to kill will be given to the manager. However, his current appearance is due to Jing Dao's mistake. The White Rabbit was almost eaten by a rat. He was very scared and lost his strength more and more. His strength would disappear, and the rats would treat him as food. The stats dropped again, rendering the White Rabbit unable to fly. At this time, the White Rabbit realized that everything was over. A large number of rats ran to attack the rabbit. It had to find a place to hide. The White Rabbit quickly ran to the tower that Young Daeon had built. He used the last of his strength to fight. Even though the White Rabbit looked rather weak, it was the manager of the first stage. The White Rabbit's master plan was to drag the rats up to the top of the observatory and defeat the rats one by one as soon as they exited the narrow passage. Thanks to his superior tactics, the White Rabbit had the advantage. As a result, the White Rabbit defeating the rats, even though the rabbit had lost the ability to organize. However, all of the White Rabbit's stats quickly dropped to one no longer having the strength to continue the battle. As soon as it fell, it was saved by Young Daeon. When the White Rabbit wakes up, there is a pile of food in front of him, but can only eat with the condition of betting Young Daeon. When the White Rabbit finds out that Young Daeon is the successor to the Dragon Tomb, he is very surprised. Young Daeon accidentally becomes the owner of this tomb because the White Rabbit is an experienced person, so he chooses to be with him. White Rabbit, holding a bag of potatoes on his lap while eating and calling, had a very strange taste, asking the manager why he came to this place, breaking the rules of all kinds of miscellaneous things. The White Rabbit frowned and told everything that had happened. First stage management had changed. The rabbit said something about a baboon, but the main issue for Young Daeon's concern was whether the White Rabbit had come to catch him. White Rabbit heard him ask and said quickly decided, "Then we'll join Young Daeon." This is an opportunity for the two of you to collaborate. On hearing this, Alpha wants to join the conversation. He heard the mention of Alpha as he was surprised it was clear the dragon symbol was this Earth Day tomb. Alpha told them to go to the altar first. The rabbit panicked and asked if he wanted to sacrifice it. Alpha said it was a stupid rabbit. Don't poke your nose. Young Daeon explained to the White Rabbit earlier that he was also surprised. He was sure he would be even more surprised when he went inside. It was right the room where Dragon's skeleton was. After the White Rabbit had finished eating and had his fill, the White Rabbit was appointed middle manager. It was great that the system said, acknowledging the White Rabbit's experience, which was more worthy than his previous position. The White Rabbit promises to show loyalty to its owner. On the other hand, the baboon ponders why he suddenly lost connection with the White Rabbit. White Rabbit loves young Daeon's potatoes, so he keeps asking for potatoes. Young Daeon kept calling it potatoes, so the White Rabbit ate it voraciously. Young Daeon said, if you work, you can live, if you eat. White Rabbit is forced to adapt. Only the warm room is called a fireplace, and can be used for farming or cooking. Poke rice, nowhere to be seen. White Rabbit asks young Daeon if he will throw it away when he pokes you, hearing that he looks angry, with young Daeon's playful expression reminding them to have a habit of saving money, but doing so will hurt the golem. The scene made him think of a good act. He sent the White Rabbit to come and had a job to do. He ordered the White Rabbit to collect the bones and crush them to fertilize the plants. Using them as fertilizer would be very effective. Living with young Daeon, the rabbit is much more difficult, but the rabbit also has fun times. For example, young Daeonakan invites the rabbit to eat delicious food that the rabbit has never eaten before, including the use of the meat of a one-horned wild boar. In stage 1 ruins the baboon. Surprised that the final boss can be found. The sight in front of him right now was the pile of golem core mud that the White Rabbit and young Daeon had just obtained from the final boss. The White Rabbit was happy when the baboons were eaten. After completing the task, the White Rabbit had set up a gate for the owner. Both of them walked through the gate to the system mausoleum, reminding two people of wasting life energy. While young Daeon went to the forest for nectar, he saw a group of adults bullying young people boy. But he was inconvenient to help. A few moments later, they were attacked by a mob of monsters. Even though the Dark MDs were the weakest beasts of the dungeon, they were very cunning and vicious. If he looked down, it would eat people like he was chewing a blade of grass. Forgot the way, but a chance to break free self has come. Since ancient times, humans have always found hidden strength within their body when facing difficulties or challenges, thereby regaining their life from death. Jung Daon thought like Sung Woo. While he was still lost in his thoughts, a boy fell on his lap. It was a boy who was bullied before. Now he was always screaming for help. With Jung Daeon, Jing down, quickly defeated the monsters surrounding the boy, but after the battle he was very short on sugar. Luckily the boy took out a lot of cookies and carbonated soft drinks from the bag. Jung Daeon was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. With a life as difficult as it is now, boring in a necessary place like a cellar for sweets. It was something that helped him relax, but there was a pity that he was always hanging on to materials, so Jung Daeon's recent interest was in finding materials. This was why he had listened to the White Rabbit going to this forest to find nectar after rescuing the boy. The boy always followed him. Jung Daeon threatens that following him will be dangerous, but the boy follows as he says. Jung Daeon knew that the kid went to the shop when he was called, so he had a lot of candy. Oh, Donman saw Jung Daeon go down, build a house in the blink of an eye. The kid admired, like skills in the blink of an eye. It made a building down, explained that it's not the same as the skill collecting skills. But until now, Oh Dongman still don't know what the kid's skill is. Jing Down helped him find the information board. The skill of the curse is God eats. If the stomach is full, then strength will be born. Body capacity will double when satiety reaches 100%, strengthens the body, similar to the skill Wild Boar's Vigor. But the boy says he has never used it, never reaches 100 because he is always hungry. Jing Down sorrow for that boy. Okay, these 3 days, he will definitely raise Odonman into a wonderful teenager. Jung Daon prepared the table for the boy, the food he wanted the boy to eat naturally. The White Rabbit's current state was very sad, was taken by Jung Daeon to find rock salt. In the foggy night, the White Rabbit scolded Jung Daeon for being arrogant. Even though it was disguised, the White Rabbit was still very insecure. He was afraid that if he met a baboon, he would die. Now don't know where to look for rock salt. He used his powers to communicate with the White Rabbit. He told him to come back if he couldn't find him. It was dark anyway. He also prepared pork belly, which he liked to eat. Only if there was rock salt, the dish would taste better. In no time, they actually had something more powerful than that. At first, he helped the boy train by catching monsters for him to fight despite being injured. Both of them finally reached their goal. Odonman knew that Young Daeon was looking for salt. The boy showed him where it was a place he used to pass in the middle of the desert. After a long time in the hot desert, everyone was tired. Young Daeon's face turned red. It was harder than he imagined. Maybe he misheard why he left forever, and still can't get out of this sandy place. The boy's feet also sunk deep in the sand. Young Daeon set up the gate, summoning the golem soldiers to appear. The kid was startled by the fire in front of these animals, like tanks. Plus, this was so cool, Young Daeon told him now as the last training session. She conveyed everything she needed to know, for which she thanked him. He would study hard. Young Daeon praised him as a bright and intelligent kid who would definitely do well. It would have been nice to go out with, but now everyone can do things differently on their own. Golem, for a long time, has been tired of running around blaming Young Daeon for forgetting him. He laughed at the other participants, but seeing the white rabbit's current form must be very happy. He put the white rabbit on top of the golem to rest. When the white rabbit above his eyes constantly looked around, then actually found the sea of salt it was looking for. Everyone is harvesting salt to bring back everyone happy. Young Daeon will have salt to make a delicious meal. Goodbye to Don Man. Suddenly the mausoleum system speaks to one to keep the system Don Man seeing his abilities. He chose him as the support dragon. With this role, the Don Man can continue to eat even if he is full. From there, he will increase in strength even more. As everyone was talking, the scorpion beasts came and surrounded them. The Don Man panicked and didn't know what to do and kept calling Young Daeon. This time, he wasn't going to step in to kill them as a passing test for the Don Man. The kid believed what he heard. He wanted him to attack with dozens of monsters alone. Young Daeon said, "This is a passing test, however, be careful with the scorpion's poison. It doesn't matter if he is poisoned, Young Daeon can purify him." The white rabbit also spoke to reassure him not to worry, that they weren't very strong. So even if they were stabbed, they wouldn't die despite the fear of taking up arms. Remember, the purpose of your practice is the story that Young Daeon used. To tell the reason why he became strong, had to train so hard, was to return to his previous world. Even though Young Daeon was worried about the boy, he took out a pot and started a fire because the Donman fought better than he thought, and even Scorpion's grasp was delicious. The battle of smelling the food is getting fiercer. He wants to finish it quickly so he can eat with the other two. In the end, the Donman is to complete the task given to him to destroy all those monsters. Odonman passes through the exam in forest. Starting there will be a nearby tribute so he can join them. Young Daeon gave the boy a scarf as a parting gift. The child was leaving and she missed him a bit after leaving. He will know that there is no better place than home. The white rabbit asked Young Daeon if he really considered this place home. The system wanted him to treat this shrine as a home. He started working time to do some homework while observing System Alpha's new owner deduces that a boy named Young Daeon has become the new owner of Dragon Temple. He doesn't know if he's a great character or not. Firstly, if he inherits this shrine, it's just luck. Alpha has been waiting for me with the thought that this is the infinite flow of fate. He looked back at the temple's trap. After a long time, Young Daeon's highly concentrated image was a truly awesome baboon, on the other hand. Felt that not only the boss, but also the one-horned boar were seriously reduced, but he didn't know the reason why life energy needed quality over quantity after training survivors with monsters. The effect might be better. He thought those who cleared stage 1 in such a bad state were useless people. Maybe he should come out first on the opposite side of the Death Mountain. Young Daeon was working hard on making a ladder. He stood on the overhanging cliff, feeling like he was playing an adventure game to prevent unexpected accidents. Young Daeon accompanied the ostrich golem. He regularly went up and down to cut the cliff. Suddenly, the system indicated that he had entered stage 4. Young Daeon was flustered, but was quickly enveloped in the mist. He almost lost his life due to the poisonous mist. Luckily, the golem saved him. He put on a mask and wanted to go downstairs to see the situation Alpha asked about how to cross thousands of poison clouds with just a piece of cloth. Of course, he didn't use refining skills to get a simple mask. Of course, what he did was not just a job that started with a big heart. Among the skills called purification, when the level reaches a certain standard, it will be able to gain experience with poison, but at some point, the pesky skills that will be removed will be fixed. At this level, it was a situation where one had to work hard, so he had no choice. Due to the increasing number of poisonous clouds, the simple gas mask he wore as an effective method of protection, but also had the real purpose after that, was to directly purify the poison cloud purify. Then he cut the rock. He kept repeating these two actions over and over again. Maybe for someone this is a very difficult job, but Young Daeon didn't feel that way. He finally cleared the sea of poison clouds in front of him. There was a wide view. He was enjoying watching the birds flying. There was an eagle in the distance flying towards him, suddenly attacking him. Luckily, the ostrich ran fast to escape then. While Young Daeon got off not noticing the eagle following the stairs he built to the stage he was living in, it went to the dragon temple and destroyed the temple. White Rabbit was looking for some grass, and when he saw a fire in front of him, he quickly told him. Young Daeon gathers an army of golems to prepare to attack. He controls the golems to shoot bullets, but their stamina is too great. The bullets have no effect on him. White Rabbit advises him to find something sharp for those with a lot of stamina. It's the best thing to handle them. Young Daeon descended, searching his inventory for the iron skewers combined with the attacking aura of the boar. The iron skewers hit the eagle's wings but then fell again. Indeed, Young Daeon's strength was still lacking, but the eagle was even more aggressive than before, returning to the temple without attacking it back. Alpha noticed something strange. If she was hers, then she didn't need to attack the shrine. Maybe the monster was aiming for Lord Ortia Young Daeon down, thought it and realized the correct direction to attack was the boss room. White Rabbit confirmed the altar was the target. The altar was the place where all of the relic's life energy concentrated in the monsters guarding the border. Instinctively coveted life energy after determining the direction of the monster's attack. Young Daeon quickly used an ostrich to go there, leaving behind the rest of the golems. The White Rabbit used the potato field he planted earlier to tie up the monster's legs next. He built a wall at a long distance, hard to achieve high damage, but this distance was enough for him. Young Daeon used a shard from the temple as a trap to attack the monster. A series of arrows flew out of the wall and shot at the monster, but Young Daeon didn't expect that the number was limited and needed time to reset. If he continued like this, he would definitely die. While listening to Young Daeon say that there was a possibility that he would die in this battle, Alpha was worried that he would not be able to protect the shrine to the end. During his evasive move, he made a wrong move and luckily got crushed by the monster. The White Rabbit led the formation of the golems just in time when one of the monkeys reached out and caught it just in time. The White Rabbit apologized to Young Daeon for being late. Young Daeon ordered the golem soldiers to leave wearing wings. The monster wings that the other two were about to wear at Young Daeon's feet, and the others focused on one point. This time it really failed. He was also swallowed up by the monster in his mouth. The pitiful White Rabbit didn't believe the truth, but right after that, for some reason, the monster let him go. Young Daeon then screamed and flew away as the monster wanted to eat him. He took it out of his inventory and threw it in his mouth, knowing it was rock salt. He thought it was pepper, but he didn't expect it to jump when he met salt. He then told the White Rabbit how he went to stage 4 on the cliff, how he met a monster there. Even the White Rabbit didn't know it was stage 4. Underneath, if the poison cloud resets, it's fine, but if it's poisoned before reset, it's hard to answer Young Daeon's thoughts. For example, if it gets here again somehow, he has to quickly build up a defensive method first. Young Daeon needs to reset something that is the defense of the temple, but since the life energy has decreased, it's very hard Jing down, wondering what to do next from Young Daeon, knowing that the baboon has the ability to channel life energy into the altar. He made the decision to go to his shrine to rob the altar. The White Rabbit couldn't believe what he was hearing. What exactly is he talking about? Young Daeon determined that the White Rabbit heard correctly, that if it was a place where the temple's life energy was concentrated, it was like a battery of life energy. They would come and take everything and make them wait. The White Rabbit thought if there was no altar, the baboons would be a really sad good idea. Jung Daeon assigned the task of pouring oil and setting fire to the surrounding area to attract the baboons to come. Now the White Rabbit did it, and he didn't expect it would one day come out like this. He thought of how to start a fire to lure the baboons out of the temple according to plan. When the fire was lit, the baboons immediately ran there. He didn't know why strange things kept happening. Jung Daeon took the opportunity to sneak into the temple to carry out his plan. He didn't expect that what he was looking for would be revealed right before his eyes. Maybe it was because he was the final boss. He saw a sparkling purple gem on Alpha's altar telling him it was life energy. The altar has been modified to be able to use strengthening magic without having to become a mage, although Alpha doesn't want to admit it. This is the method the dragons eventually came up with to restore this altar. Jung Daeon opens the gate for golems to come and take it undetected. He also destroys this shrine after robbing the altar. Jung Daeon gets down not knowing what to do next. Alpha reminds him to offer the gem as a sacrifice first. If that's the case, then he won't be able to use the Energy Alpha word booster. As long as you absorb half of it brings gems to Artie's altar. He wondered if it would come back to life, but this wasn't enough, as the life energy wasn't fully concentrated here though. So this much could help them restore the shrine. Starting with the repair of the shrine, the tool panel appeared. And he got his first achievement appeared when he destroyed the ruins. Now appeared again, but strangely the prize is not there. White Rabbit laughs that everything related to Jung Daeon is broken. Once again the toolbar appears. He had obtained the achievement of Explorer of Ruins. His reward was the transfer of ownership of the altar. Alpha rejoices that the altar of death has turned into an altar of life. The altar is now theirs. They are very happy that after a while they have finally completed the renovation of the temple because the monster might return. Jung Daeon set a trap to wait for it to arrive. The White Rabbit and Jung Daeon had reached the cliff he cut. They needed reinforcement to deal with the increased monsters, was an ability based on the number of shrines he had, and it came with his choice of options. But the life energy used also meant that the stat increase also increased the reinforcement. The target that Jung Daeon chose was an arrow trap. Then the real monster appeared as Jung Daeon had predicted with the enhanced arrow trap prepared beforehand. The monster this time was injured by the arrows, then followed the cliff to climb up, this time being poured hot oil by the White Rabbit. Upstairs, the White Rabbit tells Jung Daeon that he has caught him and he wants to come down to see him. Jung Daeon needs the White Rabbit to make sure that he is dead. If he doesn't die, he will come back. If he comes back, it will be his soul. Jung Daeon praised the hard work of strengthening the rabbit, actually much more effective where Jung Daeon was cutting the mountain. Suddenly a deep hole appeared in it. There was a gap that gave off a light inside a dark cave, emitting light. It seemed they had to go there, so Alpha reminded him to don't take it lightly. He could already see the danger lurking. Without finishing the sentence, Jung Daeon summoned the golem. He really didn't try to listen to it, so Jung Daeon went down through the gap and found that the light emitted was something circular looking further. He saw a monster lying in a pile of glowing things. Apparently the White Rabbit said that the monster is immortal. He can't die. This damn rabbit gave Jung Daeon such a headache because this monster is immortal, or why can't he die there? The White Rabbit didn't realize a dangerous situation was happening here. He wanted to get down to show off his achievement to him and claim the prize of the barbecue. When he reached the place, he saw the sight in front of the White Rabbit's eyes, which was very scary, seeing his prize which had not been seen. The White Rabbit was being scolded by Jung Daeon. He can't do business properly. Jung Daeon opened the gate to go to the side of the perfected trap. He put the gate here, and the gate right on the trap for the flying arrows to attack the monsters. This time they really succeeded in killing the monsters. After killing these monsters, the toolbar Jung Daeon continuously showed achievement. The Eagle Hunter achievement, the reward is to be as brave as an eagle. The second achievement is to find a flying bird with arrows. The next prize is to see the target in the face. Although this is not a combat skill, it has to be tried once down. When holding the up arrow to fire, the dot appears for him to see that the white object appears to be the place representing the firing point. Jung Daeon's archery technique wasn't very good. As soon as he became proficient, it would be invaluable to use. Today they both had a big feast of Griffios. The meat of the eagle is a combination of a bird and a tiger. The whole body he eats, especially the wings, and hind legs is also part of the bird. Young Daeon thought a little more firepower would be good. Alpha said that with the help of the sunstone, the firepower will increase. What Alpha was referring to was the glowing rock in Eagle Cave as mentioned. It was a rock that contained solar energy. Since that destructive light was always emitted, it was a precious treasure. And then as time went on today, a little special, he had dug a ladder down the Yungdaeon mountain, down which only took 2 months to break the cliff. At times like this, he couldn't be more negligent. He needs to make a safe place first, while Jing Down is recovering the stone cave. White Rabbit leads the golems to head out. He orders them to explore around here, but after a while, the White Rabbit runs back. Scared, the White Rabbit says the destination is being attacked by players. Young Daeon quickly goes there to save the golem. The current player who is in the bowling alley must be strong if he doesn't get there quickly. The golem will soon be taken down by now that the other players may see it. He was directly hidden by the White Rabbit. He didn't expect the real player to be under the picture. Youngdaon ran in front of the golem, running behind, making everyone show their misunderstanding. They said in horror that there were people being chased and killed by him. The golems thought that if they knew the fact that this golem belonged to them, they would be angry or not. The White Rabbit said that they didn't misunderstand him as a support person, but anyway, Youngdaon was very happy to see players here then first. Youngdaon ran away with a golem like that. They all saw the golems chasing him. He only guessed that he lured the golems to save everyone. Youngdaon kept receiving misunderstandings. This event also revealed the existence of the cave. One person was worried about him, so he ran to see the person saw the golem entering the new ruins, but the person didn't enter. Feeling a bit embarrassed, but because he was too scared he couldn't enter, to make sure he came back and reported the incident to an old man. He tells them that their ability to deal with them is a bit troublesome. He decides to leave this job to the new recruits. He was worried that it would be dangerous for them. He insisted that it was dangerous to let them go. Intermediates or newcomers were people full of passion and ambition. Young Daeon and follow Poku's instructions to find an inhabited village, but before entering the village, they are attacked by a humanoid skeleton. At first, there were only a few that he was easy to destroy, but then there were a lot more. They wanted to use numbers to beat him. The White Rabbit also rushed into battle to help Young Daeon. He praised him too. The former manager's strength didn't seem to fade. White Rabbit wanted him to take a closer look. This was his successor's battle prowess. Well done. White Rabbit, seeing these things, seemed to see these things were easier to handle than he thought, but when he came back, he saw the White Rabbit asking for help. He could be out for blood. Whenever it's time to help out this debt, Young Daeon gets down, grabs his bunny ears, and runs away. But 2 people are shot by one of them, causing him to fall to the ground in the chippy village. The aura of a leader returns to Young Daeon, being helped by another person to defeat them. The person comes to ask about the situation, and Young Daeon realizes it is Sung Woo. He takes him back to the village to meet his old comrades. Everyone was so touched that they burst into tears. The village chief came out from inside to ask about the situation in the dungeon. There was a man who was burning with weakness. He thought he would die here. But this man's skill was a bit special. He had a skill called clairvoyance. A keen eye, it allowed him to see things clearly. That person was village chief Chong Suk, and he was currently appraising Young Daeon. Young Daeon didn't understand what he saw. Why did the village head look at him like that? The village chief suddenly showed a smile and said it was good to meet you. The welcoming party will take place in the Headman Village Square. They muttered under their breath about whether this standard setting was dangerous or not dangerous. The arrangement is a bit ambiguous. He wants Seung Woo to be there first. He will come later. The White Rabbit appears to tease Young Daeon, who seems to be meeting his comrades now after being away for days. She was crying, her nose and eyes were wet, so she seemed to be in a better mood now. He thought this was not the time for nonsense. He should focus on observing this village. For a moment, Young Daeon was curious that this weak bamboo fence could also stop monster attacks. All of these dilapidated houses seemed to be deliberately careless. White Rabbit said no, that the stage can't be captured on time. Punishment will come. Picture 1 in stage 1 of being attacked by a bunch of rats. Punishment of stage 4 is lack of food. Absolutely nothing to eat, even the ingredients won't be available. In the square, village head gathers everyone. He welcomes Jung Daeon to the village. When he stands next to Jung Daeon, he sees that he has smooth skin and round appearance, proves that this boy brought lots of food by welcoming him to the village. He wanted to say something. When he was in the community, he had to share food with everyone. Of course, not all, so don't regret it without thinking much. Jung Daeon brought illegal eagle meat to everyone. Everyone there was shocked and horrified at Jung Daeon. The village head deliberately misled people that he took it when he was about to die. He was afraid that he would threaten his village head that night. Jung Daeon returned to the tent with Sung Woo and the others. For a moment he couldn't stand this place with no blankets, no shoes, or cramped and dirty tent. After finishing data entry, Jung Daeon launched life crafting mode. He used floor heating skill, now bidding farewell to cold. Everyone in the tent is very excited. Jung Daeon says it's too early to be surprised at this time. Special route officially started. He makes tea for everyone to use. This is tea taken from the leaves of the scream. Just before morning, a boy in the team is happy, didn't expect there will be a day where he can drink tea. Here the noise of the tea ceremony breaks the silence of the tent, and our Jung Daeon tries to protect them. A flash of good memories secretly gives him strength. Jung Daeon doesn't want people to remember the broken basement. He wants people to remember the happy past. The white rabbit suddenly ran out screaming to stop it. Too much. What everyone saw was not right. The leaves screamed. It caused the dirt inside the body to flow out through tears. When everyone saw the white rabbit, they drew their weapons and prepared to fight. They shouted this name. The supporters didn't lose a finger here. Luckily, Jung Daeon stopped them in time. Jung Daeon explains to everyone what has happened to him so far, from being able to make things out of the ground to making rabbits his ally. Seung Woo asks if they can become dragon emissaries like him. Jing Daon also asked whether it was true that Seung Woo had been living well recently, as if he had just discovered something extraordinary. He opens the gate, taking out all his food reserves, when he has a chance to remember that Seung Woo wants to be the messenger for the dragon. Alpha asks if he will tell everyone that they will serve Lord Ortia Jung. Daeon asks in return if Alpha is capable. If he has that ability, would definitely come in very handy in this dungeon. Seung Woo also begins to convince Alpha that good communication might reduce the threat of the enemy, while the gate's ability can help him manage his comrades who are left behind. He didn't want to experience the feeling of losing comrades again. Jung Daeon was deeply moved by those words, but Alpha refused. Most likely, of course, the conditions were necessary. But the biggest problem here was the limited number of people receiving the current capacity. Dragon Messenger could not add people indefinitely. When he needed to do it one more time, everyone gathered in the hall provided by the village head to distribute food from Jung Daeon. Below, he shows off his professional knife skills, making beautiful cuts of meat. Even he thought that even though it was a bit heavy on the body, the show was quite popular among the masses. Jung Daeon also expressed his admiration for his performance. He explained that his knife had been perfected. Jung Daeon thought that one day he would find an extra knife to compete with him. Taking the opportunity that people grilling meat needed salt, Jung Daeon sold salt. Everyone who came was shocked by the huge pile of salt, but they didn't know what to exchange. In the dungeon, money has no value, so he went down offering a very simple transaction. Exchange the enhanced item for a cup of salt as long as he can strengthen. It won't be a problem that everyone can take home a pinch of salt. Some people are starting to hesitate. They really wanted salt, but changing the upgraded equipment was a bit difficult for everyone. One of the group members came out, then he took out an upgraded item that can be exchanged for salt. He is the one standing here. You will know how to get the upgraded equipment after entering the 4th floor. It proves that these are capable people. Each of them 1 or 2 unused upgrade guns they have, but considering the difficulty experienced in return, kinda regret. The salt is good, but the upgraded equipment is low level. Jung Daeon feels sorry. He knows for a fact that everyone here thinks so. Now everyone's hearts are happy, but as long as one person buys, the rest will definitely follow. The truth that Jung Daeon managed to sell a lot of village salt has been heard by people from other villages. Hearing the news, he thought if he continued selling salt like this, people would like him even more than before. He decided to buy all the salt and distribute it to everyone, but the village head 1,000 times did not expect Jung Daeon's salt to be so much when he showed him the salt he left behind. The village head was astonished he had to use such a large amount of upgraded equipment in exchange for Youngdaeon. Everyone gathered in front of Dawoon's booth where there was a lot of salt. One of the villagers seemed to really want the salt, but unfortunately money was useless in that village. Then the man offered his food to Dawoon so that he could get a pinch of the salt. Then Dawoon explained to them all that the exchange was quite simple. They could get a bowl of salt for just one used magic item, but the man was hesitant to trade his magic item. It wasn't long before a man in sunglasses wearing a neat suit broke through the crowd. He was willing to buy the salt. The man reminded him that the exchange was not just an object, but an enchanted object. The man in sunglasses looked back at him. He said that everyone here knew how to get enchanted objects, but it was different with salt. Strong players who make it to the 4 stages. Participants have 1 or 2 magic weapons that they do not use, but they are still too valuable considering the difficulty of obtaining them. The salt was tempting, but the magic items were too precious. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Their thirst for salt currently reached 99 degrees, but water did not boil to that degree. Yet someone acted rashly. It gave them tenacity to the last degree. Finally, Dawoon's sale was successful. The elder walked around his village. He saw all the people who had just bought salt. The elder doubted whether they really had salt. In front of him, there was a huge crowd of people waiting in line to buy salt from Dawoon. While Dawoon was serving the customers, the elder suddenly approached him and said hello. Dawoon immediately looked to his side. Everyone was also immediately surprised to see the elder there. Then the elder said that he wanted to take the salt. Not just a bowl, the elder would take all the salt that Dawoon sold. Hearing that made Dawoon and Seungwoo dumbfounded. The 2 people behind the elder whispered about it, not expecting the elder to buy all the salt. Then the elder looked back and gave a big smile, saying that he would manage it fairly in the village. Dawoon explained very carefully to the elder that in order to get the salt, he would have to give away magic items. It applied to everyone, not least the elder. Then the elder laughed and said that he would buy everything based on the market price. The elder was very confident that he could buy it because he had a lot of useless magic items. He thought what was more important was not the price of the salt, but his reputation after selling the salt. Dawoon reminded him that it would be difficult to buy all the salt, but the elder would accept the deal and go along with it. Dawoon was very curious as to why the elder felt so confident. Dawoon smiled widely as he guessed that the elder was a very rich man. Dawoon asked the elder again to convince him if he could really buy everything. Dawoon asked this to provoke the elder into buying it. Dawoon was worried that it would be a burden, but the elder seemed to be trying to convince Dawoon that he would buy everything. The elder said it in front of everyone. It showed that he really meant what he said. The elder wasn't boasting. He immediately measured the amount of salt with his skill and compared it to the number of magic weapons he had. But there was something the elder couldn't see with his skill. Dawoon then took out the remaining salt he had. He took out an enormous statue made of 100% salt. Suddenly the elder was very surprised to see this. Dawoon smiled slyly and asked if he would take back his words. But Dawoon reminded him of the reputation he had to maintain. There was sweat pouring down the elder's face because he was so panicked and confused. He just remained silent as if petrified. Later that night in the tent, Dawoon's friends were amazed to get a lot of magic items from the sale of salt. Although the quality of these magic items was low, it was a lot. 60% of the items were items from the elders, but according to Jinsu, the items seemed useless. Then Seungwoo told Dawoon to come check all the items with them. Most items collected like this are useful items that have low durability. If the durability is high, then the item is useless. Jinsu judged that everyone was bad because they only gave away useless items. Dawoon tried to explain to him that it wasn't their fault, as they couldn't give up items that would protect their lives. Dawoon reminded them all that collecting magic items by selling salt was not their main goal. It was all for the Dragon Apostle. Since Dawoon had gathered everything that Alpha had said, he felt that it was time for Alpha's turn. Before that, Alpha wanted to tell him something. Dawoon guessed that he wanted the enchanted item again, but it turned out that it wasn't something like he had expected. Alpha explained that when they gave an item as an offering, the object's skill would be remembered forever. They might as well add recordings of skills when enchanting other objects. Xiongwu concluded that they could store normal skills and then add them to different objects. Then it was confirmed by the Alpha. Then Alpha told him to offer the object now. The look on Hoyol's face was very dumbfounded. He did not expect to build a temple here. Then Dawoon told the conditions mentioned by Alpha, namely altars, offerings, and people willing to sacrifice. Hoyol just realized that those were the conditions needed to build the second temple. It could increase the number of Dragon's apostles by building a temple. But according to Hoyol, everyone would notice if Dawoon built it in this small village. It would not make the elders sit idly by. Dawoon explained that he wouldn't build it in this village. Immediately they all wondered and were curious about where Dawoon would build it. In the middle of the night, when the countryside was quiet, inside the tent, Hoyol stood staring at a hole with many steps leading underground. Because of its depth, Hoyol could not see the end. Hoyol thought that if it was a crevice area, no one knew what dangers were there. Meanwhile, behind him, Jin-Soo and Seung-woo were working on something. Jin-Soo scolded Hoyol for staying silent and not helping them. Dawoon assigned Seung-woo's team to grind the wheat. Meanwhile, Dawoon, who was underground, was seen thinking of ways to destroy the boulder in front of him. Then he remembered a piece of equipment he got from exchanging salt. It was a steel pickaxe. Dawoon would enchant it with more options. The previous Dawoon stone crushing skill had 2 steps. Pierce the steel placed at its point, and then hammer it. This step was inevitable when using different tools. The process was inefficient after changing tools, but the new skill added to the pickaxe made Dawoon more efficient. After a while, Dawoon had unconsciously made a huge underground palace temple. It seemed that Dawoon was too focused on his building. Dawoon could hear the voices of his friends from down there. Then Dawoon told them to come down and one of them cooked food. Seung-woo and Jin-Soo went down the stairs to catch up with Dawoon downstairs, while Hoyol would cook the rice first. Along the way, Seung-woo was amazed by all the great facilities that Dawoon had made. Once they reached the entrance, Seung-woo and Jin-Soo were even more surprised to see the huge wheat field that was there. Seung-woo thought that the wheat Dawoon gave them was all that Dawoon had. Dawoon explained that he took a lot before. All Dawoon needed to do was take it out of storage. He thought it would be better to use this large area for his grain storage. Then, Seung-woo and Jin-Soo offered to do the task Dawoon told them to do. They both looked very excited. Then Dawoon divided the tasks to them. Dawoon and Seung-woo would take some ripe grains, while Jin-Soo would look after them, because there might be some skeletons like Hoyol said. Seung-woo didn't think that Dawoon would be afraid of skeletons. Dawoon denied that he was afraid of skeletons. It was just that Dawoon didn't want them to touch his precious wheat. Then Dawoon and Seung-woo immediately searched for the grains carefully, while Jin-Soo stood guard behind them. Not long after, Hoyol came in with a big pot. It was the rice he had cooked. They all immediately felt happy to see the delicious warm rice. After that, they all filled their empty stomachs. They ate the rice with gusto. Finally, all the preparations had been completed. There were happy people, a large number of offerings, and an area for the temple. Dawoon felt proud of the good work of all of them. There were tears rolling down their cheeks. Then Dawoon announced that this place was Artea's second temple. Now the temple area was set up. Alpha told Dawoon that he had to set up a trap to protect the temple. Dawoon did not think that there would be someone who discovered this place. Alpha explained that this was necessary for the temple to prepare for a potential invasion. But it turned out that Dawoon had set up the trap just in case. The rabbit beside him was curious about what trap Dawoon had set. Then Dawoon pointed towards the front where only rice fields were visible. Upon closer inspection, there was a ditch in the middle of the rice field. Technically, digging a ditch can be a trap. The paddy field can also cover the ditch, allowing intruders to fall into it easily. After that, Dawoon asked Alpha again about the next thing he could do. Then the Alpha told him to appoint a temple manager. Hearing that, the rabbit immediately made a strapping gesture as if to show Dawoon that he was suitable to be a temple manager. But Dawoon didn't think about it at all. Dawoon appointed Seung-woo to be the temple manager. Suddenly, the rabbit became furious with Dawoon. It turned out that Alpha rejected the offer. Dawoon immediately wondered what the reason was. The rabbit explained that of course it would be rejected because not just anyone could become the temple manager. But Dawoon also disagreed if the rabbit was going to be the temple manager because he thought he was just a rabbit. Hearing those words made the rabbit angry. Then the rabbit boasted that he was the superior rabbit, which Seung-woo could not compare to. Alpha confirmed this. He said that to become the temple manager one must surpass their peers. The rabbit asserts that this is the reason why many animals become managers. The easier it is to become a manager, the less significant the race becomes. The rabbit rebelled and rolled on the ground. However, the rabbit felt he was the only one worthy. Then he forced Dawoon to make him the temple manager now. Finally, Dawoon decided to appoint him as the temple manager, even though Dawoon had his doubts about it. The rabbit was seen smiling broadly and happy after being appointed as the temple manager. The rabbit immediately posed like an idol in front of them all. The rabbit asked Dawoon to give it a name. The rabbit looked annoyed at Dawoon, who only gave it the name Rabbit. Seeing the rabbit's expression made Dawoon laugh. He thought it was still better than no name. That made the rabbit very angry because it was the same as nothing had changed from him. After appointing Rabbit as the temple manager, Seung-woo and Jin-soo finally became Dragon's apostles. By upgrading the apostle, a new feature was unlocked. Managers and apostles can communicate through telepathy, which is basically called group chat. However, the number of dragon apostles could not increase indefinitely. So Hoyeo let Seung-woo and Jin-soo become disciples, as they had to be more proactive in battle. Finally, their long struggle towards becoming dragon disciples was over. Meanwhile, in the Slit village, there was one person who was still awake from sleep. He was the village elder who was still sitting on his throne fiddling with his fingers. The old man looked very agitated and had a bad feeling. According to his experience, he could conclude that his life was in danger. He suspected that the griffin meat he ate earlier was stale and the salt he bought was poison. But then he was convinced that there was nothing wrong with any of it. Instantly, his insight skill activated, and the anxiety started. The village elder felt that his anxiety was coming from Dawoon. At the outer gate were 2 guards on night watch. One of the men was worried about how they would beat the skeleton. It turned out that this was his first time on watch. Then his partner explained to the man that there was a special sign when the skeleton began to appear. The skeleton would come out of the gravestone soil. When the gravestone appears, then shortly after the ground changes, and the skeleton will emerge from the ground. So, his companion reminded the man to tell everyone immediately when he saw the gravestone. His companion told him that even if he crushed their skulls or limbs, they would not die. The man nodded as if he had understood what his companion meant. His companion emphasized once again not to underestimate the skeletons. He told him that the weakness of the skeleton was when it could destroy the gravestone. The man became curious as to what the gravestone looked like. Right at the same time, the gravestone appeared in front of them. Suddenly, it made them both very surprised. The man immediately ordered his friend to tell this to the village elder. Meanwhile, those who were still in the underground temple sensed something was happening up there. Seung-woo felt that there was a commotion outside, so he invited them to go upstairs. The elder was very surprised to hear the news. Then he mobilized all his troops to fight. The elder realized that his anxiety had not come from Dawoon. The elder was panic-stricken to see so many skeletons ahead, but there was no time to retreat. They had no chance but to fight back. The elder didn't care what happened. With all his strength, he would protect this precious village. The skeleton army came to fight the villagers. The villagers were ready for the battle against the skeleton army. The battle was very fierce. They exchanged attack after attack. One by one, the skeletons were destroyed by the villagers, and vice versa, the skeleton troops continued to attack the villagers tirelessly. On the other hand, the village elders watched their battle. The battle became increasingly chaotic and could not be stopped. A fight without destroying gravestones, it was just a fight of attrition. Given that the villagers were fighting, it was impossible to break through the large number of skeleton troops and destroy the gravestones. It was known that the skeleton army had infinite physical strength and stamina, so the fight was controlled by the skeleton army. Humans with limited physical strength and stamina could not match the strength of the skeleton army. The possibility of victory was very small for the villagers. The elder did not despair, seeing that there was little chance that the villagers would win. For him, it did not matter if there was a possibility or not. Then the elders went down to the battlefield and fought alongside the villagers against the skeleton army. The villagers told the elders that the number of skeleton troops was too much, and the villagers' side would not have the slightest chance of winning a long-term battle against the skeleton troops. Over time, the villagers began to feel one thing: fear. Once fear hits a person, then it makes a person unable to show their true abilities. The village elders should immediately realize the anxiety of the villagers. To overcome this hopeless battle, the village elders should give the villagers a moral boost. Next, it seemed that the village elders were aware of the villagers' anxiety, and the village elders gave a speech to the villagers to keep fighting. The village elders told the villagers that everyone is fighting fiercely. Some of the villagers may be and feel as if there is no chance of winning, but the village elders want the villagers to think well. The elders told the villagers that all the hardships had been endured, and the courage and perseverance to survive all this time. The elders added to the villagers that all the time they had spent together, and the reason why all the villagers had to endure. The village elder continued to encourage the villagers to persevere, so that all the villagers could return to their normal world. Surviving in the dungeon is a habit for all survivors, but sometimes the repetitive routine destroys the goal. But with the collective will of everyone, miracles can be born. The village elder's speech had awakened the fighting spirit and reminded them of their goal once again. One of the villagers who heard the elder's speech said that he thought there was no chance to win this battle, but it had turned into a battle that the villagers had to win. Furthermore, it could be seen that the spirits of all the villagers were burning hot, and the villagers were increasingly confident that they could win the battle against the skeleton army. All the villagers cannot die in this battle. The villagers' motivation is increasing, and a miracle might really happen. Suddenly, Dawoon, Suengwu, Jinsu, and Hoyol came into the battle, which surprised the village elders. Then Dawoon told the elders that the elder's speech was very moving and motivated the villagers. With an incredulous look on his face at Dawoon's arrival with his colleagues, the village elders believed a real miracle had arrived. It might be a cliché or even an exaggeration for some, but there is no better word to describe them as heroes. Dawoon and his comrades jumped into action to attack the skeletons and save the villagers. Everyone was stunned to see their very cool battle action. Xiongwu was seen taking out his lightning bolt skill that could create lightning. The lightning immediately struck the group of skeletons. The elder was petrified silent at the actions of Dawoon and his comrades. He didn't expect the power they had. One of the villagers thought that the weapon Xiongwu used to control the lightning was amazing. Then Jinsu came over to the villagers. He showed even greater skill than Xiongwu had. Jinsu aimed his crossbow at the skeletons. Unexpectedly, his crossbow could immediately make many skeletons fall down. Meanwhile, Hoyol went into action to help a man who was fighting a skeleton. Hoyol stood in front of the skeleton while ruffling his waist as if challenging him, but instantly the skeleton stabbed Hoyol in the stomach with his sword. Suddenly, Hoyol was shocked and the skeleton smiled with satisfaction, but it turned out that Hoyol was just pretending. Then Hoyol immediately reversed the attack on the skeleton. He smashed the skeleton's body with his weapon to pieces. The man behind Hoyol was puzzled as to how Hoyol could live after being impaled by a sword. Dawoon explained to the elder that Hoyol's skill was replay, which is commonly called an optimistic skill for tanks. The elder didn't expect that. Dawoon told each of his members' skills. Ryu Seongwoo, who has the power to destroy on the battlefield. Then Yu Jin-soo has a long-range attack, while Guho Yol could create a sense of stability with his extraordinary endurance. The elder was stunned to see the three of them together as an unstoppable force. Those three people were a very strong team. Dawoon asked the elder about his reasons for fighting outside. Dawoon thought it would be better to fight behind the fence, but the elder said that it was the best opinion they had. The elder explained that in the land of the dead, it was difficult to get high-quality wood. The fence looked strong on the outside, but rotten on the inside. That made it less durable. Moreover, They also didn't have melee fighters. That was the reason why they did not reach their full potential by fighting from behind. Hearing that explanation, Dawoon concluded that the fence was useless. The elders said that the fence was not completely useless. When they were dealing with a large enemy, it could limit it when attacks came from all directions. But Dawoon thought it was a complicated and ineffective method. Dawoon told him that they needed a better fence. Then Dawoon stretched to get ready for action. The elder who saw him was confused as to what Dawoon was trying to do. Instantly, Dawoon ran quickly and created a wall around the village. The wall prevented the skeletons from entering it. Then, Dawoon called Seongwoo and Jinsu through telepathy. Then they both immediately answered Dawoon's call. Without further ado, Dawoon immediately explained to the two of them that he was going to separate the villagers and the skeletons. Therefore, Dawoon needed their help. Dawoon ordered Seongwoo to come to him, while Jinsu was ordered to find Hoyeol and stay with him. But Jinsu was confused. He didn't know how to find him in this chaotic battlefield. Dawoon told him to look around him. Suddenly, they were both very astonished to see that there was a towering tower in front of them. So were all the villagers who saw it. Dawoon, who was on top of the tower, immediately started to plan his war strategy and activated a small map. Inside the small map, there were many red dots, which were the number of skeleton troops, while the two blue dots were Seongwoo and Jinsu, who had just become dragon apostles. Dawoon, who saw the map, was shocked to see that there were so many skeletons besieging the village. Not long after, the rabbit, who was the temple manager, came. The rabbit came in angry at Dawoon because he was always messing up. The rabbit kept blaming Dawoon for all of this. But this was not Dawoon's will, nor did he know that the temple he built would attract all the skeletons. The rabbits felt confused and wondered what the connection between the temple and the skeletons was. Suddenly, Alpha replied that undead creatures were attracted to the aura of life in the shrine. Dawoon immediately cut Alpha off and asked him if he already knew this. Instantly, Alpha became silent. There was a flash of lightning that traveled up the tower. It turned out to be the figure of Seongwoo, who approached Dawoon. Dawoon was surprised and didn't expect Seongwoo to be that fast. Likewise, Seongwoo, he also felt that Dawoon could build the tower very quickly. According to Seongwoo, Dawoon kept getting more and more extraordinary. Then Seongwoo asked him about Dawoon's words of wanting to separate the villagers. Then Dawoon said that he needed Seongwoo's help with that. Then the two of them were seen having a serious conversation. After a while, their conversation was finally over. Seongwoo already understood what he had to do. Dawoon spoke to Jinsu through telepathy. Dawoon told Jinsu to prepare to close his eyes. Suddenly, Jinsu immediately felt confused. Meanwhile, Seongwoo was seen standing on top of the tower holding two swords in his hands. He was preparing to perform the action. But before that, he looked at Dawoon, who was behind him. Seongwoo reminds Dawoon that this will be difficult to do. But Dawoon assured him that he could win against all those skeletons and promised to meet him later. Seongwoo closed his eyes and hoped Dawoon could keep his promise. After that, Seongwoo raised his sword high and instantly heard the rumbling sound of thunder created by the two swords. Events rewind to a few moments earlier. Seongwoo looked surprised to hear that Dawoon asked him to create a signal with his lightning skill. Dawoon wanted Seongwoo to use all the power he had and create something similar to a flare. That was something Seongwoo could do. But Seongwoo felt that it would be better to use the power to fight with the skeletons. But according to Dawoon, it was a waste. Dawoon reminded Seongwoo that he would get all the villagers' attention right away by showing his skills. When the elders gave their voice, even though they shouted very loudly, not everyone could hear them. It was all because no one cared how loud they were in the midst of battle. But if it was from the height of this tower, then Seongwoo could get the attention with his lightning skill, without exception. Seongwoo immediately realized that he had been in the dungeon for a long time. He always tried to stay together with his partner. But in such an unfavorable situation, Seongwoo thought there was nothing he could do. Seongwoo realized that Dawoon had awakened him. There was a smile on the corner of Seongwoo's lips. He really wanted to save everyone in this village. Without further ado, Seongwoo started the action. His sword released a huge lightning energy. Then Seongwoo told Dawoon that he would start immediately. Then Xiongwu activated his lightning bolt skill. Xiongwu struck the two swords in his hands with such force that a powerful lightning bolt was created from the top of the tower. A beautiful light pierced the night sky in the slit village. It drew all the attention of the villagers. They were all stunned by the scene on the tower for a long time. Then Xiongwu shouted from the top of the tower to order all the villagers to go to the wall near the fence. The villagers wondered when the wall was built. Xiongwu yelled again for them all to go inside the wall because he was going to end everything soon. The villagers looked confused about what Xiongwu is planning. But one of the female villagers immediately invited the others to follow Xiongwu's directions. All the villagers worked together to get inside the wall. Xiongwu looked exhausted from exerting all his strength. He felt like he was overdoing it. Xiong left the rest to Dawoon to take care of the matter. He hoped that Dawoon could defeat the skeletons. Meanwhile, Dawoon ran together with Jinsu and Hoyol through the skeleton army. Hoyol saw the movement of the skeletons slowing down. He guessed that it was because of Xiongwu's lightning that scared them. Then Jinsu asked Dawoon what they should do now. Dawoon explains that the first thing they have to do is check that all the villagers are safe behind the wall. Dawoon thought that it would be difficult for him to do alone. Instantly, Jinsu's eyes glazed over. He didn't expect Dawoon to have such a kind heart. However, this was not what Jinsu thought. Dawoon insists that this isn't some kind of heroic story. Dawoon says that if the situation is like this, then all the villagers owe him. Hearing this made Jinsu feel very confused about what was meant by owing him. Instantly, Dawoon smiled slyly. Dawoon told them that he would claim some high-level equipment from the villagers after this battle was over. On top of the tower was Seong-woo, who had just woken up from his stupor after the stunt he had just pulled. It seemed that the man had overexerted his power. Not long after came Jinsu, who ran to him while crying hysterically. Jinsu immediately hugged Xiongwu tightly. He was very happy to see Xiongwu, who survived. Jinsu was very worried about him because he didn't come down from the tower earlier. Then Xiongwu asked about Dawoon and the skeletons. Since Xiongwu just woke up from his stupor, he doesn't know anything about what's going on around him. Xiongwu looked very panicked, but Jinsu calmed him down. Jinsu told Xiongwu to listen carefully around them. Xiongwu listens to his surroundings for a moment. Then he realizes that there are a lot of people cheering Jung Dawoon's name. Suddenly, Xiongwu walked to the edge of the tower to see it with his own eyes. From the top of the tower, Xiongwu saw all the residents adoring Jung Dawoon for saving them all. Seeing that scene brought tears to Xiongwu's eyes because he was so moved. Dawoon never ceased to amaze Xiongwu. Meanwhile, the rabbit was visibly disgusted by the screams of the villagers who adored Dawoon. The rabbit quipped that they wouldn't praise him this much if they really knew Dawoon. Hearing that, Dawoon immediately threatened him to never feed him meat again forever. The rabbit immediately felt annoyed and cursed behind Dawoon's back. But Dawoon teased him and told him to smile. Dawoon was led around the village on an elephant. All the villagers cheered at young Dawoon's victory. Hoyol just reached the top of the tower to catch up with the two of them. From the top of the tower, they saw young Dawoon, who was being mobbed by the residents. Hoyol smiled proudly at Dawoon. He felt that he couldn't stay long because it was too embarrassing for him. Hoyol said that Dawoon was an extraordinary figure who even had a golem in his hand. Suddenly, Xiongwu immediately noticed. Xiongwu was skeptical because they looked different, but they were really golems. Xiongwu asked Hoyol what had happened. Hoyol thought that he had seen it from the top of this tower. Then Jinsu explained that Xiongwu fainted after using his lightning bolt. Hoyol regretted it because Xiong didn't see it directly. Then Hoyol was silent for a long time because he felt confused about where to start explaining it. Jinsu was annoyed that Hoyol took so long to think. Finally, Jinsu took the initiative to explain it to Xiongwu. Jinsu said that at first, they thought it was just to protect the villagers. With a strong wall, they could stop the enemy from getting closer. They followed the directions to check if any villagers were still outside the wall. After making sure everyone had passed through, they thought they could finally rest. But Jinsu was very surprised to see Dawoon, who was still full of enthusiasm for the action. Dawoon pulled out his horned bull skill. Dawoon ran very quickly while placing bricks from his inventory. His actions were deceptively simple. He used smooth little movements to get the best results. All the villagers who were there witnessed the whole thing. They remembered Dawoon's kindness of just giving away all the griffin meat and also giving away all the salt. They thought that Dawoon was a very extraordinary person, like an angel helping them. Instantly, young Dawoon's reputation skyrocketed. But Dawoon's plan didn't end with just a wall. After all the villagers had been evacuated, he started the attack by looking at his opponent's location points on a small map. The reason why Dawoon did not join the fight immediately was to avoid hurting the villagers. As long as the villagers left the area, then there was nothing for Dawoon to worry about anymore. At that moment, Dawoon also took out his Legion Golem to help him finish off the skeletons. Hearing that story made Seung-woo stunned, realizing that Dawoon really did a great job. Meanwhile, from a distance there was the Elder staring at Dawoon, who was being mobbed by his villagers. The Elder didn't seem to like Dawoon, who had attracted the attention of the villagers. He was too heavy to acknowledge Dawoon. But it was the only thing he could do. When Dawoon looked at the Elder who was in front of him, the Elder suddenly gave a big smile and gave a symbol of love to Dawoon. On a sunny morning in the Slit village, Dawoon woke up from his deep sleep. Dawoon was a little surprised when he woke up from his sleep because the villagers greeted Dawoon very enthusiastically. The villagers were very friendly to Dawoon, probably because Dawoon shared a pretty intense experience last night with the Slit villagers. Fighting was the main topic of the moment. Seung-woo played a big role, while Dawoon and his amazing fighting prowess became the focus of the Rift villagers' conversation. Rabbit asked Dawoon that he was curious about whose fault it was in the first place, but Dawoon emphasized that at least everyone was safe and okay. Dawoon hoped that after this incident Seung-woo would stop blaming himself. Then Rabbit told Dawoon that Seung-woo had a conscience unlike anyone else. Next, Dawoon was ordered to collect the equipment that the skeletons had. If Dawoon offered them all as offerings, it would be a considerable amount of life energy. Then Dawoon asked the Rabbit if broken items could be offered, and the Rabbit told Dawoon there might not be much energy left, but there was still something to collect. The village elder was kneeling in front of Dawoon. Dawoon was surprised why the village elder was doing that in front of him. The village elder knelt in front of Dawoon. He wanted to thank Dawoon because now the people of Sela village had a strong wall to keep them safe. Then the village elder told Dawoon that the situation of the Slit village had changed. The village elder explained to Dawoon that since yesterday, a large number of skeletons started wandering around outside the village. It meant that outside the wall was much more dangerous, so the villagers were isolated and resulted in the villagers lacking food. The village elder explained that normally the villagers entered the dungeon to collect food supplies, but now the villagers had to pass through a number of skeletons each time. Then, with an annoyed look on his face, the Rabbit asked the village elder what the villagers wanted. Hearing that, Dawoon ordered the Rabbit to shut up and stop messing around. There wasn't a dungeon participant who didn't know about the talking rabbit, a creature that carried the most terrifying memories when first summoned. Next, Dawoon thought that the villagers wanted something. Dawoon asked the village elder to tell him what they wanted. The village elder had an idea after seeing the wall. Then, the village elder wanted Dawoon to help make a bridge. Dawoon looked confused. Then the village elder explained that if Dawoon could make a road that was as high as the wall, then the skeletons wouldn't be able to reach it. If the villagers could be provided with a safe passage, it meant that the villagers could go to the dungeon to gather food supplies again. Dawoon then asked how far it was to the dungeon, and the elder told Dawoon that the distance to the dungeon was the same as Dawoon circling the village 2 to 3 times. If it was only that much, there should be no problem for Dawoon to build a bridge. But Dawoon didn't intend to do it willingly. Dawoon wanted to make an offer to the village elder. Next, the village elder, Dawoon, and the Rabbit were outside. The villagers seemed surprised to see the Rabbit with Dawoon. The elder told the villagers not to panic as the Rabbit was Dawoon's companion. The villagers seemed to have unconditional trust in Dawoon. Then the elder looked at the wall while saying that it was a very tough wall. Then Dawoon explained that he had done enough. The chunk of earth was the most valuable item that Dawoon had collected so far. Dawoon wanted to start bidding to the village elders. In exchange for using his precious items, Dawoon wanted to get some other items. First, Dawoon wanted to start with the equipment dropped by the skeletons. The village elders agreed to Dawoon's first request. The village elders explained that in order to collect the skeletons' equipment, the help of the villagers was needed. The rumor of Dawoon's bridge had spread quickly. The villagers were very happy to hear the news, as it would be very convenient for the villagers if there was a direct route to the dungeon. Furthermore, Dawoon and the rabbit are in the purple soil. If Dawoon and the rabbit died in this soil, then they would also become skeletons, and their bodies would rot and be absorbed into the soil. Dawoon looked puzzled, intrigued by the purple soil. It was known that the walls were made of normal soil, so it didn't matter to Dawoon, but Dawoon seemed curious if he could do the wall building. Then Dawoon checked first whether or not it was safe to build a new wall on top of the existing wall. There was a wall emerging from the ground. Dawoon and the rabbit observed the wall for a moment. To their surprise, they both saw that the wall instantly turned dark in color. Dawoon quickly purified the ground with his skills many times, but there was still no result. Dawoon saw that the soil had become extremely poisonous. Suddenly the rabbit realized something. The rabbit concluded that this was the real curse. The curse had turned the land infertile. The rabbit informed him that it had also turned the once generational army into skeletons. But immediately Dawoon told the rabbit that he had succeeded. Suddenly the rabbit was shocked and wondered how Dawoon could do it. Dawoon explained that he put the stone disc down and placed it on top of it. Dawoon didn't expect that it would work either. The rabbit thought that it was just an accident. He didn't seem to want to acknowledge Dawoon's prowess. Then Dawoon immediately started by making the foundation first. Meanwhile, the elder just stood by and watched as the rabbit fell to the ground from Dawoon's blow. After Dawoon got used to the process, he managed to crack the code. The first step was to climb onto the brick on top of the stone. The second step was to place the stone disc down, then drop 2 bricks on top of it. In the last stage, Dawoon moved forward. Dawoon kept repeating all 3 stages. Although everyone would be shocked to see this, for Dawoon this task was just part of the physical labor he faced every day in the dungeon. After he finished making the bridge, Dawoon placed a torch on the side of the bridge for light. The elder expressed his gratitude to Dawoon, but Dawoon told the elder that he did not do this for recognition. Dawoon admitted that he did it just because he liked it. Suddenly the elder burst into tears because of Dawoon's kindness. To him, it was very embarrassing for him as someone who used sneaky tactics to survive. Dawoon said that it was no big deal to him, but the elder still felt indebted to him. He offered Dawoon something to repay his kindness. Since the elder offered it himself, Dawoon didn't want to miss the opportunity. Dawoon mentioned the knife the elder used to prepare the food. Dawoon thought that the knife was quite good. Hearing that made the elder panic. The knife was a very precious heirloom to him. But the look on the elder's face changed instantly. He narrowed his eyes as if he was looking at something. Dawoon, who was in front of him, looked wrong. He thought that the elder was looking at him. Instantly, the elder shouted loudly, alerting Dawoon that there was an attack from behind him. Suddenly, Dawoon immediately turned around and avoided the attack. Dawoon also immediately saved the rabbit from the attack. Dawoon reminded the rabbit that he had saved him. The rabbit immediately expressed his gratitude to Dawoon. Dawoon then built a wall to use as their protection. The elder explained that it was a nut at the entrance of the dungeon. If someone was hit by it, then it would at least break a bone. But Dawoon felt that it could be used as food. Then the elder told him that it was a poisonous nut that would likely give him a stomachache to eat. But that wasn't a big problem for Dawoon. With his purify skill, he could purify the poison from the beans. Then Dawoon immediately ate the beans. Dawoon ordered the rabbit to collect all the beans. There was an old man showing a confused facial expression, looking at what was in front of him. Meanwhile, Dawoon seemed to be busy fiddling with his system screen. Dawoon had just finished making a space to put the materials they had collected. In front of him was a very deep hole. The elder who saw it questioned Dawoon's figure, who looked more like a digger. The elder was still curious as to how Dawoon had gathered all that dirt. The elder didn't want to get too close, but he also didn't want to make Dawoon an enemy. As it was getting dark, Dawoon invited the elder to return. There was a beautiful twilight in the evening sky. The three of them walked hand in hand over the wall under which there were skeletons. The elder thought that Dawoon was a very great person, because he could build a bridge that only took a day to build. Suddenly, Dawoon was surprised to see a lightning-fast movement coming towards them. It turned out to be Sung-woo. Sung-woo approached Dawoon because he saw him on his way there. Sung-woo then invited him to come back. There was a confused look on Dawoon's face and asked if there was a problem. Sung-woo said that Sung-woo had collected all the loot from the skeletons in the underground temple. The five of them gathered to look at all the loot they had collected. They all covered their noses as they smelled the unpleasant odor of the items. Jin-soo said that the smell was horrible. Sung-woo and Hoyeol wondered if the loot from all the skeletons could be used for offerings. The system told them that this would provide a large amount of life energy. Seeing that made Dawoon relieved and then invited his friends to return to the surface. Sung-woo looked confused and asked what they were going to do upstairs. "Of course it is payment time," said Dawoon. In the afternoon, next to the villagers' tents, they were all gathered there. The villagers were confused and wondered what had happened. It was Dawoon who had something to say. Dawoon first thanked them for being here. Then Dawoon told them all about their new bridge. Dawoon was sure that they were also worried about the number of skeletons since the battle. With the new bridge, they could pass the skeletons by now. The bridge was built to last after being made with a lot of supplies and labor. Dawoon was confident that the bridge would be a great help to all of them. Dawoon said that he had used a lot of resources building bridges and walls around this village. The faces of the villagers were visibly touched by Dawoon's speech. Then Dawoon said that he needed many strong items. So Dawoon asked the villagers for help this time by giving him second-level items or above. Suddenly, the residents were surprised to hear that. Dawoon was sure that they would appreciate all that Dawoon had done, but it might be hard for them to repay him. Dawoon would prefer that they happily hand over the items. If that didn't work, Dawoon planned to use slightly harsher means against them. The atmosphere became quiet for a moment. All of them were just silent while thinking about Dawoon's request. But not long after, there was a sword item thrown forward. A woman came forward and explained that this was her favorite weapon from the dungeon. It happened to be a second-tier weapon. The woman admitted that she had better equipment now, so she didn't use it much anymore. The woman brought it because she was related to her. The woman thought that everything would have ended that night if not for Dawoon, so she felt that she owed him her life. The woman offered the item to Dawoon. No matter how difficult it was, they had to repay their debt. Then the woman also invited the other villagers. The citizens who were in the back seemed to be discussing with each other. Finally, they all gave their second-tier items to Dawoon. It was a token of their gratitude to Dawoon. Seeing that made Dawoon very surprised. This was more than Dawoon expected. Like that, another day passed in the village of Rifts. The next morning, they were all gathered together talking. Sung-woo looked surprised to hear what Dawoon had just said. They had to enter the dungeon without Dawoon. Jin-soo looked panicked and tried to persuade Dawoon to go together. Hoyeol asked Dawoon why. Instantly, Dawoon stifled his laughter and said that it would be a shame if he failed. Seeing that expression, they knew that Dawoon wasn't serious. Hoyeol immediately pinched Dawoon's head with his arm. The rabbit encouraged Cho Hoyeol to strangle Dawoon even harder. They all seemed to be joking with each other. Then Dawoon pulled the rabbit's ears and told them that he would join them for the final ruins. Dawoon asked them to tell him the location if they went near there. Sung-woo looks worried. He thinks it's too dangerous if Dawoon looks for them himself. Then Dawoon said that he would just send the rabbit. Suddenly, the rabbit felt panicked. The white rabbit felt awkward if he accidentally ran into another guide. Besides that, now the rabbit was affiliated with the dragon's life, so he couldn't kill. The rabbit tried to convince Dawoon that he was the most useless. However, Dawoon was okay with that, because he thought the rabbit could also open gates. If the rabbit opened the gate near the last ruins, then Dawoon could come directly. Sung-woo was silent for a moment thinking about it. He thought that the plan was a fairly safe method, but Seung-woo still felt worried. The dungeon was a harsh place if Dawoon didn't keep improving. Xiangwu told Dawoon that Dawoon had to keep improving to increase his skills, and also create new skills. Xiangwu was worried that Dawoon would just waste the opportunity. Dawoon told Xiangwu not to worry about it. Dawoon has his own ideas and will do it himself. Dawoon looked at Xiangwu seriously, and then asked them to trust him. Dawoon will join them starting from the ruins. Finally, Xiangwu trusted him and would stop influencing him. They all gathered in the front yard. Then Ryu Xiangwu group left young Dawoon and went to the dungeon with 10 other people. Meanwhile, young Dawoon and the White Rabbit went down to the underground. The White Rabbit asked to reassure Dawoon if Dawoon was feeling okay since it had only been a few days since they met again, and now they were separated again. However, Dawoon would see them again soon. Then the White Rabbit asked what the real reason was for Dawoon staying in the city. Dawoon said that his own rice had no value. It had been a long time since Dawoon had food and realized that something important was missing. The rabbit looked confused and wondered what Dawoon meant by that. Then Dawoon pressed a button on his system. Instantly, something appeared in front of them that the White Rabbit was very surprised to see. The rabbit realized that it was the cursed land and asked Dawoon when he took it. Dawoon smiled widely and thought that making jigai soup was the best. The White Rabbit's face looked confused and wondered what jigai was. Meanwhile, Dawoon was busy blowing out the fire in the furnace. Feeling curious, the White Rabbit approached Dawoon and asked what Dawoon was actually doing. Dawoon was preparing a side dish for tonight, which was soybeans. According to Dawoon, after they simmered these soybeans, Dawoon thought it would go well if they used the purple soil. The White Rabbit didn't understand what Dawoon meant. When Dawoon found the dungeon soybeans, the first thing he thought of was fermented soybeans. The White Rabbit couldn't believe that the spoiled soybeans would be eaten. Dawoon corrected the White Rabbit's misconception and told them that it was called fermentation, but they had never heard of it before and thought it was an ancient term. Dawoon explained that it was a recipe passed down from generation to generation. If it worked, then Dawoon would make him some very delicious food. Seeing such a confident Dawoon, the White Rabbits couldn't imagine how good the food would be. With the help of stone monsters, they pound boiled beans with a mortar. Shape the mashed soybeans into rectangles, then use sunstones to dry the soybeans quickly, then wrap the soybeans with a new sun-dried straw rope. The White Rabbit looks puzzled at the rope that has been filled with grass. Dawoon explains that the mold on the straw helps fermentation. Seeing that made the White Rabbit wonder where Dawoon knew all that. They both looked at the soybeans hanging out in front. Dawoon thought that it looked good, but it was different with the White Rabbit who saw the soybeans as trash. Now the most important thing was how Dawoon would take advantage of this change. There was a thoughtful look on Dawoon's face. He thought that if they could control the intensity of the change, then they could drastically reduce the fermentation time. Dawoon thought that they couldn't just sit and watch the soybeans day and night. Then Dawoon was seen busily poking at the purple soil. The stone was fine, but now the iron was rotting. The intensity of the change was too strong, so the purification skill didn't work. The White Rabbit asked if Dawoon couldn't combine stone and earth. Then Dawoon began to think about it seriously. Not long after, Dawoon seemed to widen his eyes. Dawoon had come up with a good idea. Instantly, Dawoon hugged the White Rabbit very tightly. The White Rabbit really didn't think that it could mix rock and soil. Then Dawoon checked the screen in his system. They already had the rock that Dawoon had turned into dust. It was very surprising that mixing rock dust with cursed soil could reduce its concentration. They were both very happy that it worked. After placing the low-concentration cursed soil under the soybeans, the fermentation began. And so, the days passed. It was raining heavily in the village. The situation there looked tense. There was one man shouting instructions to all personnel to prepare to fight outside the fence. The look on the elders' faces was one of panic. Of all the rainy days, it happened when only a few people were here. Party Ryu Seung-woo wasn't here, and the elder hadn't seen Dawoon in a few days either. The elder thought that if it rained longer, then the ground might get wet and the changes would be more severe. The elder stood at the top while observing the soil made by young Dawoon. The elder was worried that the earthen wall would start to collapse. One of the villagers told him that the earthen wall was still standing strong. However, it became smoother because of the rain. Hearing that made the elder very panicked. Then the elder ordered them to find Dawoon immediately. In the worst-case scenario, they had to survive without him. Right at the same time, there was someone who greeted the village elder. Suddenly, the village elder immediately looked at him. It turned out to be Dawoon, who appeared along with the rabbit. They were both seen carrying something behind their shoulders. Dawoon and the elder were seen discussing up there. Dawoon had just learned from the elder's explanation that the skeletons become more aggressive on rainy days. He thought this was a bit dangerous. After all, soil is weak against water. Moreover, corpses become more energized. In that case, the earthen wall might be destroyed. The elder asked Dawoon about the best solution. Dawoon was silent for a moment, thinking about it. Then Dawoon called the attention of all the citizens down there. Dawoon asked Alpha about the possibility of setting this up as a trap. Alpha replied that it was possible, but Dawoon would have to set it up manually. That was understood by Dawoon, and he immediately started fiddling with the system screen in front of him. The village chief who was beside Dawoon looked confused with what Dawoon was doing. Then Dawoon asked the village head for a favor to smooth the soil after Dawoon planted it. In the pouring rain, the rebellious skeletons were seen behind the wall. Meanwhile, Dawoon and the village chief were busy planting plants on top of the earthen wall. The village chief realized that it was the plant that Dawoon got yesterday. After they finished planting, Dawoon cast a trap magic on it. Alpha had set the trap. It was the best trap, but unfortunately there were only a few. However, it didn't matter to Dawoon because they were reset. Moreover, that was not the point. Dawoon gave a clue about what would grow fast, even if all the bones rotted in such heavy rain. White Rabbit immediately guessed that it was a dungeon potato. Dawoon immediately confirmed his answer. It wasn't long before the skeletons came under attack. The ground wall of the Rift Village had been upgraded. The potato dungeon attacked from close range, while the soybean dungeon attacked from a long distance. It was very impressive. When the village chief looked at Dawoon, he seemed confused by what Dawoon was doing. It turned out that Dawoon and the White Rabbit were making straw. There were all the raindrops falling on the ground. There are times when instead of tranquility, background noise can make this self feel warm and fuzzy inside. The noise came from outside. Dawoon began to feel very happy. It was a sign that they were done. Then the village chief joined Dawoon and the rabbit who were taking shelter under the tent. The White Rabbit was seen shuffling the contents of the brown bag. Then Dawoon asked the White Rabbit what he thought of the current atmosphere. With the sound of soybean shots, the sound of rain and creaking skeletons, Dawoon thought it was all a beautiful harmony of sounds, like the stew they were making. White Rabbit didn't understand what Dawoon was talking about. The rabbit seemed to be busy chopping vegetables for cooking. The rabbit chopped the carrot roughly. Seeing that, Dawoon immediately admonished him not to cut it like that and to use his heart. Then Dawoon took something out of his pocket. It was pre-fermented soybeans. Donjang jigai without those soybeans would not taste good. The White Rabbit muttered that it was just rotten beans. The village chief looked surprised to hear Dawoon say it was Daeonjang. Then Dawoon said that there was another surprise for him. The White Rabbit guessed that he meant bricks from before. There was a look of astonishment on the village chief's face when he saw Dawoon's tofu. The village chief never thought he would see that in the dungeon. The village chief did not expect daeojang and tofu from soybeans found from inside the dungeon. For Dawoon being in the dungeon didn't pose the slightest problem. The village chief was very impressed with him. Not long after that, the daeonjang jigai soup was ready. Now Dawoon would show them another skill of his. At the border of the fence, there was a man descending the stairs. The man had finished with the task ordered by Dawoon. The man told his partner that the atmosphere outside was not like a village anymore, but like a castle. There was a look on the man's face that was thinking hard. Then the man said that it looked like the skeleton of a castle. Suddenly the man smelled a delicious scent from the distance. The man wondered what that scent was. His companion said that Dawan asked them to eat together. The daeonjang jigai soup was cooked and gave off a delicious aroma. Dawoon was grilling tofu. Meanwhile, the White Rabbit was setting the table in the tent. The White Rabbit asked Dawoon if they were going to have a party. Then the White Rabbit looked down where the villagers had gathered. The villagers smelled very good from there. Then Dawoon invited them to order and asked for their help to organize it. They were all sitting neatly under the tent. There were looks on the faces of those people who couldn't hold back their hunger anymore. Since everyone had gathered, Dawoon invited them to enjoy the meal. Suddenly, they immediately ate with gusto. One man was amazed by the taste. He said each grain of rice was chewy and moist, and it felt like the rice was dancing in his mouth. After that, he took the tofu. He never thought he would taste tofu in a dungeon. The man thought that the tofu was very soft. The best part was the doenjang jjigae soup. The man was speechless, his body trembling just looking at the soup. They were very curious about where Dawoon got these ingredients. To them, Dawoon's figure was like a village. The White Rabbit was surprised to see those people who were so emotional while eating. The White Rabbit wondered what it was like to make people emotional. Out of curiosity, the rabbit finally ate it to make sure. Instantly, the White Rabbit asked Dawoon for another bowl of rice. Even though it was already his third bowl, the White Rabbit couldn't stop eating because it tasted so good. Dawoon himself makes the ingredients and cooks them. Then Dawoon shared it with the others. Seeing all of them loving his cooking made Dawoon feel satisfied and relieved. Instantly, the system popped up saying that Dawoon had successfully made a dish that required a complicated process, and the dungeon was filled with admiration. Dawoon therefore received a reward. The reward was 10% more flavor and 20% cold resistance. There was an aura that enveloped all of their bodies from eating the food. Suddenly, they felt better. Also, they didn't feel too cold now. It was so delicious and warm. As expected, Koreans need to eat rice. Dawoon was curious and wanted to know if his cold resistance would be permanently increased. But according to the rabbits, it was impossible because the effect would wear off once everything was digested. The White Rabbit was also a little worried that they were eating while enemies were coming from all directions. But according to Dawoon, at least they would be safe up there. Those skeletons wouldn't be able to climb up the wall anymore. There was a notification sound from the system. Suddenly, a very bright golden light appeared. Because they both felt very curious, they finally approached and looked at it. There was a dumbfounded look on Dawoon's face when he saw the contents of his prize. It turned out to be an achievement that was the Destroyer of Skeletons. The reward was that Dawoon could be twice as good at crushing bones. Dawoon held the head of the skull slowly. Instantly, the skull shattered into pieces. It made Dawoon seem surprised by the ability of his hand, even though Dawoon had barely touched it. The amount of power Dawoon gained from this achievement was enormous. The village chief approached Dawoon and also reminded Dawoon that he had also gotten the Destroyer of Skeletons achievement. Dawoon thought the village chief could do well. It was confirmed by the village chief. He was frank that he was struggling to survive. Dawoon thought it was only natural considering the village chief was the longest-standing figure here. No wonder the village chief fought so well for his age. Dawoon then asked if that applied even if he fought on purpose. The village chief felt so. Dawoon was seen selecting a menu on his system screen. Dawoon did not expect that this would work. Now they could both chew and eat fish bones. The White Rabbit thought that Dawoon looked like a Pokyu. Seeing that the reward for destroying 1,000 skeleton soldiers was this kind of ability, Dawoon took the initiative to defeat more. However, the village chief was not convinced. Because the village chief had defeated approximately 2,000 so far, but nothing special had happened. Because of the reward generated by capturing skeletons with traps, Dawoon wondered if it would work if he just waited around. Alpha suggested to Dawoon to upgrade the trap installation skill. It was possible with all the life energy they had accumulated. Improving the temple management skill would benefit the temple. Dawoon thought it was a bit of a waste. Therefore, Dawoon preferred to increase the gate skill, but Alpha said there still wasn't enough energy to upgrade the gate skill. Finally, Dawoon increased the level of the trap skill according to Alpha's suggestion. Based on the skill explanation, shortened the reset time. Now traps can be manipulated more precisely. Previously, the trap attacked the movement randomly, but now Dawoon believed it might set a specific target. With the current ability Dawoon had, the number of traps that could be controlled continuously amounted to 20. The result was amazing. There was a powerful explosion ahead. Dawoon and the White Rabbit looked dumbfounded at it. Meanwhile, in Stage 4 of the second dungeon, there was a heavy snowstorm falling on the place. Small monsters were falling. Jinsu's whole body was shaking from the cold. Jinsu didn't expect Seong-woo to defeat all the little monsters with brute force just now. All the little monsters' necks were broken. Seong-woo tells him that he's practicing his new powers now. Jinsu thinks that Seong-woo got a new skill after fighting with skeletons. Seong-woo explains that it's not a skill, but a reward he got from achievement. It's the Destroyer of Skeletons, where Seong-woo can destroy bones twice as well. What skills do they have, and how will they be added in training? Breaking bones is twice as good. Ryu Seong-woo interpreted this description in a different way. Except for some special cases, every living thing has bones. Ryu Seong-woo starts with this as a basis. By attacking places where muscles such as the neck and knees are not protected, a dramatic increase in combat power can be achieved. Of course, only a person with perfect fighting senses could make this observation. And that person was Ryu Seong-woo. But in terms of numbers, no one can rival Jung Dawoon. It was a sunny afternoon inside the tent. Inside was Dawoon, who was focusing on using a skeleton bone as chopsticks. However, the skeleton immediately broke. Dawoon was going to do some strength control training with a pair of bone chopsticks. But it looked like Dawoon needed to be a little calmer. Dawoon wondered how many other traps could be improved. Seeing Dawoon digging tunnels and eating bones, the squirrel thought that Dawoon was the god of Squirrel Land. The squirrel's eyes lit up as it stared at Dawoon. Seeing that made Dawoon confused. Dawoon looked at the list of traps. The arrow launcher had a longer range and doubled the number of loaded arrows. But it was a little unfortunate that there was only one arrow launcher. Dawoon thought about making it again. Alpha explained that it couldn't be made again because it was a magic item. But if it was broken, it could be reset. Dawoon wondered what else it could be used for. Dawoon had been cooking a lot lately. Alpha told him that from now on it could also be filled with boiling water and not just oil. Hearing this, Dawoon looked surprised and did not expect it. Dawoon thought that if he put Deonjang Jjigae into it, then he would get unlimited Deonjang Jjigae. A few days later. When Dawoon was fast asleep, suddenly Seong-woo's voice was heard calling Dawoon through long-distance telepathy. Dawoon immediately woke up hearing Seong-woo's voice. Dawoon immediately asked if Seong-woo made it to the ruins. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seong-woo seemed to be breathing heavily. Seong-woo told Dawoon that he needed Dawoon's help to get him out. There were footsteps running in a hurry. It was the village chief who ran up to Dawoon because Dawoon was looking for him. Dawoon said that he had something to ask him. Dawoon asked about the location of the second dungeon ruins. Hearing that, the village chief's face looked dumbfounded. The village chief admitted that he couldn't help Dawoon with that. The ruins did exist, but the elder felt that he wouldn't be able to find it by normal means. With a serious look on his face, the elder explained that the entrance to the ruins would change every time it was reset. Dawoon and the village chief seemed to be having a serious conversation. The village chief explained that the ruin site was underground. However, the entrance changed every time it was reset. But Dawoon knew that the village chief had experience in raid dungeons. According to Dawoon, it would help if the chief came along with him. The village head folded his arms across his chest as he closed his eyes. The village chief really appreciated the offer, but due to the difficulty of raiding the ruins, the village chief could not see the details anymore. If that was the case, then there was nothing they could do. Dawoon thought that the clue might be in that dungeon. Immediately, the village head called Dawoon. Although the village chief could not participate, he was able to tell him how the raid went. Suddenly, Dawoon immediately widened his eyes and asked about it. Outside Stage 4 of the second dungeon, a white rabbit was seen walking through the forest. Through telepathy, the white rabbit communicated with Jinsu. The rabbit asked where they were now. Jinsu told it to follow the path there and there would be a cold fog. But the rabbit thought it was impossible for there to be fog in this forest. The rabbit continued to run while muttering to Dawoon that he was the only one suffering like this. Earlier, Dawoon told the white rabbit to go alone. This made the white rabbit look incredulous. Dawoon assured him that the rabbit only needed to go there and open the gate. According to Dawoon, that was the duty of a subordinate. Then Dawoon also threatened him with the plant. Fortunately, the white rabbit had a big heart. Not long after, the white rabbit arrived at a place in the forest that was filled with thick fog. The place was so foggy that it blocked visibility. Then the rabbit stepped in there. Instantly, the rabbit was in a snowy field accompanied by a storm. The white rabbit was seen shivering in the cold. Not long after, the rabbit met the three of them in front of there. Now the rabbit had opened the gate. Seeing that, Dawoon realized that the rabbit had found him. Dawoon then went straight to all of them. As soon as Dawoon got in there, he immediately felt shivering from the cold. Seung-woo forgot to remind Dawoon to bring some clothes. Dawoon looked surprised to see the condition of the three of them who were like that. Then Dawoon invited them to warm up before they talked further. Dawoon made a small building on the ground elephant's back. In the golem, there they were relieved to be warm. The effect of the sunstone was powerful. They felt like they were in heaven. After that, Dawoon and the rabbit came out from there. When the three men rested, they could build the tower first. It didn't take long before they finally managed to build a tower. The white rabbit suggested that it would be better to rebuild the gate under the tower. Hearing that, Dawoon immediately snapped his fingers and said that it was a good idea. That was how they would reset it. The white rabbit told Dawoon to dig the ground, while the white rabbit would open the gate. Now Dawoon and the white rabbit could fill each other's roles. Dawoon gave each of them a glass of hot tea. Hoyol could immediately feel his warm stomach. A shy Seung-woo asked Dawoon to add another glass of tea. The tower seemed to stand firmly in the middle of the snowstorm outside. Inside, they all sat together in discussion. Dawoon said that he had gotten a brief explanation from the village chief about the way into the ruins. Seung-woo was sure that Dawoon should be able to find it. Then Dawoon asked Seung-woo about his discovery, which was some kind of mysterious lithography. The village chief told him about it, and then Dawoon asked Seung-woo to show it to him. Seung-woo immediately showed the stone plate. Seung-woo wondered if this had anything to do with the ruins. Rabbit explains that it's a keystone. The closer to the gate, the darker the blue light. Now the light doesn't seem to be shining. Dawoon thinks that it might be broken. Seung-woo tells him that it only glows at night. Seung-woo had it thinking it would be a useful clue, but it turned out to be some kind of navigation device. Rabbit says that they can't help him. It seems that the stone slab is made of moonstone. Dawoon was curious about the moonstone. Dawoon thought that it looked like a new sun. The white rabbit also saw that they were very similar. The closer to the sunstone, the more the moonstone would shine. Hearing this, Dawoon guessed that it meant there was a moonstone at the entrance to the ruins, but the rabbit didn't know for sure. Dawoon immediately brought it closer to the sunstone. However, there was no reaction at all. The white rabbit explained that the moonstone was not some kind of sun detector. There will be a separate magic sunstone there. The situation is clear now. Dawoon asked why Seung-woo didn't contact him earlier. The look on Seung-woo's face was just laughing while scratching his head. Seung-woo admitted that he didn't think the ruins would turn out like this. But it's starting to get colder. No matter how great the humans are, he won't survive. They always still need to fight monsters and raid dungeons. Skill levels can increase and become stronger. But that's all story until after they adapt to the environment. Meanwhile, Dawoon and his group entered a loaded elephant with a floor heating system. Dawoon increased his body temperature. Dawoon also restored his stamina with his jjigae. Increasing buffs by eating jjigae soup was very effective. Seung-woo felt that it tasted good. Seung-woo didn't realize that he had given that much buff to support himself. Pokyu was seen gulping down the hot tea. Pokyu was also sensitive to walls. Dawoon will wait inside the elephant until night. Then they could leave once they could use the moonstone. Seung-woo wished that too. Meanwhile, outside, there was a group of small monsters walking closer to the plow building. The little monsters lined up, and their eyes lit up. Instantly, the monsters roared very loudly. Suddenly, Dawoon immediately looked over and felt panicked by the sound. Without further ado, Seung-woo got up from his seat and told them all to fight. The three of them went down from that place with Xiang Wu leading the way. Then suddenly Dawoon threw them a thick, warm coat. Xiang Wu thanked Dawoon for preparing this. The monsters seemed to be smiling broadly at them. Dawoon thought that they didn't look strong, but they looked quite cute. The White Rabbit told her that the monsters were ice gremlins, and they loved snowball fights. But Xiang Wu said that it wasn't the cute expression they deserved. Instantly, the swarm of ice gremlins rushed at them while throwing snowballs at them. Dawoon's head looked up watching the snowballs being thrown at him. Dawoon wondered if it was a real snowball fight. Seeing Dawoon, who was just standing there, Xiang Wu immediately pushed Dawoon's body to save him. Xiang Wu said that it was very dangerous. Luckily, the snowball didn't hit Dawoon. Suddenly, the thrown snowball became a sharp ice crystal. Suddenly, Dawoon was confused and wondered what it was. Xiang Wu explained that it was ice magic. The ice gremlins used snowballs and then added magic. Suddenly, Dawoon was surprised to know this fact. Alpha added that gremlins were artificial creatures created by witches. Once magic was forced into their bodies, they would use the magic elements by instinct. Dawoon immediately protested why they were just telling him now. Many snowballs were thrown at them all at once. As a result, there were explosions everywhere. One of the attacks also hit an elephant until it was destroyed. Dawoon gaped widely at the scene. Their ice magic really wasn't a joke. The density of the slush was on his level. Dawoon felt it was higher than that. Dawoon couldn't believe they perforated his golem. He was visibly upset by this. Dawoon will never forgive them. Xiang Wu told Dawoon to stay calm and not do anything rash. Then Dawoon asked what he should do. Xiang Wu holds his weapons in both hands and stands proudly. Then Xiang Wu tells them that they have to destroy them before the snow reaches the ground. Instantly, Xiang Wu jumps up and destroys the snowballs. Meanwhile, Hoyol uses his skills to protect Jinsu. Hoyol ran quickly and then plunged his axe. There was a very strong energy that destroyed the land. But instantly, Hoyol lost his target. Hoyol looked around for them. The monsters were seen hiding in a pile of snow. Jinsu, who realized it, immediately shouted to tell Hoyol that they were behind him. The monster immediately threw an attack. But fortunately, Hoyol immediately dodged. Suddenly, Dawoon immediately stepped on the monster's head until the bones broke. Dawoon reminded Hoyol to be careful because the monsters could hide in the snow. Since gremlins move freely through the snow, it is difficult for them to shoot at the target. In other words, it was difficult to defeat the gremlins. But fortunately, the fight goes on without much damage. Increased tolerance to cold plays a major role. Meanwhile, Dawoon was busy doing something. Dawoon made his golem army and also plants to attack the gremlins. Dawoon has made many modifications. Seeing that, the gremlins looked very panicked and scared. It was time to end this snowball fight. The White Rabbit gaped wide in surprise at Dawoon, who came along with his golem army. The White Rabbit couldn't believe that Dawoon was thinking of taking the golem's floor warmer, and also the White Rabbit suspected that Dawoon added a sunstone in there. When the sunstone and the ondol are interconnected, the power of the fire will increase. As a result, the superheating golem was born. Dawoon thought that with the snow the gremlins were super strong, but once the snow was removed, they would be very weak. Then Dawoon ordered the ondol golem army to melt all the snow. Instantly, the golem army sprang into action. The golem army easily melted them all. Xiang Wu and Jinsu smiled widely at the scene. According to Xiang Wu, Dawoon's idea was brilliant. Dawoon is indeed the best at doing this beyond genius. There was a fierce battle between the golem and the gremlins. Because they were so scared, the gremlins ran away and away from the golem army. They hid in a pile of snow. Suddenly, there was a powerful shock in that place. Suddenly, they wondered what had happened. Slowly, something emerged from the snow. There was an enormous figure coming out in front of them. It was a giant snow gremlin. Seeing that made Dawoon look dumbfounded. Dawoon didn't expect that they could make golems out of snow. The giant snow gremlins, whose bodies were huge, attacked Dawoon's golem army. The two golems fought each other. The snow golems were bigger, but according to Dawoon, the sunstone should still be enough to weaken the giant gremlins. Dawoon ordered his troops to melt the snow and not to lose to them. But Dawoon's golem army lost. Dawoon didn't expect his snow golem to be able to use magic as well. The gremlins seemed to smile happily at that. Then the giant gremlins attacked back with higher power. Xiangwu looked panicked and then looked at Dawoon to tell him something. However, Xiangwu immediately furrowed his brows because he was confused about what Dawoon was doing. You could see Dawoon, who was already visibly upset by the giant gremlins that had destroyed his golem army. Dawoon clearly saw that the density was superior to his golems, so they couldn't win against him directly. But that was when they were in the same weight class. It could be seen that Dawoon was busy making something. Now Dawoon had an advantage over the giant gremlins. Xiangwu and Jinsu gaped wide-eyed at what Dawoon had made. As for the white rabbit, he had never seen anything this big. Even the giant gremlins looked panicked and scared. Instantly, Dawoon shouted for his troops and ordered to roll out the boulder. Hearing that, his colleagues looked confused. All at once, Dawoon's golem troops pushed the boulder together. There was a huge rumbling sound in that place. Just like Newton's law, where force is mass multiplied by acceleration. With mass, and then multiplying the acceleration, the result is force. Dawoon's golem army worked together to push the boulder towards the giant gremlins. The giant gremlins seemed overwhelmed to hold it. Dawoon, who saw the fight, thought that victory would be in his favor. Sure enough, the giant rock was able to make the giant gremlins crumble instantly. However, the gremlins reunited themselves. Dawoon, who saw that, did not stand idly by. This time it was Dawoon's turn to deal with them. By using the lightning bolt skill, Dawoon was able to finish them all off. There was a huge explosion in that place. Finally, the gremlins were defeated. They gathered in a room to warm up. Hoyol really enjoyed his ondol, which was very warm and comfortable. All his tiredness disappeared. Xiangwu felt that Dawoon's skill had leveled up. Now the ondol skill is level 2. Dawoon was using the energy of a horned pig. Xiangwu was amazed by Dawoon, who had saved them from the crisis. Then they all joked with each other in there. Then the white rabbit said that he would check the lithography. The stone disc gave off a very bright light. Dawoon suggested following the light. They walked according to the direction of the light. There was an elephant golem walking in an indeterminate direction. The light shone brighter and brighter. Xiangwu felt that they were in the right place because the light was so bright. Then Dawoon got off and walked slowly towards a tree that was in front of there. Dawoon felt that the tree was a little suspicious. While looking at the stone disc in his hand, Xiangwu said that the closer they got to the tree, the more it would shine. Jinsu told them all that there was something glowing at the roots of the tree. The white rabbit tells them to get closer to the tree because there will be a reaction when the boards meet. When Xiangwu brought the stone disc closer, there was suddenly a very bright light that dazzled the eyes. The light was so intense that they couldn't open their eyes. Instantly, a notification appeared saying that they were about to enter the second ruin. A formation appeared around them. Suddenly, they were surprised to see it and wondered about it. The rays of light were getting brighter. Dawoon realized that this was some kind of seal gate. So now they were going to go to the ruins. But at the same time, the system popped up a notification that the system had an error, so Dawoon could not pass through the gate. Dawoon looked dumbfounded and just stayed silent while staring at the system screen. Dawoon threw himself into the snow. Dawoon looked like a hopeless person. The white rabbit could only encourage him. The reason Dawoon couldn't use the dungeon gate they knew a long time ago. Dawoon wouldn't do it. He would just look at the night sky. Then the white rabbit asked if Dawoon was going back to town. He thought they'd be better off going back if they just waited like this, especially in a place of extreme weather like this. But Dawoon just didn't want to be bothered and told the rabbit to go alone. Then Dawoon walked away from that place, but didn't know where he was going. In the middle of a snowstorm, Dawoon was building a tall tower there. The white rabbit guessed that Dawoon must have lost his mind. There were so many towers that Dawoon had built. Then the white rabbit walked after Dawoon. There was a bright light from the top of the tower. Dawoon had gained level 2 observation skill, but there was nothing he could do. The white rabbit said that it would all disappear on reset. It was just a useless piece of dirt. Then the white rabbit told Dawoon to wash his face with cold water and come to his senses. Dawoon thought he would freeze to death in this weather. Suddenly, Dawoon thought of the hot spring. The beautiful night sky is covered with twinkling stars and a slight chill on the tip of the nose. But building a hot spring can make it warm there. Dawoon looked excited. He had made a decision. The hot spring was the only thing that could cure his depression. The rabbit and squirrel seemed surprised to see Dawoon become like that all of a sudden. At that time, young Dawoon said that the size of the pond he had made should work well. Moreover, the height of the pot is also good. The Pokyu said that he would use the pot to boil water. Then, they would start setting the trap. After the water in the pot evaporated, he dipped his hand in to check the temperature was perfect. So, once the temperature gets that high, they pour it in and reset it. After that, he took off his clothes and got into the hot tub. He felt that soaking was very refreshing, and he felt like he was in heaven. But he felt that there was no heaven. The rabbit was puzzled to see him soaking in the hot water, just like in cold water. So the rabbit assumed he had cast the chant. Young Dawoon was very happy because it felt so good when he made the hot pool. But when the rabbit touched the water, he felt hot. After that, they traveled again, and young Dawoon felt refreshed by soaking in hot water. But the rabbit almost got burned while soaking. Then he asked what young Dawoon was going to do at that time. So, was he going back to town afterward? But it was impossible for young Dawoon to do so, because that would be unfair. Then he called Seungwoo and Jinsu. He also asked if they heard his voice. Then Seungwoo replied that he could hear his voice, and he asked if Young Dawoon was okay. But Young Dawoon was okay, and asked about his whereabouts. However, when Seungwoo wanted to answer, suddenly the ruin wall moved again and shifted. Then Young Dawoon asked why everyone was silent. Therefore he assumed that something was wrong with them. But he panicked because he didn't know what to do. But he had to leave right then. The rabbit told him to calm down because he knew where they were. Then Young Dawoon heard Sura Jinsu calling him and he asked about his condition. He panicked with him who was late answering his call and he asked what was going on. Jinsu apologized to him because there were several monsters he was dealing with. However, at that time he could be a little more relaxed. But when he heard Young Dawoon's voice and thought that he would be very worried. It happened because Young Dawoon heard that the ruins were shifting. But Jinsu says that the problem is not that serious, because they feel teleported to a different starting point. Moreover, the ruins are like a maze, because at regular intervals it keeps changing shape. But Jinsu was confused, and asked if he wasn't teleported to the maze. But Young Dawoon asked him to explain it in more detail. So at that moment, Jinsu felt that he might be lost. But it wasn't a dangerous situation. So, Seungwoo seemed to be in a big emergency. But it became an emergency because Seungwoo was weak, and they called it Gilchi. Moreover, it was very embarrassing for Seungwoo. But no matter what their situation was, it made Young Dawoon relieved. He also thought that something had happened, and Seungwoo was responsible. However, the Pokyu found a pile of snow. As he approached it, suddenly something jumped out at him. At that time, Young Dawoon saw 3 snow squirrels and he asked if they were making friends. They also have white fur because they live in the snow. However, they were confused to see each other. After that, he was confused to see that his Pokyu was talking about several things that made him not understand. But the rabbit covered its ears because the noise was so loud. So he invited him to come back and play with them. But the ruins under the ground they couldn't dig up. Young Dawoon admitted that he couldn't go through them, but he felt that the locals knew something. Therefore, Young Dawoon will ask them to tell him where the monster lives underground. So he will try to seduce him with the bones as Young Dawoon's investor, along with translator and businessman Pokyu. But Young Dawoon asked the rabbit to stay where he was. At that time, the rabbit said that their deal had worked by shaking hands. So, that time, the snow squirrel would be their guide. So, Young Dawoon would follow them below the surface. But something didn't go as he expected, because they met dead cicada larvae and frogs. They also did not expect that there was a lot of garbage being held in the soil. He also thought that it would be easy, but in fact he was afraid of the soil. Especially in front of them there was an ant tunnel. But they went ahead anyway, and digging was his specialty. But suddenly there was an explosion, and an ant came out of the ground. Young Da-woon panicked and asked why the ants came out of that place. The rabbit did not expect that ants could defecate. Therefore, he felt that he was a messenger of God. Young Da-woon said that he would see him again, but suddenly they ran from the ants, because he could not face them suddenly. Therefore, it was not an ordinary ant. Rather, it was a giant ant. So, they are one of the witch's experiments, a chimera version of ordinary ants. Young Da-woon said it would be a problem, because he would have to handle such monsters alone. But he can't help but face it, and also he can't run away, because the courage of the poisonous eagle will shine in that place. So he used the strength of the horned pig to kick the ant's head, but he held his leg because the ant's head hurt so much. Then the rabbit said that someone was coming again, so they had to close the hole. So he took out his stick to attack them at close range. So the first thing he did was stop them from moving. He threw his stick, but the stick that hit the ant's head bounced off and stuck in the ceiling of the hole. At that time, he didn't know he could throw it that hard, but he didn't know what to do at that moment. So he took out several of his sticks and pointed them around the hole. That made Young Da-woon very upset, because it worked for him. The rabbit panicked at the ants that started attacking them, but the ants suddenly stopped because of the stick. So Young Da-woon deliberately made it like that so that the ants did not advance, because they only move along the ground and it becomes effective. But it was all they could do for a while, and it was also what he wanted. Then Young Da-woon made a square hole in the center of the circle, so he will close all the holes, because they will try to destroy it through all the places it is dangerous. So, with the hole, he can get the place he wants. The rabbit was confused and asked if they would try to persuade the ant to go somewhere. But suddenly a root snakes out of the ground, which they will use to trap the enemy. Then one of the ants came out of the hole, and the plant fired a bullet at it. It made the rabbit feel like eating the ant, but they were already winning. At that time, the snow squirrel said that they would run along the road, so Young Da-woon would follow behind and go together. But the rabbit asked where he was going. Not long after they arrived at a place. At that time, he did not think that they arrived at a place where there was such a treasure. Therefore, it seemed that they were living in such a place. But the rabbit felt that it was not so, because based on the shape of the land, it must be an ant cave. So the rabbit was sure that the ants were moving things somewhere. Young Da-woon asked why the ants were carrying human objects. Rabbit said that they were worker ants. So he felt that if they did it because someone told them to, therefore it must be the witches who made them do it. At that time, he also found out why the witches converted the ants into chimeras. So, from the beginning, he felt it was impossible if they could find the witch's house, except for the entrance gate. But thanks to this, they were able to get safety from the intruders outside. So the witches were isolated from the outside world. Therefore, it is likely that the ants are not housekeepers. But Young Da-woon felt that the witches used ants as workers to collect materials in the soil. The witches were always hunted by people, but they never stopped doing evil experiments. However, it is the way they use. And finally, the question can be solved. But the rabbit felt that it wasn't a meaningless story at all, because by then, the witch's house had been destroyed and the ants were just workers. So, if Young Da-woon breaks through the ant tunnel, then he will get the right answer. But suddenly there was a vibration in the witch's house. Then there was something coming from the hole. The rabbit panicked and asked what the witch had done. After that, Young Da-woon used the tower shield with 79% resistance. With the first option, elasticity level 1, and the second option, shock absorption level 2. Latger boost with 65% durability. First choice friction force level 1 and second choice shock absorption level 1. Stell plate shield, first choice strength level 1 and second choice lightness level 1. Then the stick with 100% durability and first choice penetration force level 2. The panic rabbit saw the stick like a metal skewer, and it was too fancy. But safety was the most important thing, and the life energy of the day was enough. So, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, Young Da-woon planned to expand at that time. Then, Young Da-woon was beside the hole, and prepared to thrust his spear into something that would come out. Suddenly, an ant came out, and Jung Da-woon thrust his stick. Just then, the rabbit panicked because he was hunting with his bare hands. After Jung Da-woon heard the sound of footsteps coming closer and closer to him, he immediately poked him when the ant came out of the hole. Eventually, he managed to get rid of it, which went into the acidic liquid. So, he would repeat the attacking process while maintaining the strength of the stuck pig. Therefore, the outcome of the match depended on the strength of the horned pig. However, during the plant's cooldown, they relaxed and finished off the ants with soybean traps. Hence how he would rise to level 8 with the power of the horned pig. However, that was cheating. The rabbit asked if he would really do such a thing. But before that, the rabbit said that the path was connected to the ruins. Moreover, by that time his skill must have risen, and the ant had become a laughingstock. But Rabbit said in his heart that he was nervous about it. Then they saw a treasure box containing various weapons. Jung Da-woon asked him to take it. Then, like their original plan, they would follow the ant's tunnel by descending continuously. At that time, he managed to stab one of the ant's heads and threw it behind him. Rabbit said that they couldn't get the golem to do that easily. But why did he find it difficult in that place? Jung Da-woon said that the road was too narrow, and also that he didn't know the stability of the ground. But if he didn't fight, then he might die so. The story ended. Therefore, he must think positively when he is under that place, because it is an opportunity to improve his skills in a very rare way. But Rabbit only thinks positively for him who is in that place. But Jung Da-woon is annoyed with him and says that he can't listen to him. Moreover, he shouldn't have stabbed that many ants. Therefore, he should have a skill like stabbing or something. The rabbit asked him to give up, because he wasn't that smart to begin with. But did he think he would get a singing skill for people who couldn't hear a song for 100 days? But Jung Da-woon replied that he could sing well if he practiced hard enough. The rabbit is happy, because with him, who will try hard, then one day he will be able to sing like a normal human. Therefore, they will target the normal level first. But the rabbit cried out in pain, for his head was swollen from the blow of Jung Da-woon. Then he heard something coming from the hole. So he asked the rabbit to move aside because something had come. So he asked him to come forward and not stay inside for long. But Jung Da-woon was surprised to see that the ant that appeared was different from the others, because it was a chimera warrior ant. The rabbit told him to be careful because it was a different ant from the one they were fighting. But Jung Da-woon underestimated it because it was just a worker ant. However, after Jung Da-woon found out it was a chimera warrior ant, he panicked. He asked why the rabbit had just told him, so quickly he immediately set up a trap and will continue to shoot him. But Jung Da-woon was amazed that the ant was not even scratched by his attack. But the rabbit asked what had amazed him, and moreover he had to stay focused. So, Jung Da-woon used his horned pig power again. However, when he thrust his spear into his forehead, it didn't work, and the warrior ant's head was harder. Suddenly, the ant pulled out his spear and bit it into 2 pieces. That made them both panic and fall silent. The rabbit asked what it was doing and just stood there. But they had to leave the place quickly. But Jung Da-woon said that the surface was cut in half with its claws. Moreover, the head was very hard and impenetrable to metal. That's why he wanted it. Rabbit panicked and asked what he was talking about. Jung Da-woon shouted, saying that he wanted all the body parts of the ant. Therefore, he would free the trap and ask the dungeon potato to tie the ant. At that time, the rabbit could only stand still like a statue and suddenly stopped thinking. Then, in the ruins of the second dungeon, Sheng-woo was casting his lightning magic to defeat the monster in that place. Then, a lightning bolt struck the monster with a single strike. Sheng-woo asked what Jinsu thought of his skill and if he heard if the dungeon shifted again. Jinsu ran to see the dungeon in that place change shape again. That's why he asked him not to move much. But just then Sheng-woo was about to run when the ruins shifted again. Then Jinsu suggested making a fuss about anything that would make him find Sheng-woo. If that's all he asks for, then of course Sheng-woo will be confident. Then somewhere there was a vine and there was a very large bag. On the plant, there was an ant's head that had fallen. So Jung Da-woon took the ant's head with a very happy face. At that time, Jung Da-woon asked if they would not come out again, But the rabbit felt very guilty to the ants. But they had succeeded in cleaning the ants. Suddenly a light appeared along with the status window, telling him that he had gotten his first achievement clearing the ant cave. So the witch's pet chimera ants had been destroyed, and the system was proud of that first dungeon achievement. What's more, they also got an ant egg reward. After that, the egg hatched, and there was a very small ant on the tip of his index finger. Young Dawoon was giving orders to the ant to raise its left antenna. Then it raised its right antenna and lowered its left antenna. But the ant did everything he told it to do, so it was a good listener. But Young Dawoon was annoyed with the ants that didn't have attacking skills, but at least he got ants that could obey him. However, they will get a little bigger if they help him, just like before. The rabbit says that they are realistically big ants. But when the rabbit touches them, the ants suddenly bite his finger. Therefore, the ants are angry animals because they keep biting him. But still, the ants are bigger than ordinary ants. However, at that time he was sure that the ant was a pseudo-chimera baby, because the defense shell looks the same as the monster that came out before. It makes Young Dawoon feel happy, because finally he has an ant that will not die easily, even if he steps on it. But Young Dawoon had heard that ants spoke in pheromones. So, did the ant by chance accidentally know the way to the witch's house? But the rabbit said that what could they expect from a newborn baby ant? Then Young Dawoon entered a portal, and the rabbit asked if he was leaving. Moreover, he opened the gate just to put the ant in the temple, because Young Dawoon couldn't leave him. Young Dawoon also didn't know what to feed the baby ants. But he asked if he just threw the ants away, wouldn't there be any problems? But they all asked him not to worry, because they had found food in a huge wheat plant. It made the ants' eyes light up. Meanwhile, the participants who managed to explore the dungeon were not the only ones who were friendly, because they feel cold and coconut, because if they eat snow, then they will freeze to death. But suddenly the woman found the witch's house. The house was very tall, and there was smoke coming out of it. However, the old man felt that it was not a witch house, because the love stone they had was not responding. But it was a much better place than the witch house. He knew it, because he had previously seen it in the village in the middle of nowhere. Then a sign appeared indicating that the friendly dungeon had separate male and female bathrooms. So when they were in the village, they could rest. However, if he reset it, the village would be destroyed. Therefore, they had to be careful. At that time, they were very happy and content. Because Young Dawoon had made that place, it made his reputation gradually increase among the participants without him realizing it. Then Xiongwu asked his location, and he was on the second floor. But that made Jinsu panic, because he had previously told him to stay in the previous place. But suddenly, he was already on the second floor. Xiongwu apologized to him because he just realized he was on the second floor. Xiongwu asked where Young Dawoon was and what he was doing, because if he went alone, it would be dangerous. Therefore, he advised Young Dawoon to go to the village first. However, the problem is that Young Dawoon doesn't know who woke him up. At that time, Young Dawoon was in a place and he felt that in front of him was the door to the boss's room. After he entered, there was a floating person wearing a robe and a pointed scythe. At that time, the person was waiting for Young Dawoon, carrying one of the scythes in his hand. Then, in one of his arms, there was dark energy that rose like the work of hell. That is the King of Death, and the guardian who guards the place where the witches are absent. So, he is the immortal Rish, who asks Young Dawoon to go inside, because he has a life, then he will curse him. Young Dawoon asked if the rabbit heard him voice, asking him to come in, but Xiongwu asked him to never go in there, because they would go in together, once they arrived. Jinsu asked him to get as far away from the place as possible, or hide anywhere. Then he asked Xiongwu to be quiet. Young Dawoon asked what he was talking about, if he was going to enter the place alone because he was out of his mind. But the rabbit yelled and asked why he didn't just run away. But Young Dawoon would get ready to go out. He thinks that there is a witch in that place, because the name of the witch's house looms over it, which looks like a lab. He also wondered why no monsters had entered the place. Therefore, it meant that the existence of the back door was very dangerous. Then, before he entered the dungeon, the man said that the second dungeon boss was the King of Death, and to match his rank, it was impossible to get rid of him. But the king of vessels is what he calls Richie's bowl of life energy, which can hide in any secret place known only to him. So if Jung Da-woon destroys the bowl of life, then he can defeat Richie. Therefore, the rabbit must find the vessel first. Jung Da-woon said that in that place there are many useful objects. Therefore, they will take all the objects that are very extraordinary in such circumstances. But there is something he wants to say to him. But the rabbit asked him to forget it, because he felt it wouldn't help him either. At that time, the rabbit decided to empty his mind. Then Jung Da-woon saw many books on the shelf, but he didn't know what they were. But he asked him to read the book, because some witches have valuable books. Jung Da-woon took one of the books, but he was surprised because the book had no writing on it. Therefore, was the book usually read by witches. The book was bad, and if the owner of the wizard temple, it was a good thing. Jung Da-woon was upset with Pokyu for making him feel guilty. Rabbit asked what he expected in that place through the players, but did the helpers leave the dangerous knowledge intact? But he shouldn't be too sad, because all of his skills are magic. Therefore, he will not tell him about anything else. But Jung Da-woon laughed mockingly while taking a few books. Rabbit was upset and asked him to stop talking. Jung Da-woon asked how often he needed a paper in his life. So if he thought that it was just a magic blank paper, then they had to use it. Therefore, they would destroy the bookshelf and loot it as well. But it wasn't easy to find good wood in such a situation. Therefore, there would be a lot of nails in the bookshelf and take a lot of it. After a while, Jung Da-woon felt that it was too much. Moreover, Richie in the room couldn't wait any longer to see him if he had the chance. Rabbit said that the floor that came out was suspicious. Therefore, Jung Da-woon will look at it and open the floor. Then under the floor there is a suspicious treasure chest. Jung Da-woon was confused by the contents of the chest, which was full of all kinds of knives. But the rabbit assumed that it should be similar to a life vessel. Then Jung Da-woon found a small pointed knife. He felt that he had seen that knife before. It was a meat merchant knife with 100% durability, then with the first choice of level 1 meat merchant and level 1 vampire special choice. Finally, Jung Da-woon remembered the knife that the elder had used to cut meat. That's why elders are people who won't give up. Rabbit asked if he would give the knife to him. Then Richie said who had been looking for his treasure. Jung Da-woon apologized, and that he had forgotten about him. Then Seung-woo saw that the maze was constantly shaking, but the walls had stopped moving. So, the maze had stopped, and that was the way to go. At the Jinsu location, the maze had also stopped moving. However, it was starting to get higher. Therefore, Seung-woo felt that the boss battle had begun. Then Richie came out of the room and released high energy. Jung Da-woon said that he sat all the time in that place, which contained such a valuable kitchen knife. But the rabbit jumped up and asked him to step aside, because suddenly there was an ice laser attack aimed at him. Quickly, Jung Da-woon immediately took out a wall from his inventory to block the attack. But the stone split into two, because it was magic, and Jung Da-woon didn't believe that he could cut the wall while freezing it. Richie, however, asked him to return the knife and threw it. Rabbit panicked and advised him to give the knife to him. But Jung Da-woon really wanted the knife. Suddenly behind him was frozen ice and Richie appeared. He said that death will come for those who want the treasure. But they both ducked to avoid his attack. Richie said that he was the king of immortality intruders who had to die. However, Richie's body was smaller than he imagined, and he was too cute to do much. But suddenly he attacked them with his ice magic, but they both managed to dodge it and run. At that time, Jung Da-woon was still not enough to defeat him alone. Suddenly, they panicked, seeing the magic attack again, and they had to run. Richie asked he to return the treasure to him. Jung Da-woon said to herself that his attack at a distance was fatal. That's why he didn't know how it would turn out if he attacked him at close range. So he took out some stone blocks that he released towards him. At that time, he would see his attack. But Richie managed to cut all the wall blocks easily. It made him upset, because it didn't work. The rabbits asked what he was doing, because all they had to do was run away or think about winning. Jung Da-woon asked if Rabbit couldn't do what he was told from then on. Rabbit asked what he would be told to do. After that, Young Da-woon whispered about his order, but Rabbit didn't believe it. Young Da-woon asked if he still didn't know him, so at that time the rabbit was enough to do it. But if what he said was true, then he was a smart man. Therefore, they will start by separating in opposite directions. Young Da-woon shouted and asked where he was looking. Then just then, the rabbit entered the portal. Richie asked he to return it to him. At that time, Young Da-woon panicked when he attacked him. Then there were two instructions given by Young Da-woon to the rabbit. First, enter the gate and place the golem in front of the gate. So, the rabbit will do that so that Young Da-woon has the stamina to escape from Richie. However, the unexpected variable is that Richie has cheated because he made Young Da-woon slip because of the ice he made. Therefore, he fell down and felt pain. Suddenly, Richa was in front of him swinging his scythe. After that, the rabbit came with a golem crane that kicked him. Young Da-woon did not expect that he came quickly, so everything that had been ordered by him was done by him. So it was the best fight he ever had. Rabbit jumped off the golem and attacked him with his hand. Richie suddenly disappeared and was left with only a tear in his cloak, having been hit. It was then that the rabbit finally succeeded in what he had hoped for. However, the small skull is Richie's true identity, which is an experiment of the wizard, King Gremlin. Richie asked him to return the treasure again by throwing it at him, but they both saw it was very funny. But when Richie came towards him, it made the rabbit panic. Therefore, Young Da-woon pulled his ears to escape up the golem. Rabbit asked if he was going to run away, but their strategy from that retreat was to prepare to fight, because they were competent subordinates. After they got to that front, they turned around and were going to hit him again. Finally, they managed to hit him out of the gate, so the golem didn't need to go through the gate to be able to hit his enemy directly. But Richie had no effect on the blow, and he was going to finish him off. He will also bring absolute death to him. Then Richie releases a huge, cold wave aura. Then Young Da-woon says to intimidate the gate. Richie began to attack them, and swung his scythe to destroy the gate. Young Da-woon panicked because he knew he would open the gate that got him hurt. But he didn't feel it would be easy to open the gate from then on. Young Da-woon said he had to go down for a while, because he wanted to buy some time so they could install the gate like before. Rabbit asked where they would open the gate. So Young Da-woon will open it by looking at the situation. So he asked the rabbit to strategize smartly. Since the rabbit could do it, he asked him to leave right then and there. Then they faced Richie, who was going to finish him off. He grabbed his spear, and he also knew the fact that he was the king of the dead. Therefore, he is undead. He had also previously defeated undead, so with his experience, he would use a weapon with purification. So if it was the case that the weapon he had contained the power of purification, then he would try to use it to block him attack. So after that, he will attack him back, although Richie dodges his attacks, but he managed to hit him to the ground. He also prepared Purify, which he threw in his face. It makes him happy and asks how it feels. But suddenly Pokyu panicked as Richie emerged from the ice behind him. So Young Da-woon immediately dodged and parried his attack with the same pattern. So at that moment he moved through the ice to fight him. So Young Da-woon attacked him again with Purify. However, Richie managed to avoid it, and he didn't know where his body was. Young Da-woon saw who was staring at him, and he asked what he saw because he looked very angry. But Richie smiled and attacked the stick with him ice magic. After he managed to break the stick, it made him laugh, but Young Da-woon didn't know what he was laughing at. Moreover, what he did was just to buy time. Then the rabbit has finished carrying out his orders by making many gates around him. Then Young Da-woon ordered the golems to hit him. Suddenly, the fists of all the gates appeared simultaneously, hitting him many times, so that at that time, Richie could not do anything. Then Young Da-woon rejoined the rabbit, who said that Richie looked very strong, because he will not die until they destroy the Bejajana of his life. Therefore, Young Da-woon felt that it was necessary to distract him, so they could find him. Young Da-woon took out one of the books in him inventory and tore it up. Then the golems were still hitting Richie relentlessly. After that, he was confused by the paper that was scattered around him. Young Da-woon lit a fire and asked the rabbit to burn the paper that had been spread. As the rabbit was burning it, he remembered the sensation. So, at that time, Young Da-woon burned the paper that he had spread to prevent Rich from moving through the ice. Therefore, they had to remove the ice to reduce his mobility. So, by burning the dry paper that had been scattered on the floor, the fire would spread. Young Da-woon was confused by the rabbit running here and there saying there was danger. At that time, he could only light a little paper and become like that. Then he would connect the fire to the oil trap that passed through the gate. However, at that time it was very scary, and he would use pyromaniac completely. That made Richie upset and asked his cursed spirit to come out. Then some spirits came out and scared them with him. Poyuk asked him to be careful of physical attacks that would have no effect on ghosts, because he wouldn't be able to handle them using blocks or spears. If he didn't use magic, it wouldn't work against them. But Young Da-woon flung the book successfully into the ghost's face. At that moment, he saw the red mark on his forehead, so he activated the targeting skill. So he attacked him again with the book right on his forehead. Then the fire continued to burn, and Richie asked the ghosts to put out the fire. But the rabbit laughed at him, because he ordered the ghosts in a hurry. Then Young Da-woon invited him to leave the place while they panicked. Rabbit asked where they were going if it was the second floor, but he didn't know where he was going, but the most important thing was to leave the place. Then they ran away because Rish with the ghost came after him. If they were caught, then Young Da-woon would not get an easy death. But the one who brought the oil was the rabbit. But Rabbit feels that it's not his fault, because he does whatever he tells him. But Young Da-woon doesn't make him do it, because he only sees it. Pokyu said that they still have time to play around in that situation, but if they left Xiangwu's place, he didn't know if he could finish it. So he asked if Xiangwu could defeat his immortal boss and how to defeat him, because he was being chased by his boss. But at that time, they were running towards the third floor and running towards him. Then the participants who had been saved by Xiangwu felt that the air was getting colder. Xiangwu said that they would head to the boss room at that time, and he would blow up the floor with his lightning power. On the other hand, they panicked because they would be caught when they arrived at Xiangwu's place. Because their distance is getting closer, Young Da-woon will think of a way to stop him, although he hasn't found the clue yet, but at least he has to think about it. Young Da-woon remembered that the ant tunnel was connected to the witch lab. The ant tunnels are on levels 1 and 2. On level 3 there is a witch laboratory or boss room, so when they light the fire it will spread through the maze. Then suddenly he got an idea, if the winding maze was a sewer. He also noticed a nice roof like the laboratory where the fire started burning like a fireplace, so they would make ant tunnels as chimneys. Then Xiangwu called him, because he will start drilling the floor and it will take a while. But Young Da-woon touched the floor and used the install ondol skill. Orange-colored light comes out from between the floors as a result of the ondol install skill, so he would also keep the temperature below 0. Since he couldn't freeze the ice, then the second floor maze felt that it wasn't too cold. Xiangwu asked what he was doing, making the room warm. Sunji assumed it was because he installed the ondol by going through all the ruins. So at that time, the gremlin monster couldn't do anything because it melted. Therefore, what Young Da-woon did was successful and they were able to go up to the second floor. But he was confused whether he made the maze too hot, because the smoke in the laboratory came in. Then he would use Purify on his face, which is a mask to temporarily block the smoke. But they both cried because they didn't get protective masks. But Young Da-woon carried them both on his back. Young Da-woon said that the environment of the ruins would no longer be favorable for him. So he threw a round object at it. It suddenly exploded, but it didn't affect it. So, its immortality could handle the heat. The rabbit was also happy to see it. Then the maze they had to go through would be difficult, so they would go up and light it. So, he took out his stick and stabbed the roof until it shattered. Richie saw those who jumped up and chased him, but Young Da-woon released many bricks that made Richie buried. However, he felt that Richie was very unlikely to be able to avoid him. So, it's time for them to dance Xiangwu. Then Hoyol saw him at the venue and he asked where he had been all that time. But Young Da-woon asked who the woman who held his hand was. He was very angry with her because he went to fight, and Hoyol was dating. However, Hoyol was embarrassed to say that he saw that she was in danger and helped her. But he saved her from the trap. But the rabbit said that it was a trap, and she wasn't human. So, if he doesn't want to die, he should stay away from her. Young Da-woon also didn't know to tell him about the female Kakli who floated, and she was a ghost. Suddenly, the woman turned very scary, so Hoyeol clenched his fist and hit her, and the ghost disappeared. Hoyeol cried because he was hungry from earlier. Even though it wasn't his first love, it made the rabbit find a good clue. Rabbit said that there was a trap that could absorb energy, just like the Hoyeol did. So they have a good chance that the life vessel is hiding in that place. Then they should make it to that place. But if they move from that place, then the lab path will change. Then he told Shungwoo that he was on the second floor, and he also met with Hoyeol. Shungwoo was happy and asked where he was. But Young Da-woon doesn't know where to meet Hoyeol, but he found a hidden weakness around the place. So he asked them to open their ears and listen to him. Rabbit was surprised when he picked up the mandrake, but Hoyeol doesn't know what it is. Young Da-woon explains that the mandrake is used as a witch reagent, so he will scream if he steps on it. So he asked Hoyeol to cover his ears, because the pain of his heartbreak could fly away by doing so. Finally, Hoyeol stepped on it, so the mandrake screamed loudly. Shungwoo said that the signal was heard clearly. Then Richie escaped from the debris and was going to finish off Young Da-woon, so he asked his ghosts to gather, because he won't be able to wait and see Young Da-woon who handles it. The ghosts turned and said to let him finish him. He would also destroy everything in his path. Therefore, he used the blizzard skill to defeat him.
A sharp metallic echo rang down the hallway, halting the woman's steps mid-stride in alarm. Two armored scouts emerged, each scanning shadows with narrowed eyes, unsettled by the unfamiliar and abrupt disturbance. Assuming the noise marked something valuable, they advanced eagerly, driven by both greed and unspoken peer pressure. Elsewhere, Da-woon charged forward, calculating the risks, knowing momentum often disguises hesitation among uncertain groups. As tension thickened, adventurers flooded corridors toward one unknown fate, each silently preparing for the decisive clash. A deafening screech tore through the hall as debris fell, warning of something stirring far ahead. Stepping cautiously, the blue-haired man grimaced, wondering how long he'd endure this strange, magical pressure plate. His companion mentioned heartbreak as a condition, prompting a loud denial memories best buried suddenly dragged back again. Stillness wrapped the corridor in eerie silence, and tension crept into their minds like fog before battle. Footsteps echoed lightly in the distance, steady, deliberate, approaching fast. Yet no face had appeared just yet. Da-woon stiffened as cold air brushed his neck. Something unnatural was moving in their direction. Without warning, a magical burst erupted before him, blasting shockwaves that cracked tiles beneath his boots. An armored enemy descended mid-air, encased in a glowing barrier, its arrival shaking dust from the ceiling. Behind Dawn, his companion recoiled, feeling frost gather in the air, a chilling spell thick with menace. Reacting quickly, Dawn summoned his fire spirit, holding it close to balance the room's freezing temperature. Heat radiated outward as Dawn's flame burst clashed with the cold aura, restoring balance briefly again. Relieved, the blue-haired warrior grinned, enjoying warmth, though sweat betrayed the pressure mounting with every second. Their opponent hovered mid-air, surrounded by chilling magic, pulsing dangerously like a machine set to overload. While Dawn's summons unleashed rapid-fire attacks, the enemy barely flinched, analyzing tactics, testing defenses with quiet calculation. With a swift motion, the icy creature struck forward, slashing clean through summoned roots in a flash. The enemy descended behind the warrior, blade glowing purple, ignored entirely despite its threatening, obvious presence. Before he could react, a violent explosion hurled him sideways, cracking stone walls with deafening impact force. Revealed in the dust, the icy creature's mask had fractured, blue eyes glowed brighter with growing fury. Dark energy pulsed as the monster lunged, attaching itself unnaturally, clinging like a curse to the man's shoulder. Alarmed, the warrior spun around, feeling warmth vanish from his arm. Something unseen had just taken hold. Dawn shouted across the chamber, warning his ally this creature wouldn't fall to blades or flames. The monster lunged with eerie speed, catching its prey mid-motion and locking eyes with cold intensity. A violent impact followed, bursting with light. Magic and steel clashed, but the creature showed no wound. Reeling from the hit, the warrior's breath caught. He gripped his blade, blood dripping between shaking fingers. Hovering without a scratch, the monster watched silently. Its presence alone radiated danger, impossibly calm yet overwhelming. Dawn blinked in disbelief as his comrade sized up the creature with steady, battle-hardened resolve. Metal clattered across the floor, his weapon tossed aside deliberately as silence fell over the charged air. Without hesitation, Hoyeol stepped forward, fists clenched. He glanced back once and spoke with calm certainty. Flames burst around his frame. Muscles swelled, unnaturally fast skills activated. His body, now radiating strength, Gu stood firm, eyes locked on the enemy. No more running, only one outcome remained. Gu Hoyol's fist landed cleanly, blasting the monster's face with a thunderous burst of force. Dust scattered along the ground as his boots dug in, posture locked for another punishing strike. Without delay, he swung again, this time with full weight, his attack exploding against the creature's weakened shell. For the first time, the monster recoiled visibly. Its form trembled, momentum lost, confidence visibly shaken. Gu's eyes narrowed sharply. That hesitation, it meant something. He had found a weak spot worth exploiting. Though the barrier resisted, Gu charged without hesitation, ignoring searing pain across his ribs and shoulder. Blood seeped from his side, but he stood firm. Pain meant nothing if it wasn't lethal. He clenched his jaw as healing surged through muscle and bone, restoring damage in mere seconds. Confidence returned. Gu shouted with renewed strength, declaring it was time to return the monster's generosity. With a brutal right hook, he struck again straight into the monster's core, cracking its mask further. Gu's punch landed flush again, blasting the creature backward with momentum, mask cracking under sustained close-range assault. The creature skidded across the air, temporarily losing composure. Its balance broke under relentless physical force. Seizing the chance, Gu lunged forward, snatching the creature's staff midair before it could recover its grip. With a sharp pivot, he reversed the weapon, driving its own blade straight into the creature's chest. Steel sliced clean through glowing energy, leaving a trail of sparks as Gu bore down, unrelenting. Gu's grip tightened, forcing the creature's weapon loose as the opposing force fought for control. With quick precision, Gu hurled the weapon aside, pivoting and unleashing a final punishing blow. Energy rippled outward as his fist crashed into the monster's chest, shattering its remaining defenses completely. Stunned, the creature gasped as its form began to flicker, its mask cracking beyond repair from the impact. A final roar echoed through the chamber as Gu prepared to finish the fight for good. Gu's opponent staggered from the blow, sparks flying as its energy dissipated. The end was near. Dawn, watching intently, couldn't help but grin. His own simpler moves had disrupted the creature's powerful momentum. With renewed speed, Gu stepped forward again, landing strike after strike, overwhelming the monster's remaining defenses. His fists hammered the creature's side, causing it to shriek in desperation, struggling to maintain form. Finally, Gu landed the finishing blow, a decisive punch to the monster's core, cracking its mask wide open. The monster's shattered form began to reform as Gu grimaced, watching it gather its remaining energy. With determination, he clenched his fists, preparing to unleash more of his power to finish it. But then, his ally's voice cut through the tension. Something was shifting beneath the surface of battle. A strange magic circle appeared, glowing brightly under their feet. Gu recognized it. His teammate's trap was set. Before the monster could react, the trap activated, immobilizing it. Gu's expression twisted into a victorious grin. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed across the chamber. Hoyol appeared, stepping through a magical barrier. Gu, both relieved and surprised, turned to face the newcomer, recognizing his ally who had vanished earlier. Hoyol clenched his fist, determined to stay by Gu's side, assuring him he'd never leave again. With a mischievous grin, Hoyol teased, offering his hand for the next move as power surged. Suddenly, Dawn interrupted, chiding the pair in a playful tone, but his eyes sparkled with admiration. Dawoon stared at the rabbit-like creature, confusion filling his face as someone shouted angrily. With a nervous smile, Dawoon tried to explain, but the situation only seemed more chaotic. He glanced around, realizing things were getting out of hand. He needed a quick solution. With a quick step forward, his boots squished something beneath him, and an unsettling sound followed. A loud screech echoed as someone nearby reacted, confused and shocked by the unexpected noise. A violent struggle unfolded, the air thick with tension as Dawoon found himself overwhelmed by his opponent. Despite the chaos, his mind raced, observing the faint blue energy flowing, searching for clues to survive. His thoughts shifted. The energy's movement was linked to his enemy's stamina, revealing a hidden weakness. The altar in the ruins seemed significant, and he realized that it might be the source of power. As he began to piece things together, his thoughts were interrupted by a brutal barrage of punches. The urgency in the air grew as they rushed forward, determined to uncover the hidden secrets quickly. A burst of energy erupted suddenly, blinding them both as it surged through the surrounding area. The shockwave threw Dawoon back, his body struggling against the intense force that had overwhelmed him. Confusion filled his mind, his eyes darting to assess what had just happened, trying to understand it. Realizing they had no time to waste, Dawoon shouted for them to flee from the danger quickly. The villain's voice was filled with rage as a dark force surged, aiming to prevent their escape. The ground trembled, and Dawoon quickly reacted, catching hold of a crucial item in the chaos. With a triumphant grin, he swiftly secured the object, feeling confident they were on the right path. Dawoon shouted Sungwoo's name urgently, trying to keep their hope alive as they ran forward. The road ahead led them to a horrifying sight, a dead end. Frustration hit as things shifted again. The tension reached a breaking point as Donjong, determined, prepared for a final confrontation ahead. Suddenly, a powerful shock coursed through the air, lightning crackling as the opponent unleashed an attack. The shock hit with brutal force, causing Dawoon to stagger, his body struggling against the impact. Through the pain, he fought to stay on his feet, a determined look setting on his face. Realizing the danger, Dawoon made a swift decision, shouting for them to run, urgency in his voice. Dawoon dashed forward, urgency in his movements, as the rabbit creature followed closely, determined not to fall behind. In a swift motion, Dawoon brandished a weapon, the blade gleaming as he prepared for an attack. With precision, he struck, the force of his action sending shockwaves through the environment, breaking the stillness. The impact rattled the surroundings, debris scattering as the enemy was forced back, momentarily stunned by the force. A mysterious energy pulsed from a dark sphere in the distance, signaling a shift in the atmosphere. Donjong's eyes widened in realization as he finally located the glowing sphere, understanding its significance. The voice confirmed his discovery, the words echoing in his mind, "You found it. The life vessel?" The power within the sphere surged, and Dawoon struggled to maintain control as energy coursed through him. The pain intensified and he gasped, his body reacting violently to the unexpected surge of energy. A cold, menacing voice echoed, filled with fury, as a powerful force shifted the atmosphere around them. A surge of energy erupted as Donjong's body reacted, the pressure intensifying with each passing second. The antagonist scoffed, questioning the immortality of his opponent, clearly frustrated with Donjong's persistence. Sungwoo, struggling but defiant, assured his comrades, urging them to stay back and remain safe for now. The enemy's laughter echoed through the space, mocking their defense as the looming threat grew more menacing. The dark figure revealed its true identity, declaring itself the immortal Lich, the king of death itself. The realization hit as the name Bahamut echoed, causing everyone to freeze, recognizing the true threat they faced. A voice rang out, both mocking and threatening, as Bahamut revealed its terrifying nature and dominance. Bahamut's laughter filled the space, promising doom as it vowed to claim their souls and turn them to ghosts. With a chilling tone, Bahamut threatened punishment, vowing to show them the consequences of damaging its body. Dawoon stood resolute, barely believing that they were facing such a monstrous being, questioning their survival. A sudden revelation spread through the group as they realized the true nature of the monstrous entity before them. Bahamut reacted with anger, its voice seething, the energy around it crackling violently as it prepared to retaliate. A terrifying power surged through Bahamut, the energy causing a ripple that seemed to distort reality itself. As the ominous power intensified, ethereal forms began to emerge from Bahamut, filling the air with dread. Sungwoo, horrified, gasped, realizing that Bahamut's body was unleashing spirits, each ghost more menacing than the last. Bahamut's eerie aura grew stronger, the surrounding air trembling as it unleashed its fury once again. A strange cold mist enveloped the area, and the ground cracked under the weight of the power. The unexpected happened, a sudden stillness as one of the enemies collapsed, his body lifeless in an instant. Shocked faces surrounded the scene, the group unable to comprehend how the situation had turned so dire. They quickly turned their attention to Donjong, who was calmly walking toward the aftermath, unaffected by the chaos. Dawoon chuckled lightly, his response laced with humility, though his eyes betrayed a deeper, calculating thought. A voice of frustration followed, expressing both anger and sadness at the unexpected turn of events. The figure, shaking with emotion, confessed to the futile sacrifice, having spent years following orders that now seemed pointless. Confusion spread as Donjong, unfazed, noted that the soul vessel remained intact, its destruction still out of reach. With a sudden realization, the truth hit: the soul vessel was not broken, and the trap had been triggered. Bahamut's anger grew, its voice booming as it questioned its master's actions, feeling the weight of betrayal. With a sudden, unexpected announcement, the dungeon system declared the raid successful, shocking the group into disbelief. As the message rang out, the group celebrated, oblivious to the consequences, their attention fully diverted from Bahamut. The team celebrates their success, their faces beaming with excitement and accomplishment. Joy fills the air. A sudden glow surrounds one of the figures, catching the attention of everyone. Something unexpected happens. Smiling confidently, the figure glances at the others, pleased with the results of his actions. They wonder. Curiosity spreads across the group as one asks where the powerful core was discovered. A mystery unfolds. The little rabbit nervously shifts, its eyes wide as it struggles to speak, hiding a surprising truth. A sudden, bright glow catches everyone's attention. They stop in their tracks, wondering what's happening now. The group braces themselves, anticipating something dangerous. The light intensifies and the atmosphere becomes tense. One of the figures watches the phenomenon closely, his face etched with concern. Something feels off. He realizes the cause of the anomaly. Magical circles have been activated, which means teleportation is at play here. The rabbit speaks up, slightly embarrassed, offering an explanation. The situation grows more complicated with this new revelation. The conversation takes a serious turn as one of them reflects on the dangers ahead, growing more worried. With a mix of frustration and sarcasm, the figure talks about the ridiculousness of the situation. It's chaotic. As the group faces the uncertainty, one member tries to add some humor, making light of the situation. The rabbit, still unaware of the larger issue, continues with its actions. The others shake their heads in disbelief. An exhausted figure, barely holding on, shares his worry. His mana is nearly gone, leaving him vulnerable. With determination, one of the characters reaches for a weapon, ready to take it into his hands. He examines the weapon closely, impressed by its durability and sharpness. This will be a powerful tool. The rabbit looks on, its expression filled with disbelief. The weapon is too powerful for such a task. While the weapon is highly efficient, it's too large for the small hands of its new wielder. In a humorous moment, the group compares their differing abilities to wield the mighty weapon. The contrast is clear. Admiring the scythe's sharpness, one of the characters expresses amazement. He's eager to use it soon. An ominous presence grows nearby. A figure looms, furious that its treasured weapon has been taken without permission. The enraged figure curses loudly, vowing revenge. The tension builds as the atmosphere turns hostile. The character grins mischievously, using his purification ability in response, turning the curse back on the foe. After the exchange, he checks in with the rabbit, wondering if his dirt golems can handle the situation too. Dawoon stands firm, unfazed by the rabbit's reprimand, continuing his pursuit of his own goal. The figure trembles, realizing the dangers that could arise. It knows Don's resolve is too strong to break. Dawoon considers the warning quietly, his expression unreadable, as he plans his next move carefully. He presses further, testing the figure's limits by posing a question. The answer he seeks looms closer. The figure finally admits a harsh truth, confirming the consequences of their actions. Dawn's plan begins to form. Jin stares at the mysterious orb, uncertain of its power, as a strange voice questions his intentions. The orb's voice inquires if Jin intends to sacrifice his soul, filling the air with dread. Jin, startled by the orb's voice, holds it closer, contemplating the strange presence that seems to surround it. The orb explains its role, mentioning that the altar is absent in this dungeon, and energy must be gathered. With newfound understanding, Jin ponders the orb's statement, realizing the energy must be used to sustain life. Dawoon holds the orb, carefully considering its words about surviving with added life energy. The orb explains that, despite the energy, his damaged body won't move as it should. Donjong's expression shows deep concern as he realizes the limitations of his current situation. He asks if a proper body would solve the issue, seeking clarity in this dire moment. The orb hints at a possibility, fueling Donjong's hope that recovery is still within reach. Zhong asks the rabbit what it's doing, his concern growing as he watches the creature work. The rabbit, unfazed, replies with cryptic words, leaving Dawoon confused. Awaiting the moment of revelation, the rabbit finishes assembling the snowman body, expressing discomfort from the cold while remaining focused on the task. Donjong, still uncertain, insists he knows what's going on, but questions why the snowman is being made. Rabbit presents a shocking twist, revealing a lich's skull, further deepening Donjong's confusion and frustration. Dawoon apologizes, regretting the current situation. As he glances at the unusual character before him, the mysterious figure responds sharply, questioning Donjong's actions, irritated by the odd turn of events. Dawoon maintains his composure, explaining that his actions come from a sense of pity for the figure. The figure, not fully convinced, shows its frustration with a sharp glare, annoyed by the ongoing situation. The alien figure, clearly perturbed, gets called out for acting tsundere by someone, adding to the tension. Donjong, in a confident tone, declares the figure as the king of the ice gremlins in jest. The figure, slightly puzzled, is asked if it can still move snow around, showing hesitation at first. After confirming it can still manipulate the snow, the figure is instructed to perform another task. With a hint of confusion, the figure is told to move into position, as Dawoon directs the process. As the figure awkwardly follows orders, Dawoon encourages it to complete the task, hinting at something important. The scene erupts in fiery energy as the figure activates a powerful move, shaking the surroundings. A notification appears, granting Dawoon the achievement of Master of the Immortals, along with a reward. Dongjong, with a triumphant smile, celebrates his success, knowing this was exactly what he hoped for. The figure, unsure but impressed, wonders aloud if the plan will truly succeed as anticipated. The scene culminates with Dawoon asserting the unexpected, confident that his risky decision to ally with the Lich will pay off. The figure's hand twitches unexpectedly, signaling a change in its power, adding to the tension. Bewildered, the figure inspects its new power, unsure of what it now possesses or how to control it. Dongjong, noticing the figure's confusion, calmly observes as it tries to make sense of the situation. Concern builds as the figure struggles with the power's effect, unsure of its true potential or limits. In a final attempt to ease the tension, Dawoon reassures the figure, emphasizing their new alliance. Bahamut suddenly proclaims his loyalty, a powerful declaration that fills the air with intense energy. In a shocking display, Bahamut bursts forward, causing an unexpected impact that surprises everyone around him. Dawoon and the rabbit reflect on their past struggles, agreeing to leave old tensions behind. The rabbit pledges eternal loyalty, humorously emphasizing the depth of their commitment to each other. Dawoon chuckles at the rabbit's dramatic declaration, amused by its overwhelming enthusiasm and sincerity. Despite the playful exchange, a mysterious figure watches their interaction, confused by their strange behavior. The scene ends with the title of their ongoing journey, suggesting the continuation of their adventures. The rabbit teases Dawoon, pointing out his previous complaints about another person, highlighting their changing relationship. Dawoon, unfazed, declares that the past is behind them and insists they focus on getting along. The rabbit, still skeptical, questions Dawoon's new attitude and the reason behind their newfound harmony. Feeling suspicious, Dawoon explains that now, as equals under the same master, their roles should be respected. The rabbit humorously suggests Dawoon's outfit makes him resemble a butler. Much to his annoyance and surprise, the rabbit dramatically exclaims that Dawoon is a slave, causing an exaggerated reaction and surprise from him. Dawoon quickly denies the accusation, insisting he is not a slave. Looking rather flustered by the comment, the rabbit, unconvinced, narrows its eyes as Dawoon contemplates the idea, uncertain of the situation. A screen flashes the reward for completing a task, with a bonus for avoiding damage from a monster. Dawoon, reassured by the benefits, concludes that the situation isn't so bad, enjoying the lack of betrayal. The screen displays important information. The damage from the Lich's magic is not a threat anymore. The spirit explains that its immortality renders it immune to the Lich's magic, making it invulnerable. It adds that this immunity will provide significant advantages both offensively and defensively in future battles. The spirit suggests that Dawoon can even create a magical army to protect their stronghold or base. The spirit, eager and loyal, vows to protect its master even if it must journey through hell itself. The screen displays a warning. Dawoon's energy consumption was excessive, using more than a single snowflake should. The spirit, startled by the energy use, reacts with concern, realizing the overuse of power was problematic. Dawoon, slightly panicked, realizes the mistake and wonders if it might cause further complications, questioning their next steps. The spirit proposes returning to the village, suggesting it might be the best option after such an incident. Suddenly, a portal opens, leading to a new destination, the underground temple, filled with glowing mystery. The spirit marvels at the power of gate magic, noting that it surpasses regular teleportation in complexity. Excited by the possibilities, the spirit praises its master for his impressive magical abilities, feeling awestruck. Suddenly, glowing energy orbs begin to appear, catching the spirit's attention as it wonders what's happening. The spirit begins to panic, feeling its body melting under an unexpected, overwhelming force from the orbs. The rabbit, amused, comments on the spirit's reaction, declaring that this is clearly the spirit's weakness, snow. The spirit, feeling weak from the sun's heat, asks Dawoon to lend it some energy to survive. Dawoon, hesitant, refuses the request, stating that it is impossible to share his energy at this time. The spirit, not giving up, tries to suggest alternatives, but is immediately told to stay in the shade. Dawoon, perplexed, notices the spirit's discomfort and questions its decision to stay in the sun so long. The spirit, frustrated, admits that staying in the shade will stop them from moving forward or progressing. The spirit is amazed at how generous Dawoon is, asking for even more energy to survive. It eagerly suggests that if its energy is tripled, it could handle the sunlight and stay cool. Dawoon firmly rejects the request, saying that sharing energy like that would be wasteful and impractical. The spirit, feeling down and unsupported, complains about not having anyone on its side in this situation. In frustration, the spirit slumps down in defeat, clearly exhausted from the long, harsh conditions. Dawoon, feeling a bit amused, asks the spirit if the new adjustment makes things a little better. The spirit, confused at first, asks what Dawoon is referring to, unsure of what's changed. Dawoon proudly reveals that he made a simple hat to help the spirit endure the sunlight. The spirit, shocked and impressed by the thoughtful gesture, praises its master for the handmade equipment. Dawoon smiles faintly, realizing that even simple compliments can make someone feel truly appreciated. Dawoon, excited by the results, celebrates his success, enjoying the feeling of using equipment upgrades. He suggests using other equipment as sacrifices to enhance their strength, revealing an option for improvement. The spirit, amazed, acknowledges the rarity of such options, noting the boost in heat resistance as a result. Dawoon, with a chuckle, reminds the spirit that they are not there just to enhance equipment. The spirit, now eager to help, volunteers to take charge of cleaning the area, showing determination. The spirit notices a large amount of grain in the area and offers to take care of it. Dawoon, puzzled, asks about the grain, clearly not understanding the spirit's intentions to clean it up. Suddenly, Dawoon notices a group of ants swarming over the grain, realizing the situation is worse than expected. Panicked, Dawoon shouts at the spirit to stop, warning that the ants are about to eat everything. Dawoon, now concerned, realizes that the rice he had given the spirit earlier is in danger of being consumed by the ants. Dawoon looks at a large mound of grain and wonders why there is so much of it. The spirit reassures Dawoon, saying it only took a few handfuls, but now it's out of control. The spirit excitedly calls Dawoon's attention to something, revealing an unexpected discovery amidst the chaos. Dawoon looks around, trying to understand what's happening. As the situation grows more puzzling, the scene zooms out, showing a massive swarm of ants rapidly approaching, ready to consume everything. The spirit observes the large mound of grain, noting that it is likely a result of the ants' work. Dawoon looks closer, realizing the ants are not ordinary ones, but specialized worker ants. The spirit explains that these ants are slave ants, instinctively loyal to their queen and programmed for gathering. Dawoon is confused, asking about the term instinct, not fully understanding how the ants are controlled. The spirit elaborates, explaining that the chimera ants were created in a lab to serve their master by gathering food. The spirit, eager to see the ants in action, looks forward to them assisting with tasks. Dawoon, amused by the spirit's excitement, jokes that it sounds like an old man at times. The spirit, sensing some teasing, feels a bit left out, noticing the attention is now elsewhere. Dawoon reassures the spirit, offering it the responsibility of overseeing the temple from now on. The spirit, filled with pride and joy, accepts the role, confident that it was the right choice. Dawoon confidently points to the display, preparing to reveal the new weapon for the spirit's use. The spirit, wide-eyed and excited, watches as the weapon appears, surprised by the dazzling display.
A mysterious force surged upward as a skull-faced being revealed Dawoon's unexpected tool's magical cleaning gear. A broom and dustpan sparkled mid-air. Dawoon's eyes widened, unsure if this was a joke. Without hesitation, Dawoon grabbed the broom and began sweeping. The hallway shimmered cleaner with each careful motion. Despite the oddity, the process was satisfying. Dawoon noticed his pace increasing more than expected. Crouching beside him, Dawoon reflected this wasn't combat, but precision mattered. He vowed not to mess up. The rabbit administrator stood silently, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed by the clumsy antics unfolding once again. Dawoon sensed judgment radiating like frost. The moment screamed disappointment before the mission had even started. Tiny drips trailed behind him. His enchanted robe leaked, forming puddles that risked everyone's footing. As he muttered excuses, Dawoon realized logic wouldn't help. The rabbit's eyes flared, rage practically steaming upward. His teammates' fury ignited. Dawoon flinched, realizing dungeon resets were less painful than enduring this bunny's wrath. The rabbit chief exploded with fury, blaming Dawoon's carefree attitude for every mishap in the dungeon. Dawoon spun away dramatically, declaring he'd repair everything. The rabbit's ears twitched at the overly heroic tone. Both stomped forward in frustration. Tension surged as insults flew, neither willing to concede an inch of pride. Beneath the bickering, doubt brewed. Dawoon questioned whether he truly lacked focus or simply lacked proper guidance. Suddenly restrained by magic, the rabbit groaned. Dawoon grinned awkwardly. Realizing training was about to intensify, possibly painfully, the rabbit fumed, pacing restlessly. Complaints echoed louder than ever, his frustration now matched his thirst. Exhausted, he muttered about thirst. The heat from arguing had drained him faster than any dungeon trap. He shouted a name instinctively. Dawoon, ever loyal, bolted over with the speed of a startled squirrel. Without missing a beat, Dawoon produced a cold metal cup, confident in its oddly summoned magical contents. A handful of fresh ice splashed into the cup. Steam faded. Calm returned, if only briefly. Dawoon drank deeply, the ice-cold refreshment jolting him to life. Relief washed over his tired body. He stretched with delight, announcing his love for cold cider. The moment felt oddly perfect and peaceful. The rabbit glared, clearly annoyed. Dawoon's joy over ice magic only deepened the chief's growing irritation. Dawoon bowed politely, ready to resume sweeping duties. Routine brought him peace and fewer angry rabbit lectures. A hand stopped him mid-step. Dawoon turned, eyes wide. Something unexpected shimmered in the sunlight, potentially dangerous. Dawoon offered the scythe, trusting the tool would help during harvest. His gesture showed growing teamwork. Grateful beyond words, the helper vowed loyalty. It felt proud to serve with purpose and proper tools. Without hesitation, the helper dashed ahead, determined to complete the harvest with newfound speed and precision. Gripping the scythe tight, it swung swiftly through golden stalks. Each slice echoed with satisfying, clean progress. Watching from afar, Dawoon smiled. The little one worked hard and genuinely seemed to enjoy every second. The helper stood tall, eyes shining with pride, eager to report the success of its assignment. With a loud thud, bundles of rice were dropped, neatly harvested and perfectly stacked, mission accomplished. Dawoon marveled at the efficiency, already planning to rearrange the surrounding space for better storage organization. Thinking ahead, he mapped out clear paths, making it easier for their ant carrier to navigate. Realizing the work was far from over, Dawoon noted the process would still take significant time. A strange offer came. Someone asked Dawoon about becoming a queen ant breeder, catching him completely off guard. He blinked, confused. No one explained how to identify ant gender. The suggestion felt oddly specific. Walking back slowly, he questioned everything. What if the ant wasn't even female? What if neither? Setting thoughts aside, he placed his hand on the crafting table. A soft glow began pulsing. The item shimmered into view. With a small smile, Dawoon announced the result was finally complete. Dawoon introduced his latest invention, a golem-powered mill, built for efficient rice processing and material grinding. The rabbit stared in disbelief. A mill wasn't something one expected inside a hostile dungeon environment. Dawoon explained excitedly milled rice would let him cook better meals and even bake rice-based snacks. The rabbit tilted its head, confused. Dawoon paused, sensing something was off in his cheerful speech. Realizing his error, Dawoon went pale. He'd just unintentionally recreated a common food trend, TikTok-style rice cakes. Dawoon grew frustrated. Without donuts, his plan stalled. He needed a substitute ingredient urgently and unexpectedly. Ideas sparked quickly. Dawoon's sudden shift in focus confused the others, who scrambled to follow him. His companions questioned the sudden energy. The rabbit explained this was Dawoon's usual unpredictable behavior during inspiration. 2 days passed. Far beyond the field, another group returned to the village from their expedition. They arrived at the ancient hall, ready to use magic to re-enter the mysterious third dungeon again. As the group returned, questions remained: had they succeeded, or simply delayed fate between two looming choices despite fatigue? They were greeted warmly. Dawoon welcomed them, unaware of the trials they had endured. The smallest among them rushed forward. Dawoon caught her midair, laughing, glad she returned unharmed again. Their worn faces told the story. Exhaustion clung to them even in the safety of camp. Without pause, Dawoon urged them to clean up. They followed, unsure what new task awaited next. Golden light filled the shrine. It had been quietly rebuilt, transformed into something more functional and mysterious. Dawoon led the group swiftly. Their curiosity grew as he revealed a hidden path none expected. They arrived at a sealed door. Excitement grew. Dawoon confirmed they'd reached their destination at last. Smiling confidently, Dawoon reached for the handle. He asked if they were ready to see more. With a rush of sound, water poured forth. The hidden chamber now revealed its true purpose. Confusion spread. No one expected Dawoon's surprise. His companions stared, unsure how to react at all. Dawoon shrugged casually. He had spare time and materials, so he constructed a fully functional sauna. The group stood frozen. Processing his explanation, they questioned how boredom could lead to spa-level architecture. As the helpers swept the misty floors, a hidden memory stirred something familiar about this strange space. A scream erupted. Recognition struck hard, one shouted, realizing the cloaked helper resembled a feared dungeon enemy. The cloaked helper bowed politely, apologizing for past chaos. Its tone surprised the group into silence. They stared, baffled. This once feared enemy now spoke gently, referring to Dawoon as master with reverence. Dawoon reassured them. While they rested, he'd prepare food. His tone was casual, almost too relaxed. The helper dashed off, eager to serve. Dawoon had mentioned shaved ice and it took that seriously. With dramatic flair, the helper poured ice into bowls. Sweet syrup followed, completing the refreshing treat. The helper calmly placed bowls of shaved ice in front of each guest, silently awaiting their reactions. Glowing softly, the icy dessert stood tall, glistening under the lights, prepared exactly as Dawoon instructed earlier. He politely encouraged them to enjoy it while relaxing. The idea clearly caught everyone off guard. One traveler stared blankly. A dessert before bathing. This dungeon party truly operated on different rules. Moments later they sank into the steaming bath. The heat quickly erased all lingering confusion or resistance. Dawoon watched them quietly, satisfied. Everything ran smoothly. For once, no monsters, just warm baths and ice. Dawoon stepped from the water, silently calculating. He knew the next decision would shape everything ahead. With unwavering resolve, he offered himself completely, ready to face death for the sake of their mission. The older man stiffened at Dawoon's words. Silence lingered until something unusual shifted everyone's focus away. A small creature sniffed the air, curious, drawn to a presence only it seemed to recognize instantly. The skull-faced figure panicked as the creature approached, sensing danger, then turned and bolted across the dirt. The squirrel latched onto his hat, chewing without mercy. Panic rose as balance and dignity disappeared together. He staggered forward, seeking help from anyone nearby, but the rabbit simply turned away without a word. A shout rang out, calling the squirrel's name. The tiny beast twitched, then obeyed, hopping off obediently. The hat was torn, his pride wounded, but something about the creature's behavior sparked a realization. Wide-eyed and frozen, he stood silently. For the first time, he understood his place among companions. A strange vision appeared, towering ranks of allies, each symbolizing something deeper than mere strength or skill. Recognition dawned. The skeleton realized he wasn't just surviving. He was part of the humans, began discussing strange terms. Class rankings, systems, roles, each word hinted at unseen rules governing everything. As lights flared around them, the system announced a change. New roles were being assigned by force. The dungeon's authority declared its verdict. No one could refuse the role destined to reshape their journey. The rabbit confirmed it. Purification was Dawoon's new class, strange but crucial in dungeon hierarchy balance. Dawoon reflected on recent battles. His skills had shifted, morphing into something beyond brute force, almost magical. Light flared from his hands. The purification energy responded to intention, flowing with focus and discipline. Though defensive by design, the skill could still weaken foes. Leveling it made enemies fall easier. But the rabbit warned him his path now required striking monsters down with purification alone to survive. Confused, Dawoon questioned the logic. Why should he use a support skill to kill deadly monsters? The rabbit remained silent, smug. Its smile gave no answers, only expectations Dawoon had yet to understand. A massive finger pointed toward him. The others, soaking nearby, turned their attention with raised brows. In the distance, the air darkened. Enemies emerged from the void, drawn toward the party's location. Dawoon was assigned a grim duty: cleanse the battlefield, while others clashed with undead in chaos. The group welcomed the challenge. Clearing enemies felt manageable. For now, the rhythm of battle seemed predictable. Yet one of them questioned the ease. Beneath his smile, he sensed difficulty would soon follow. With confidence, the purifier pushed forward. He believed progress was inevitable, just a matter of steady growth. Laughter echoed, but doubt lingered. Advancement in the dungeon often demanded a steep and painful price. Days later, empowered by loss, he stood alone. His strength forged through his companion's unwavering defense. With focus and control, he unleashed the skill. Purification energy burst forth, more powerful than ever before. The system confirmed it. His purification had reached an irreversible tier. A reset was now mandatory protocol. The dungeon initiated its cycle. Light cracked the sky as everything began collapsing into white oblivion. From the blinding void, a dark figure emerged, its shape twisted, eyes glowing, power humming through silence. Watching from below, he froze. Those glowing eyes were not unfamiliar, they mirrored something buried deep inside. The figure hovered in silence, puzzled by strange structures scattered below, unfamiliar even within dungeon domains. They seemed artificial. He questioned their origin, unconvinced such creations came from normal dungeon dwellers' capabilities alone. One layout stood out, angular and refined. His gaze fixed, curiosity now tangled with a sense of caution. He approached a sealed room. Rows of books filled the walls, untouched and heavy with old knowledge. The figure noticed the stillness. The lich had not moved. He decided to inspect the soul vessel. There was no trace of the lich's essence. Something was wrong, disturbingly incomplete or deliberately concealed. The vessel shimmered faintly but remained empty. Its silence suggested a deeper deception behind its creation. He questioned the missing essence. Could it mean the lich was never truly sealed or destroyed? That possibility opened two paths: someone stole the soul, or the lich still roamed beyond the vessel. He couldn't confirm it yet, but instinct warned him the consequences would reach far beyond this room. The next day, Dawoon sensed odd energy in the air. Something had clearly shifted during reset. He entered cautiously. Purple spirit trails danced across the dungeon, unlike anything he'd seen before. Dawoon stared at the chamber. The lich was gone, and strange spirits floated where it stood. The rabbit speculated the dungeon reset altered everything. Dawoon felt unsettled by the unpredictable new layout. A new boss now ruled this space. Dawoon realized nothing in this dungeon stayed consistent for long. The rabbit revealed the truth: high-ranking game assistants had control over dungeon layout, traps, and monster types. That power wasn't distant. Dawoon had already influenced the dungeon structure more than anyone fully realized. He accepted the fact quietly. With shifting rules, they'd need a different approach to clear the dungeon. Dawoon questioned the next step, unsure what this new threat demanded in terms of tactics or roles. The rabbit's expression turned grim. Victory now required resisting the dungeon's full-scale manipulation and forced evolution. The dungeon issued its next rule: Dawoon must purify every spirit to unlock the hidden chamber. Dawoon panicked. The number of spirits was overwhelming. He hadn't prepared for such a massive task. This wasn't just about clearing rooms. He needed precision and control to guide energy into the chamber. Only purified spirits could pass safely through the magic seal. Anything else would trigger a brutal backlash. Still, Dawoon felt relief. Compared to past trials, at least this one didn't seem impossibly cruel. The rabbit yelled in disbelief, unable to see how this situation offered any strategic improvement or relief. But Dawoon remained calm. He saw this chaos as a chance to push his abilities forward. With determination, Dawoon unleashed a wave of light, finally ready to test his intermediate-level purification skill. Dawoon raised his hand, energy swirling. The spell charged fast, cutting through the air violently. A system alert blinked. Purification intermediate. The dungeon responded. Targets locked. A plan formed in his head. Enemies circled erratically, never still. He stepped forward anyway, trusting instinct. The glowing sphere lit his path. He narrowed his eyes, tracking motion patterns. A breath held. Strategy solidified in one clear mental command. He spun the magic outward, tracing arcs. Targets aligned within seconds. The blast activated, pulsing with precision. The energy pulsed stronger now, condensed into his palm, ready to fire with precise intent. Dawoon felt the sphere react, stabilizing mid-air. Its light shimmered like a locked-on targeting beacon. He thrust it forward, the glow intensifying. Pressure built in his chest, but he didn't hesitate. Streams of magic burst outward. Spirits howled as bolts struck home, each shot bending perfectly toward movement. From afar, the rabbit watched stunned. Dawoon, once clumsy, now stood firm, efficient, calm, and impossibly accurate. Dawoon crouched low, magic volleying around him. The spirits swarmed, but none could pierce his defense. The rabbit rushed to his side, ears flapping. Dawoon's breathing steadied, eyes locked ahead, magic still glowing. The rabbit proposed a challenge. If Dawoon failed, he'd need help. If not, he'd earn the rabbit's trust. With a cheerful grin, the rabbit stepped back. Dawoon now stood alone, pressure rising without support beside him. The slime spirit watched silently. It was known as the trickiest one to defeat without aid. The slime monsters moved unnaturally, draining energy on contact. Their attacks were silent, almost impossible to track. Glowing trails followed each spirit's path, splitting, twisting. A dozen hits could drain someone to collapse instantly. The rabbit trembled slightly. These spectral enemies ignored walls, floated midair, and couldn't be harmed by normal weapons. Yet Dawoon stood firm, blasting relentlessly. The rabbit stared, confused by his ease against such overwhelming odds. Dawoon grinned, charging another shot. Experience taught him patterns. This time he wasn't playing by dungeon rules. The rabbit calculated quickly. Dawoon had already defeated 57 spirits. Progress like this defied normal dungeon pacing. Dawoon's focus didn't waver. Shots flew clean, while the rabbit noticed strange grass placed under his boots. The screaming grass activated. The rabbit flinched at the noise. Dawoon calmly gave commands, eyes tracking every movement. Spirits swarmed again. Dawoon adjusted position with purpose, leveraging range while resetting the terrain advantage in silence. He stood tall. The rabbit stared, half amused. Tricks or not, Dawoon had become frighteningly efficient alone. Dawoon defended his methods, refining tactics with reason. Results mattered more than style in this survival system. The rabbit gave the updated count. Dawoon had now purified 73 spirits without suffering a single scratch. Confidence spread across his face. He worked smarter, not harder, and finally understood how to thrive. A system alert confirmed it. His purification skill advanced. Efficiency was no longer just strategy, but raw progress. Despite earlier doubt, the rabbit observed quietly. For someone with no cheat ability, Dawoon kept proving things wrong. Deciding he'd earned it, Dawoon paused the battle, wanting to log the achievement properly later. He stepped casually across the arena. The rabbit questioned the break, but Dawoon stayed focused on positioning. Shrieking echoed again as a trap triggered. The grass worked perfectly, buying him space once more. Turning toward the edge, Dawoon noticed something new. A soft glow flickered across the dungeon floor. Resting alone was a mound of crystal powder foreign, faintly pulsing. Dawoon leaned closer, curiosity instantly piqued. Dawoon crouched near the glowing pile, curious. The rabbit speculated they might be remnants from fallen spirits. The powder shimmered as a faint essence hovered above it. Dawoon realized they were indeed spirit ashes. He hadn't expected purification to leave behind a trace. This discovery shifted his view of spirit mechanics. The rabbit commented the real surprise wasn't the ashes, but how effortlessly Dawoon was defeating such advanced spirits. Dawoon examined the ash closely, wondering aloud if it could be repurposed for crafting or dungeon rituals. Dawoon considered the rabbit's point. The ashes might contain lingering properties from the spirit's previous magical composition. The rabbit hesitated, then nudged the pile with curiosity. If used properly, the remains could be valuable. Suddenly, the ash responded. It sparked faintly. The rabbit jumped back, worried the dust might trigger something unstable. Dawoon grinned, brushing it off. Useful or not, he'd take whatever bonus came from their defeat. A system alert confirmed its spirit ash could enhance magical equipment. Dawoon realized he'd stumbled onto another advantage. Dawoon studied the ash thoughtfully, then sparked his magic. Energy surged as he activated dirt manipulation. The fine ash compressed tightly in his palm, reshaping into a small, glowing, smooth-edged spirit cube. The rabbit blinked, baffled. Turning purification remains into solid matter wasn't typical. Yet Dawoon did it instinctively. Rows of spirit stones formed neatly in his inventory. Dawoon labeled them and stored them efficiently. Though uncertain of their value, the rabbit admitted they looked promising. Dawoon simply called it future preparation. After a short meal, Dawoon and the rabbit resumed their mission, purifying spirits in a fresh session. Dawoon noticed the ground felt quiet. His supply of screaming grass had been completely used up. The rabbit grew sentimental. The grass had screamed until its final moment. Each step had sealed their fate. Dawoon shrugged off the guilt. The rabbit, despite the tears, had been the one doing most stomping. He remembered the grass nest's location. It was time to gather more for future trap setups. Dawoon smirked. With the dungeon reset imminent, he planned to gather resources before traps auto-reset. The rabbit sighed, noting how Dawoon treated setup work like entertainment. He wasn't just collecting grass anymore. Dawoon insisted his traps would do the hunting, while he focused on gathering rare field ingredients. The rabbit trailed behind, confused by Dawoon's logic. What was hard for most he found simple. Suddenly, a screech echoed. Dawoon faced the massive griffin again. No reward last time, but he came prepared. The rabbit reminded Dawoon that duplicate achievements were rare. The system rarely recognized effort a second time. Even with repetition, the dungeon wouldn't reward laziness. The rabbit questioned whether the result would differ at all. Dawoon glanced over. The rabbit had stuffed his bag with food again, clearly not thinking about efficiency himself. The banter escalated. Dawoon teased the rabbit's weight. The rabbit retaliated, rejecting the idea of being used in rituals. The rabbit challenged him, why not use spirit attacks for weight loss instead? Dawoon paused, seriously considering the logic. The rabbit burst out, frustrated. If Dawoon wanted results, physical effort not tricks was the only valid solution. Dawoon rubbed his chin, realizing he nearly accepted the rabbit's logic. The guilt faded as curiosity returned. He whispered a thought to himself, life energy, wondering how it could connect to the spirit stones. Lowering his hand, he focused quietly. The stones rested neatly, still charged with faint purified energy. A question formed: what might happen if life force were infused directly into these purified remains? He pondered the strange message, energy circling him, as if the dungeon whispered hidden rules quietly. Suddenly inspired, he clenched his fist and sprinted forward, determined to test the unstable magical energy. Drawing out a glowing orb, he remembered how the ally absorbed life energy. His mind sparked curiosity. He stared at the bunny-like companion, wondering if stones infused with energy could awaken true strength. Confident, he gestured with resolve. If monsters gain power this way, Why not his own allies? He summoned glowing slimes with confidence, convinced they'd assist in bypassing whatever trap the boss prepared. The rabbit stared nervously, recalling strange lore. Slimes infused with black magic became dangerously unstable monsters. His cheerful grin faded when the energy reacted wildly, pulsing violently as if resisting his command. Though he forced a smile, his hand trembled. This trick might break the rules, or himself instead. Far away, a village stood quiet. Something unseen stirred beneath the ground, responding to magical signals. With quiet confidence, he stepped into the open sands, trusting villagers nearby if anything went wrong. He raised the cube in both hands. Life energy gathered fast, wrapping it in golden heat. Eyes closed, he focused, calling silently to the spirit he believed might still linger within. The cube floated gently, glowing brighter with each second, answering his intent with unexpected spiritual resonance. A sudden pulse launched the cube forward, catching him off guard as his breath hitched hard. The rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief as the cube trembled, glowing stronger in the boy's grip. He grinned wide, raising the cube confidently, convinced his call to the spirit had been heard. Together they watched the cube ascend, drifting slowly upward like a balloon escaping a careless hand. The rabbit frowned. Puzzled by the result, nothing responded, yet the cube continued floating higher without reason. Silent and still, they gazed skyward, the cube now a speck drifting alone in the clouds. They stared into the sky as a spark faded. Something unseen had just ended far above. The rabbit choked down laughter, covering its mouth, struggling to stay serious in the face of failure. The boy turned, confused by the sudden giggle, unsure what part of this deserved amusement. Realization hit. If the spirit wasn't grounded, perhaps it really had drifted away into nothingness again. He clenched his fists, accepting defeat. The cube lacked enough life energy to hold a proper summon. He lowered his gaze, unsure if he'd failed completely, or if something unknown still lingered above. Thoughts swirled in his mind as silence stretched, uncertainty growing heavier with every passing second alone. Realization struck suddenly, though unstable. The cube had achieved flight, proving immense energy potential without full control. From above, they watched the fading trail. He considered it a breakthrough rather than another summoning failure. Excitement surged. If it could reach the sky uncontrolled, what might happen with refined guidance next time? He recalled the massive stone dragon, powerful and ancient, its defeat linked directly to the mysterious summoning stone. The dragon's presence once sealed away summoned spirits, now its fall hinted at long-dormant forces awakening. Clutching the cube, he theorized its true purpose might lie beyond summoning, perhaps flight, speed, or transformation. The rabbit listened, skeptical but intrigued, warning him that spirit stones had strange limits and wild behavior. With a shrug, the rabbit added that spirits once summoned could barely perform twice before disappearing entirely. Unlike magic, he realized spirit stones required careful syncing, timing, and movement shaped how power responded and flowed. Determined, he tightened his grip on the final stone, hoping refined control would finally yield results. As it lifted, he steadied his hand, silently pleading this attempt would not end in failure. Weightless force pulled at him again. The cube's energy swelled stronger than before, alarming his companion. Kneeling fast, he grasped the rabbit's hand, anchoring himself as the ground pulse shimmered beneath them. The rabbit blinked nervously, confused by the object, given something about this situation felt strangely familiar. Smiling brightly, he reassured the rabbit, confident that with floating experience, everything would work out smoothly. Before another word could be said, the cube activated, sending the rabbit suddenly airborne with surprise. Upward the rabbit soared, flailing slightly, while the boy calmly observed the effect of another controlled test. He noted the slow ascent, wondering why speed decreased. Something about the cube's output wasn't aligning with expectations. Suspended in midair, the rabbit panicked slightly, unsure why the cube's lift had suddenly stopped. Dawoon looked up calmly, suspecting the limited altitude might be caused by the rabbit's weight interfering again. He called out a suggestion, urging the rabbit to try releasing the cube and observe its behavior. With hesitation, the rabbit obeyed, opening its paw and watching the spirit stone slowly fall from grasp. The cube resumed rising freely into the air, confirming Dawoon's theory the floating stalled due to weight. Dawoon nodded thoughtfully, confirming the floating cube's failure had indeed been caused by excess body weight. He glanced toward nearby supply boxes, wondering if a human might ascend while carrying those instead. The rabbit's ears drooped in protest, immediately realizing Dawoon's plan meant lifting weight midair using magic. Dawoon confirmed it, pointing upward as the rabbit reluctantly accepted the task and began rising slowly. Straining mid-flight, the rabbit groaned as the floating resumed, this time with cargo awkwardly dangling below its feet. Dawoon observed the rabbit struggle mid-air, confirming again that weight directly affected the cube's floating behavior. Excited by the result, Dawoon considered using weight like a control lever to land precisely. The rabbit warned against that plan. Airborne travel was risky with monsters nearby and no protection available. Dawoon realized Spirit Stone mechanics were more complex than expected, requiring caution, tools, and maybe stronger upgrades. He tapped a menu panel decisively, preparing to acquire a backup cube with better power limits. With a shout, Dawoon dropped the heavy cube, causing a loud thud as it hit stone. The rabbit questioned his sudden action, confused by his pattern of testing without clear practical direction. Dawoon smirked, admitting he didn't always aim for results, he just enjoyed discovering what things could do. From above, the rabbit sighed, thinking Dawoon treated the dungeon like a toy box of experiments. Determined again, Dawoon readied the cube, now fully prepared to infuse it with his own energy. Dawoon leaned in, eyes wide, watching in awe as the infused cube began to rise steadily. He grinned proudly, realizing that even a small amount of his energy triggered a visible floating effect. The large block now hovered above ground, fully activated and stabilized, its magic responding to Dawoon's will. Suddenly, a system message appeared. Dawoon had unlocked a new achievement tied to the cube's awakening. His expression changed. This was more than an experiment. Now he had touched something deeper within the dungeon. Dawoon approached the glowing box with curiosity, unsure what function it served within the dungeon floor. He hesitated before touching the surface, sensing unfamiliar magic pulsing through the construct. Unlike anything he'd seen, from above, a mysterious bunny spirit observed him, calculating his value, judging his worth in silence. The spirit descended slowly, declaring the box his responsibility now, and vanished as if completing a ritual. Alone once more, Dawoon stared at the box, realizing his strange journey had only just begun. Far away, an elder strategist reviewed Dawoon's unusual behavior, concerned by his deviation from the dungeon system. He recognized Dawoon's independence as a threat and considered removing him before greater chaos could unfold. But Dawoon, unaware of the attention, kept playing joyfully with the slime, reshaping the village boundaries. The elder clenched his fists, realizing Dawoon had unintentionally disrupted the magical grid surrounding the village core. Panic gripped him as he bolted from his seat, determined to stop what Dawoon had unknowingly begun. The elder vowed to take direct action, convinced that Dawoon's disruption must be handled with force. But as he approached, he noticed a strange energy shift. Something unpredictable was about to unfold. He peeked around the corner, puzzled, as Dawoon proudly displayed absurd strength with a massive wooden box. Dawoon lifted the crate with a grin, unaware of how ridiculous and threatening it appeared to others. The elder hesitated, now questioning if Dawoon was a simpleton, a genius, or an unpredictable force of nature. The elder watched Dawoon spin the crate overhead, baffled by the bizarre show of strength and balance. Dawoon's pet remained silent, uncertain if this was brilliance or just another one of his odd hobbies. Clearing his throat awkwardly, the elder retreated from view, unwilling to engage with something he couldn't understand. Dawoon stood in thought, gradually deciphering the weight shifts, rotations, and magical behavior of the crate's base. Though playful in appearance, Dawoon was rigorously testing levitation properties, logging movement reactions, and adjusting his mental calculations. Through observation, Dawoon identified that each levitating stone emitted two types of detectable and measurable magical properties. The greater the life energy within the stone, the more powerful and stable its floating force became. However, even with equal energy, different stones rose to different heights depending on their individual mass. By understanding both the energy and weight ratio, Dawoon realized he could precisely adjust their floating altitude. His companion remained unimpressed, questioning the purpose of floating rocks repeatedly bobbing around in an open space. Dawoon smirked, unfazed by the skepticism, already imagining new applications beyond mere floating box tricks. He reminded his companion that not all power must serve combat. Creativity often shapes the strongest strategies. The rabbit tilted its head, uncertain what practical purpose levitating stones had outside of flashy stunts. Without warning, Dawoon rushed into a chamber, hammer in hand, striking the old staircase with intent. A nearby skeleton assistant blinked in confusion, unsure why Dawoon had chosen now to destroy the stairs. While Dawoon smashed the stone steps, his companions exchanged confused remarks about his speech and strange priorities. Unbothered by their chatter, Dawoon stepped back, satisfied that every stair had been reduced to rubble. With the path cleared, he activated a panel, initiating the next stage of his experiment silently. From a hidden slot, crystals floated into Dawoon's hand, each pulsing gently with dormant but detectable power. He inspected the stones closely, confirming they radiated spatial energy exactly the type he needed for structure control. The skeleton assistant gasped, briefly convinced Dawoon had stumbled upon some master plan known only to geniuses. The rabbit, skeptical as always, muttered that Dawoon wasn't brilliant, just really good at wasting time. Meanwhile, Dawoon focused intensely, aligning each levitating stone in careful order to form stable vertical sections. The assistant reflected on their old master, who never designed stairs, only teleportation pads in dungeon basements. Still trailing behind, the assistant admitted Dawoon wasn't a genius either, just someone who solved problems differently. Dawoon double-checked the core calculations, knowing a single mistake could destabilize the entire floating staircase system. He paused, calculating if layering control runes into the base would allow more responsive vertical energy alignment. He smiled, pleased to have created something useful not just for climbing but for redefining dungeon traversal. From below, the rabbit blinked up at the glowing result, reluctantly impressed by Dawoon's technical success. A notification confirmed Dawoon's new achievement. He had unlocked a crafting blueprint tied to advanced levitation stair engineering. After receiving the reward, Dawoon examined new skills, curious about how they could enhance his designs. His companions were surprised by the system's generosity, unsure if this achievement was truly rare or broken. Dawoon studied the interface and smirked, impressed by utility-focused skills like port manipulation and stone carving. He tested one immediately, channeling magic into the stone surface while his companions observed in silence. In a sudden flash, the effect activated, startling both rabbit and skeleton with its unexpected intensity and results. With the platform finished, Dawoon officially declared the underground floor complete and prepared for active use. Below, his companions stared upward, impressed by how stable and functional the floating structure had become. Though casual in tone, Dawoon reflected quietly on the effort, feeling a hint of unexpected pride. He glanced toward the crafting stones, intending to refine them further before moving on to exploration. Grinning, Dawoon invited the group to recharge at the resting house. Proud of today's completed blueprint, the small skeleton stood still, his expression shifting as distant memories stirred from a long-forgotten duty. He recalled the sacred site, his creator's resting place, and the ancient oath that once bound him there. It was the same place he had vowed to protect, even sacrificing his life in its defense. Dawoon and the rabbit paused, realizing the structure held deeper meaning than mere stonework or strategic design. As Bahamut whispered his name aloud, something old awakened within, buried emotions beginning to surface once again. Bahamut enthusiastically offered his knowledge of the dungeon's layout, including all remaining traps and hidden entrances. Dawoon nodded confidently, ready to move forward, while the rabbit questioned the sanity of the entire group. Far away, the entrance to the lower dungeon shimmered under sunlight, signaling the start of new trials. Elsewhere, a seasoned warrior prepared himself for entry, joining others heading toward the unknown with sharpened resolve. Dawoon stepped cautiously into the clearing, sensing unease. The other survivors tightened grips on their weapons. Though they smiled, Dawoon noticed guarded eyes. He had felt this quiet tension many times before. He paused, reading the atmosphere. Trust was scarce, and new faces never arrived without questions. They walked together, but every step grew heavier. Dawoon's instinct screamed something wasn't quite right. Below the forest floor, a hidden mechanism clicked. Dawoon's trap, silently armed, awaited their first betrayal. Dawoon descended into the next dungeon zone. Unaware, a curious observer had already marked his progress. The guide rabbit watched intently. Dawoon's reckless pace reminded it of long-forgotten first-time challengers. He sprinted past traps and pitfalls, laughing. To others, it was chaos. To him, precision. The rabbit hesitated. Dawoon defied dungeon logic. Nothing about his route should have worked, yet did. Magical turrets fired wildly. Dawoon weaved through energy beams, skillfully turning danger into a perfect performance. Dawoon froze mid-dodge as new monsters emerged. Their sudden arrival broke every dungeon rule he knew. Rabbit-like enemies surrounded him fast. Their appearance wasn't scheduled, but Dawoon sensed a deeper glitch unfolding. He activated a purification skill, hoping to override the anomaly before chaos spread beyond control. From shadows, a masked figure rose. It spoke with eerie calm, pledging absolute loyalty to Dawoon. The entity mimicked Dawoon's power. Even its skill system had copied his unique dungeon-breaking traits completely. The smaller dungeon creatures panicked, scattering as Dawoon's summoned warrior stepped forward, blade drawn in silence. Without waiting, the clone dashed ahead, sensing the command as if imprinted deep within its code. Dawoon stood back, analyzing movement. The execution was brutal, swift, and beyond anything basic dungeon mobs deserved. In seconds, the battlefield cleared. Dawoon muttered, surprised the enemy's numbers were no match at all. Blue arcs of energy sliced clean. The clone spun mid-air, eliminating threats with perfect mechanical precision. The masked clone was struck mid-swing, sent crashing into the wall by an unseen powerful force. A red-eyed monster emerged, radiating hostility. Unlike the others, this one recognized Dawoon's presence as a threat. The rabbit froze. Even it hadn't expected this elite mob to activate its deadly override protocol so suddenly. While chaos unfolded, Dawoon calmly sorted loot. Danger was routine. He worked efficiently, never wasting momentum. Without emotion, he gathered spirit shards. To him, survival and progress always outweighed panic or distraction. Bahamut intercepted the incoming spirits, drawing aggro and defending Dawoon, who stayed focused on shard recovery. When enemy focus shifted, Dawoon swiftly retaliated, protecting Bahamut just as the spirits changed formation. One collected, one defended. Without verbal commands, they exchanged roles fluidly across each sudden enemy wave. Their rhythm remained steady. Dawoon cleaned the last area, while Bahamut stood watch with blade raised. Soon after, they advanced deeper, having swept through the witch's lair with unmatched pace and order. As Dawoon entered the chamber, a strange sense of familiarity crept over him without clear reason. Golden menus sparkled around him. Bahamut watched silently, sensing his master's increasing comfort with the system. The rabbit acknowledged Dawoon's strange bond with the dungeon. It had grown too strong to ignore. A system alert confirmed Dawoon's rapid progression. His purification skill had unlocked new tiered upgrades instantly. Even the guide felt uneasy. Dawoon's unnatural efficiency earned power that skipped standard growth limits entirely. Dawoon grinned confidently, energy crackling around him. He refused to credit luck for his recent growth. Every result, he believed, came from effort. Even a simple dirt skill had unlocked surprising power. The rabbit stared in disbelief. Dawoon manipulated terrain casually, reshaping dungeon corridors with a flick. Without hesitation, Dawoon tested his progress, eager to confirm how much stronger he had truly become. He summoned 3 purification spheres. Each floated steadily, a sign his core abilities had evolved again. Dawoon examined the glowing orbs, calculating output. He theorized reaching higher levels could multiply his purification spheres. With each level gained, he expected not only more spheres but stronger purification with greater efficiency. The rabbit warned him this area wouldn't easily support further growth. Dawoon quietly absorbed the limitation. A shift caught his eye. Nearby, a hidden staircase revealed a path to the next level. Bahamut stepped forward with caution. Dawoon's team prepared to descend into the first basement's deeper dangers. Dawoon tracked their descent, confirming the dungeon's layered structure now extended into deeper, unfamiliar territory. The first basement floor loomed ahead, its entrance cloaked in a heavy violet mist of mana. Thick vegetation covered the floor. Faint whispers echoed the place, radiated unnatural stillness and hidden danger. Dawoon reacted quickly to Bahamut's words. The mention of gravity magic caught his attention instantly. He smirked, already imagining how dungeon traps would feel lighter with his strange logic reshaping the rules. Dawoon entered the witch's flower garden, scanning its exotic vegetation with a mix of curiosity and caution. He pointed to an odd fungus. Bahamut quickly warned it was highly toxic and dangerous to handle. Ignoring concern, Dawoon questioned whether purification could make it safe. The rabbit grew visibly more alarmed. Spotting another mushroom, Dawoon leaned closer. Bahamut shouted again its spores would detonate at close range. Finally, Dawoon pointed at simple moss. This time, even the rabbit looked tired. It was just moss. Dawoon sighed, disappointed. The garden's odd plants offered no useful materials or crafting value so far. He concluded most were either traps or highly unstable specimens designed for dungeon hazards, not survival. After scanning again, he noticed sparse tiny sprouts. Their presence suggested something intentionally hidden or rare. Bahamut confirmed Dawoon's suspicion. These weren't ordinary herbs, they were subtle, and likely magical in nature. Dawoon grinned wide, eyes lit with excitement. His instinct screamed now was the time to harvest. Dawoon noticed the shift in air. It felt warmer, drier, signaling a new environmental zone. Bahamut warned the group. This was a region where certain hostile flora evolved aggressive defensive adaptations. Suddenly, the rabbit shouted in panic. A deadly plant had appeared right in Dawoon's direct path. Dawoon halted instantly, his eyes locked on sharp violet spikes glistening just inches from his face. Even the rabbit hesitated. The cactus-like plant wasn't just hostile, it radiated dungeon-level energy suppression. The spines pulsed faintly. Dawoon recognized the threat, a blood-sucking cactus. Drawn to body heat, Dawoon faced the enormous cactus, its spikes gleaming. A strange aura radiated, pulsing through the air. The cactus suddenly twitched. Dawoon's eyes narrowed as he sensed the vibration ripple under his cautious steps. With arms tensed, he felt a dull ache, tiny barbs pricking through his sleeve with precise motion. He circled carefully, inspecting its fibrous surface. Something inside moved soft but rhythmically twitching beneath the skin. Realization struck. This wasn't a cactus, it was a creature, and it had just awakened, fully aware. A flicker of memory flashed, dark, distorted, and hollow. Dawoon's mind recoiled from its buried weight. His eyes narrowed as he returned focus. The silence around the cactus became strangely heavy. He stepped closer, steady but tense. The cactus didn't move, yet his instinct screamed to retreat. He clenched his fist, uncertain. Something familiar gnawed at him, like a pattern he'd seen before. He exhaled slowly, glancing at the others. The dungeon remained quiet, but the tension never left Dawoon. Brahmut's eyes widened with realization as he recalled the cactus's species and its draining effect. He confirmed the cactus was edible, though its danger remained if approached without proper resistance or shielding. Confident in knowledge but cautious in action, he maintained distance, pointing out its nutritional value from afar. He admitted his limitations. Physical contact would instantly extract all mana, leaving his body defenseless and collapsed. As tension rose, a small pulse of blue light began to glow from the cactus's core. The rabbit suddenly dashed forward, kicking up dust as it sprinted toward the spiked cactus wall. Without hesitation, it plucked a thorn with precision, gripping it tightly as if retrieving a weapon. Landing beside Dawoon, the rabbit grunted, then turned and darted away with sharp urgency and purpose. Brahmut flinched as the rabbit charged toward him, wielding the thorn like a small, angry javelin. The rabbit hurled the thorn mid-stride, forcing Brahmut to retreat while shouting about correcting his language habits. Dawoon studied the cactus thorn closely, realizing it could serve a purpose beyond simple defense or danger. His fingers tightened as he yanked one free. The sharp tip snapped off clean with force. He examined the broken end. Its structure was dense, durable, perfectly shaped like a tool or weapon. With a small nod, Dawoon acknowledged its potential. This cactus spine would work as a proper needle. Before he could explain, the rabbit jumped him, shocked by how quickly Dawoon had weaponized the cactus. Dawoon proudly displayed the glove. He had stitched it using cactus thread, feeling genuinely accomplished inside. The rabbit's expression darkened. It suspected Dawoon's new hobby might escalate into further crafting obsessions soon. The moment dragged. Dawoon stepped forward confidently, determined to harvest more before the cactus defenses activated. Smiling, he rolled his sleeve and prepared to dismantle the plant with efficient, practiced movements. Brahmut readied his magic urgently, warning Dawoon not to proceed without magical resistance to cactus recoil. Dawoon sliced the cactus skin cleanly, his blade cutting through its thick surface without much resistance. He stabbed deeper to expose the core. The cactus burst slightly, releasing shimmering fluid from inside. Surprised by the texture, Dawoon paused. The cactus flesh was soft, smooth, and surprisingly dense to touch. Its glow intensified. He noticed the meat-like structure, marveling at its resilience and faint, crystal-like properties. The rabbit questioned his intent. Dawoon smirked, clutching a chunk confidently he had already decided to eat first. The rabbit raised an eyebrow, unsure if Dawoon was genuinely brave or recklessly proud beyond help. Dawoon reassured them calmly. He wouldn't risk anyone else until he confirmed the cactus was safe. He took a bite, crunching down hard. The outer layer cracked beneath his teeth like glass. Juice burst from the center. Dawoon continued eating, unfazed, his face tightening from the odd taste. Red fluid dripped thickly. The rabbit trembled, mistaking it for blood and cursing the terrifying cactus again. Brahmut admitted Dawoon's actions were reckless, yet undeniably impressive, something beyond a normal dungeon survivor's behavior. The rabbit observed carefully, finally acknowledging Dawoon's mixture of courage, resourcefulness, and slightly dangerous overconfidence. Dawoon steadied his weapon again, preparing for a precise cut deeper into the cactus's thick body. With a swift motion, he sliced downward. The blade tore through flesh, revealing more vibrant inner pulp. He removed a smooth chunk and crouched beside it, ready to analyze, extract, and fully utilize it. The rabbit watched suspiciously as Dawoon poured something unknown into the bowl of harvested cactus flesh. Dawoon munched happily, declaring his creation watermelon punch, determined to rename the cactus permanently for clarity. Floating chunks of red cactus flesh bobbed in liquid. Seeds drifted upward, unusually round and oversized. He picked up a seed, surprised by its weight. Its size made removal incredibly convenient and fast. Brahmut panicked, warning that contact with water would trigger the seed sprouting, possibly with explosive magical energy. Dawoon examined the seed closely, realizing it could serve as a catalyst to grow similar plants. He concluded it might be better to plant some above ground for faster, safer resource gathering. As he prepared his plan, he sensed the system interface initializing new instructions filled his vision instantly. The cactus responded to his presence, glowing faintly. Dawoon's thoughts raced as the dungeon adjusted again. Skill activation triggered. A portal opened nearby, pulling Dawoon and his allies toward a newly unlocked quest. Dawoon requested help from Brahmut, asking him to cool the mixture with controlled frost magic. Brahmut declined politely, warning that direct contact could drain his power or activate unstable cactus properties. Still, Brahmut swirled wind to chill the bowl from a distance, freezing the cactus chunks evenly. A shimmering glow covered the surface. The system recognized the dish and granted a food-based achievement. Dawoon blinked, stunned by the reward. The rabbit groaned. Jealous achievements came easier than breathing now. Dawoon considered the complexity. What he built today wasn't luck, it was knowledge others couldn't replicate. He accepted the challenge fully. Completing the shrine alone would take strategy, time, and full focus. Dawoon issued orders to prepare supplies, knowing that only teamwork could meet the shrine's structural demands. The rabbit acknowledged the urgency, understanding its role had shifted from assistant to vital logistics handler. As teammates emerged from the gate, Dawoon stood firm, one task finished, a greater one beginning now. With everyone gathered, Dawoon led the charge through the glowing portal, heading straight toward the shrine site. One team member hesitated, silently gripping the rabbit by its neck with a skeptical expression. The rabbit glanced sideways, sensing tension and recalling past moments that hadn't yet earned full trust. The man stared coldly, challenging the rabbit's role. Doubts lingered from earlier interactions in the dungeon. He admitted his suspicion openly. Despite teamwork, his instincts warned not to drop his guard yet. He narrowed his eyes, sensing the creature's presence wasn't part of the system's normal flow. The strange rabbit liked being reclined smugly, pretending innocence, though the air around it felt undeniably warped. Crossing his arms, he stood firmly, analyzing every detail, measuring threats beyond just physical strength alone. Despite the lighthearted act, he suspected deep manipulation was hidden beneath that fluffy and clumsy-looking exterior. Haunted by past betrayals, he watched silently, knowing trust in dungeons came with the highest cost. He stared ahead, connecting recent events, suspecting the rabbit's role went deeper than comic relief. Doubt clouded his thoughts. Betrayal often came disguised as charm, and this creature was no exception. He stopped at the portal's edge, voice firm, demanding clarity from his strange and energetic companion. The creature scratched nervously, deflecting questions with exaggerated emotion, trying hard to mask its guarded intentions. Then, with sudden gusto, it shouted its dream: freedom, survival, and a hoard of sparkling dungeon loot. The creature recalled a past alliance, once loyal, now broken by greed and cold betrayal. With ears drooping slightly, it admitted its fear not of death but of misplaced trust once again. Turning away from the portal, it paused, hesitating between safety alone or danger with fragile hope. He smirked faintly, tossing the challenge behind him, daring the rabbit to follow without hesitation. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a new player emerged, navigating traps with speed and practiced instinct. He dashed through the corridor of thorns, weaving between the traps with unshaken confidence and speed. Despite the harsh warning, he moved casually, trusting his rhythm, unaware of the danger subtly increasing. System alerts flashed, unseen trap density far beyond typical zones, as if luring him towards something deliberate. Footsteps closed in behind, heavier and cautious. Others had entered, wary of the deadly surroundings ahead. With a grin, he dismissed the concern, prideful, still blind to how pain often follows overconfidence. As realization dawned, they learned the trap's true rule status meant nothing without the system's grace. Panic flickered in his eyes. A delay in thought now meant peril for his own life. Before he could flee, the spike's truth hit: his immunity was never active to begin with. The rabbit's warning echoed too late, as muscles flexed in defiance against the dungeon's cold logic. Even pride couldn't protect him now. Posturing meant nothing once Thorns judged intentions with cruel finality. With a confident grin, he ignited his ability, eager to flaunt what he'd newly perfected. The crates lifted with forceful energy, stunning the group as dungeon laws warped before their eyes. He proudly unveiled the prize: floating boxes of meat, freshly butchered, infused with enchantments and survival instincts. Their amazement was genuine, eyes glinting at the wealth of resources he summoned with reckless creativity. Though they cheered his tricks, none foresaw how dangerously close they'd grown to disrupting dungeon balance. The sky was calm, unaware of the chaotic routines young Dawoon somehow called daily progression. He stirred in the sand bath, limbs sprawled, indulging in luxury most dungeon dwellers wouldn't imagine. Rising slowly, he entered the steamy sauna, letting warmth melt tension earned from relentless dungeon life. Brunch came next, earthy stew, crisp pork belly, and perfect slices of cactus, all devoured with delight. Rejuvenated, he chuckled through steam, ready to begin work, as if death traps were office chores. He unleashed purification magic again and again, energy pulsing as corrupted spirits dissolved under his glowing staff. The spell leveled up mid-cast, empowering his control, but fatigue from earlier indulgences slowly crept in. After cleansing the area, he casually tossed a cheerful remark, pretending the work hadn't drained him. Collapsing beside the bunny, he sighed heavily, pushing exhaustion aside with the ease of routine survival. But the rabbit's scolding came sharp. Recklessness in comfort zones invited death faster than poisoned dungeon water. He raised concerns about newcomers, unsure if their motives aligned with survival or something far more dangerous. The summoned puppet reassured him with mechanical confidence, promising protection with unwavering artificial loyalty. Without resistance, they set off cheerfully, completely unaware that peace rarely lasted long in the dungeon. That marked the day's official end. One less task, one more chance to relax before sunset. Arriving at the camp, his instincts stirred. Tension crackled through the air like storm winds held back. Dawoon turned to Iksun, voice lowered, asking about the strange fluctuation only he seemed to notice. Iksun's gaze sharpened as he felt the same pulse and unnatural shift creeping in from nowhere. A number appeared before him, 29, far beyond any count tied to dungeon floor logic or quest progression. His voice grew cold, recounting a past signal, a warning the four strongest had once ignored. It came again, this time stronger, not a memory. A presence awakening beneath the fragile rules of reality. From the hilltop, the shadowed figure observed the camp, calculating who would react first to chaos. He noted the leaders, the strong ones, those whose fear would ripple once the first strike landed. With no further warning, the entity launched energy downward, a sudden attack meant to draw panic. Villagers scattered in terror as the explosion ripped the sky, searing the ground beneath their feet. The monster descended, radiating power, as the first guard collapsed without resistance, fear draining from his soul. The shadow loomed closer, acknowledging the man's presence while watching the village collapse into frightened silence. The man tried to speak, but fear clenched his throat as the figure stared straight through him. A reminder struck: his mission wasn't complete. The monster's voice echoed, calm but sharp, brooking no disobedience. Sweat poured from the man's brow. The presence invoked obedience born not from loyalty but survival instinct. Orders confirmed, the figure turned away. His message was clear: correction through fear was only beginning. The shadow issued a final warning, reminding them their borrowed peace came with a due cost. Then it vanished, leaving behind only silence, and the lingering fear burned deep into every survivor. The elder collapsed, knees trembling, realizing the time to stay neutral had finally reached its end. He recalled the prophecy: power would descend, forcing the weak to either rise or fall in submission. Yet he still hesitated, torn between saving his pride or protecting the villagers from total annihilation. The figure hovered, noting despair on their faces, weakness that would soon justify his coming judgment. He declared the elder responsible, offering no chance to shift blame, only one final, irreversible consequence. Terror tightened the elder's throat as the truth struck: one decision would doom or save everyone. Before the village, the shadow raised his hand, making his declaration loud enough to shatter hope. The warriors stepped forward, resolve hardening. If death was promised, they would meet it standing, not kneeling. The countdown appeared above their foreheads, bold and bright, signaling they'd been officially marked for execution. The countdown triggered panic. Everyone around Dawoon trembled as numbers floated above their heads. Time was vanishing. The woman's number dropped, 30 to 29. Her face tightened. Dawoon noticed, confusion mixing with rising unease. He muttered in shock, watching survivors vanish, their countdowns clearly tied to something far more dangerous. Despite the tension, Dawoon remained calm, trying to analyze the countdown's origin and potential consequences logically. Others discussed escape, ignoring her clock. Dawoon silently questioned the reset system and why he was unaffected. Dawoon realized he wasn't just another player. The system treated him like a background function instead. The others stood silently under the night sky. An older survivor explained survival rules. They had 30 resets to clear the dungeon or face deletion. Only those who cleared the mission before the final reset would retain their data and lives. A light engulfed one player's head. Without warning, the dungeon began enforcing its next programmed command: purification. Dawoon's purification failed again. The branded player's curse resisted, and the countdown number stayed the same. The rabbit clarified not all curses could be removed. Higher-level curses required stronger purification abilities. Even weakened, the brand of sacrifice couldn't be removed. It only bought limited time before deletion. This curse wasn't random. It marked someone chosen to be sacrificed for dungeon maintenance and balance. Dawoon's assistant, unlike others, wasn't bound to one player. He could now support every survivor equally. Dawoon learned the curse was at its highest level, beyond standard purification capabilities for now. He proposed delaying purification until later, allowing himself to develop stronger abilities before risking the attempt. The assistant explained that high-level curses could be weakened through preparation, making purification more likely. However, uncertainty remained. Dawoon didn't yet understand how long his purification skill would take to charge. As they discussed strategy, another countdown was mentioned. The timer wasn't random, it was an expiration deadline. The assistant warned that when the countdown reached 0, the sacrifice would act without resistance or mercy. The timer glowed ominously. 29 days left. Dawoon felt urgency grow with each passing second. The assistant explained the sacrifice would obey the dungeon, becoming its willing agent and attack others. Anyone around the sacrifice would become potential victims, used to fuel the dungeon's expansion and rules. The elder stepped forward, declaring the only solution was dungeon clearance. Curses wouldn't disappear by waiting. The assistant warned that even purification wouldn't help if they failed to clear the dungeon's challenge. He accused the group of stalling, knowing full well the sacrifice wouldn't last much longer. Their indecision risked everything. Time was running out, and delaying action could lead to needless deaths. Dawoon and the cursed man discussed their options. Survival depended on swift action and group cooperation. They joined the others, determined to solve the dungeon's riddle and stop the sacrifice countdown permanently. Dawoon accepted the harsh reality. Saving the cursed man required clearing the dungeon within strict time limits. He carefully considered his strategy, knowing one mistake could cost both the man's life and theirs. Dawoon recognized the cursed man was innocent, simply marked by a cruel rule beyond his control. Despite risks, Dawoon vowed to protect him. If they failed, the system would erase him anyway. With determination, Dawoon grabbed the assistant and sprinted forward, ready to challenge whatever the dungeon demanded. Achievement unlocked. Dawoon successfully cleared the dungeon. As a reward, all survivors instantly received full status recovery. He watched the golden particles heal the cursed man's arm, confirming the system acknowledged their achievement. Curious about what came next, Dawoon reviewed Jude's message, which hinted at a deeper dungeon structure. The system forced him into another dungeon layer. He barely had time to prepare or recover. Despite frustration, Dawoon smiled. Jude was annoying but undeniably useful, possibly the best partner he'd gained yet. The system confirmed the curse was lifted. The branded man was finally free from his doomed fate. A glowing portal opened. Dawoon prepared to face the new dungeon level without hesitation or fear. Outside, danger brewed again, the quiet forest near camp filled with creaking. Confident and ready, Dawoon faced the undead. He welcomed the challenge and prepared to strike first. He launched his attack immediately. Light surged forward, his purification skill activated with force and precision. Dawoon launched dual purification blasts, confidently pushing back the undead using his newly upgraded sacred power. With control over purification, Dawoon felt unstoppable. He'd grown far beyond the system's early limitations. The assistant confirmed Dawoon's skill evolved. But the system still listed him as a beginner-class master. Dawoon wondered why his skill category remained low despite improvements. The system clearly underestimated his ability. He stared at the notification in disbelief, questioning what criteria the dungeon used to assign mastery. Dawoon reached the dreaded mountain of death, its entire surface wrapped in thick, toxic purple clouds. He confirmed the clouds stretched from base to summit. Climbing meant facing poison every single step. To counter it, he fired purification bursts at each reachable cloud while scaling the cliff face. Switching to wide-range mode, Dawoon extended his reach, purging dangerous zones before entering them directly. The plan worked. The system notified him his purification skill had advanced to intermediate level 5. Dawoon celebrated his progress, eager to push forward. But more poisonous clouds still blocked his ascent. He fired long-range purification bursts, targeting clouds from a distance to clear a path ahead. His skill gradually weakened nearby toxins, but lingering clouds beyond range remained untouched and dangerously dense. At full power, Dawoon could only purify a limited number of clusters before hitting his limit. Frustrated, he questioned his next step. Without action now, the poison would overtake him before long. Dawoon sensed something strange. The air shifted, and a system notification appeared before he could react. A dark figure emerged from the shadows. It radiated authority, identifying itself as a dungeon agent. The agent claimed to monitor Dawoon's influence. He had interfered too often with dungeon progression mechanics. It warned that his unauthorized alterations to balance and purification could not be overlooked any longer. Although it wouldn't act now, Dawoon had crossed a threshold. Future violations would trigger direct intervention. Dawoon looked ahead with excitement, eager to begin crafting again in the newly unlocked zone. Boxes materialized before him. He recognized the signal. Among the loot, he discovered a dirt golem's core, an item with unique creation potential. Smiling, Dawoon grabbed the core. This time, he wasn't asking what he was asking how to build. Dawoon dragged his staff across the dungeon floor. He remembered floating stones from novels, realizing the trick lay in balance rather than simple elevation magic. To stabilize flight, he calculated force direction, aiming to change gravity orientation without losing horizontal control. Dawoon adjusted the sphere's axis using tools, ensuring it remained upright during transitions between energy states. Looking ahead, he knew mastering directional gravity would give him unmatched battlefield control and escape options. Dawoon quickly sketched a strange shape into the dirt, imagining a new design for magical control. His companions stared in awe, uncertain if it was genius or just incredibly strange-looking and improvised. They admired the result, mistaking it as artistic brilliance rather than functional dungeon layout or circuit. Unfortunately, the finished design resembled a cockroach, sparking confusion instead of the intended technical purpose. Dawoon corrected the mistake, clarifying it was an octopus, though slightly embarrassed by his rough sketch. The companion stood frozen, eyes wide with realization as Dawoon's sketch triggered a disturbing memory. Terrified, he recalled a giant monster from his past that looked oddly similar to Dawoon's drawing. Dawoon dismissed the panic with a firm tap, keeping the situation from spiraling into pointless fear. With renewed focus, he resumed explaining the sketch's purpose, tying it to magical control and movement. The drawing sparked new ideas, possibly usable for larger-scale traps or long-range magic field adjustments ahead. Dawoon explained how standing positions could shift gravity, allowing the octopus to float or descend easily. He detailed how internal airflow would channel magic energy, forming a controllable propulsion system for maneuvering. By tapping specific holes, Dawoon would trigger directional movement, simulating thrusters powered by purification-based energy flow. His companion imagined sitting proudly as the ship's captain, already dreaming of commanding the floating octopus. Dawoon crushed the fantasy, reminding him he'd be handling the engines, not leading the vessel from above. Dawoon concluded the discussion, energized by the plan's potential and ready to start immediate construction. With determined focus, he began clearing the ground, preparing a stable foundation for the massive build. He worked shirtless under the sun, drawing attention with his sudden shift to physical labor mode. His companion watched in shock, unsure if Dawoon was building or posing for dramatic effect again. Dawoon collapsed dramatically, overwhelmed by effort. Dawoon proudly unveiled the completed structure, eager to see his companion's reaction to the floating creation. The octopus-shaped construct launched dramatically, its segmented body hovering with unexpected speed and mechanical precision. They examined the layout: cockpit at the head, engine cores behind, and propulsion units lining each leg. Dawoon admired the structure, impressed by its resemblance to alien crafts despite its dungeon material construction process. He speculated about the taller shell shapes, wondering if they'd help optimize lift or stabilize flight paths. Dawoon activated the system, tapping specific nodes to trigger the propulsion matrix hidden within the octopus. With anticipation building, he watched as internal power surged, lighting up key circuits beneath the surface shell. The construct vibrated and lifted gradually, its energy coils whirring in perfect synchronization with magical output. As it ascended steadily, Dawoon observed calmly, confirming the flotation system had successfully initiated without failure. The ship now airborne, Dawoon stated confidently. They only needed to furnish the cockpit to complete it. Dawoon leapt confidently toward the octopus ship. A sly grin formed as he anticipated liftoff, eager to test the final propulsion sequence. The ship roared to life, blasting upward with fierce energy and shaking the ground beneath. His companion panicked, mistaking the launch force as a monstrous rampage rather than a planned feature. Dawoon brushed off the concern, casually suggesting they continue testing before judging it a terrifying threat. The completed octopus vessel hovered steadily. Dawoon stood proudly, declaring launch time as he officially named the ship Bahamut with theatrical flair. His companion shouted the full name: Superfortress Bahamut No. 1, summoning magical energy in preparation for their test mission. Power surged from the ship's base as it blasted forward, responding precisely to the control commands. The octopus vessel flew smoothly across the sky, confirming that Dawoon's floating design truly worked as intended. Inside the vessel, Dawoon marveled at the view, feeling like a true captain commanding the skies. He prepared for descent, targeting the dense toxic clouds below as their next purification zone. The octopus ship dove smoothly through misty layers. With a thunderous blast, the purification cannons fired, releasing bright streams of energy into the smog. Dawoon manually assisted, launching concentrated purifying shots from inside to maximize effectiveness across the polluted zone. Dawoon accidentally inhaled the purple mist, feeling lightheaded as the toxin began affecting his balance quickly. Panicking, he summoned more purification energy, realizing the drowsiness indicated poison gas leaking into the vessel. Steadying himself, he launched another purifying blast, hoping to push the toxic clouds away before fainting. The octopus ship fired again, piercing through the heavy fog. Reflecting proudly, Dawoon grinned. He once carved through stone, and now he was clearing the very atmosphere. Dawoon initiated a slow cruise through the clouds, planning to cleanse the toxic field with precision. The prolonged floating left him nauseous, realizing magical stability didn't prevent motion sickness from creeping in. He began sweating, growing dizzy as the endless gentle drifting pushed him past his tolerance threshold. Determined, he ordered the octopus to stop, hoping rest would restore his balance and resolve. Just then his companion returned, confused and curious about where Dawoon had disappeared during the trip. Dawoon explained he had been gathering materials, revealing a fur-based bed he crafted from dungeon loot. The fur's description confirmed high durability and shock resistance, perfect for sudden napping amid floating chaos. He collapsed onto the bedding, declaring it superior to any mattress found in the real world. Completely exhausted, Dawoon dozed off mid-sentence, leaving his companion puzzled by his sudden retreat into sleep. His partner noticed wind blowing into the room, realizing the poison fog might still be leaking. Dawoon lay fast asleep after intense work, completely drained as his companion quietly watched over him. Determined to help, the companion took control and gently began landing the octopus near the cliffside. Securing the vessel to the wall, he ensured stability and peace, while Dawoon continued resting undisturbed. Dawoon looked up at the collapsing sky, unsure if this was truly the end of everything. Sitting in a crater, he remained motionless. He blinked slowly, dazed and confused, trying to understand why he was still alive at all. Realizing he'd survived, he covered his face in disbelief, finally acknowledging the dungeon hadn't broken him. Deciding it was time to adapt, Dawoon prepared himself to begin leveling up from the beginning. As the wind howled above, the curious creature asked Dawoon what he planned to do next. Dawoon noticed the hole in the sky, realizing time flowed differently here than in the outside world. He accessed the system interface calmly, scanning available data to determine his next potential upgrade path. Unlocking a construction-based skill, Dawoon smiled confidently and prepared to reshape his surroundings with newfound control. With determination, he activated the ability, causing loud vibrations to ripple through the sky above once more. Dawoon pondered his next move carefully, considering both strategy and risk before taking further action. The creature noticed his hesitation and asked if something unusual was bothering him at that moment. Dawoon explained how projections shouldn't remain still, yet this orb clearly held a stable form. He summoned the glowing object into his hand, feeling energy crackle as he prepared an experiment. With a firm motion, Dawoon threw the orb, testing its behavior and confirming his earlier suspicions. Dawoon excitedly realized the orb was interacting with gravity, confirming a key breakthrough in his theory. The small creature was surprised, admitting it never imagined the orb could function like that before. Dawoon repeated the creature's words, trying to fully grasp the concept of controlling magic through learning. The creature demonstrated its own version, revealing a different form of manipulation using a variety of orbs. Dawoon tested his new control method, intrigued that their shared affinity allowed similar manipulation of magical spheres. Dawoon threw another orb, analyzing its curved path and identifying a consistent gravitational deflection effect. Realizing the phenomenon resembled black hole gravitational pull, he grew excited by the implications of discovery. He attempted a second test, adjusting strength and rotation to compare differences between both throws. Hoping to gain control, Dawoon focused on replicating the spiral trajectory with more precision and power. But a sharp pain struck his head mid-throw, overwhelming his mind with an unknown, magical sensation. Dawoon grabbed his head, confused by the headache, while strange messages flooded his mind in waves. The creature warned him about overuse, explaining magical control required gradual adaptation, not reckless bursts. It slammed into him out of frustration, upset that Dawoon ignored basic magical safety precautions again. Dawoon dismissed the concern, believing it was just mental fatigue from focusing too hard on training. To prove his point, Dawoon flopped backward dramatically, claiming he simply needed a moment to relax. The system confirmed young Dawoon's resurrection, restoring his status and stabilizing his presence in the dungeon. Relieved, Dawoon celebrated briefly before noticing something strange approaching quickly from the sky above. Alarmed by the falling creature, he braced himself and prepared to counter with a defensive skill. Dawoon launched a focused attack, frustrated that enemies appeared more persistent than expected after his recovery. Scratching his head in irritation, he complained the stress wasn't just mental, his scalp had started hurting too. The creature concluded that Dawoon's magic had likely awakened due to his consistent use of physical strength. It explained how ordinary skills could shift toward magic under extreme stress or prolonged energy concentration. Dawoon admitted it made sense, realizing his strange sensations weren't just random side effects after all. He reflected quietly, accepting that his strength had gradually transformed into something far more complex than before. Encouraged by the explanation, Dawoon smiled and suggested they take a short break to relax together. A kettle boiled gently over the flame, releasing steam while preparing something warm and calming. Fresh herbs were chopped precisely, their scent blending with the fire's warmth in the open space. The herbs were dropped into the pot, turning the water a vibrant green as it steeped. The liquid was poured carefully, its aroma rising softly with the steam from the heated cup. Dawoon brought the cup to his lips, savoring a rare moment of peace within the dungeon. Dawoon wondered if the tea's calming effect was physical or if he was simply imagining the peace. Despite the stillness, a strange atmosphere lingered, something unseen pulsed faintly beneath the dungeon's quiet surface. As he sipped the tea again, a sharp thought pierced his mind. He questioned whether the tranquility was masking something, a dangerous trick meant to dull awareness. A single tear fell as his mind slowed, overtaken by waste absorption laced into the calming tea. Dawoon realized the tea's subtle energy had a direct impact on his mental clarity and magical flow. With his headache easing, he became excited by the potential of using it to enhance control. He launched another sphere with confidence, determined to refine its movement into a perfect curved trajectory. The orb curved beautifully through the air, forming a clean semicircle exactly as Dawoon had intended. Energized, he celebrated his success, while his companion questioned why he was obsessed with rotation mechanics. Dawoon smiled sheepishly, admitting his obsession with magical trajectory came from simply finding it enjoyable. He declared his next goal was to perfect the motion until the orb drew a full circle. It was at that moment a magical signal pulsed outward. Meanwhile, deep underground, a strange creature stirred from slumber. Shouting loudly, the pink monster demanded food. The pink monster pouted in frustration, finding the quiet and waiting around unbearably boring without action. A terrified dungeon explorer screamed for help, his voice echoing through the ominous darkness without response. In the depths, grotesque creatures stirred, sensing movement and preparing to swarm with unrelenting hunger. A panicked voice warned the party to keep their torches lit or face complete annihilation by shadows. These horrors belonged to the third dungeon's most feared zone, a place known as the Abyssal Sea. Surrounded by armed explorers, the mysterious bunny creature floated silently above the Abyssal Sea's glowing surface. A massive black beast stirred beneath the earth. Several black hounds emerged from the shadows, sensing the same glow and charging together without hesitation. The adventurers lit torches to repel the darkness, warning each other not to release their grip. Dawoon raised his torch high, igniting it fully to push back the approaching beasts without fear. He took a steady step forward, facing them calmly, ready to act before the torches burnt out. Rabbit noticed Dawoon's torch had vanished, immediately realizing the extinguished flame could signal his potential death. With grim concern, Rabbit concluded that losing the torch in darkness likely meant Dawoon wouldn't survive. Another survivor cried out in fear, scanning the shadows while realizing Dawoon's torchlight had completely disappeared. Panicked, he shouted for help, asking if anyone had spare torches to hold off the beasts. Before a reply came, a hound lunged forward. A loud crack of lightning echoed as Rabbit turned. Startled by the sudden shift in atmosphere, thunder rumbled violently across the dungeon, sending waves of static energy through the underground darkness and stone. Rabbit instantly recognized the phenomenon. Dawoon was likely still alive and had triggered a unique event. Dawoon emerged from the electric storm, his body unharmed. Crackling with power, Dawoon calmly advanced, fully prepared to handle whatever came next without hesitation or fear. Rabbit acknowledged Dawoon's approach worked, but warned that overusing skills would quickly drain his stamina and mana. Despite his concerns, Rabbit admitted Dawoon's strategy was strangely effective against overwhelming odds in the dungeon. Dawoon calmly adjusted his grip, confident and composed, controlling the battlefield with ease and efficient decisions. The more obstacles Dawoon encountered, the The sharper his responses became, he kept growing stronger through repeated adaptation. Watching silently, Rabbit concluded Dawoon wasn't just lucky, he worked hard to earn every advantage he used. Dawoon suddenly recalled a strange memory, feeling an odd sense of pride creeping up without warning. He shook his head, laughing at himself, unsure why such a cheerful thought crossed his mind. Snapping back to focus, he reminded himself that he wasn't a hero, just a dungeon cleaner. Rabbit warned him sternly not to overdo things, or he'd exhaust all energy and mana reserves. Dawoon raised an eyebrow at Rabbit's concern, wondering aloud if he was being teased or underestimated. Dawoon confirmed his plan aloud, eyes focused, determined to move forward and clear the entire path. He explained that even if monsters came endlessly, he would push through them without hesitation. Rabbit commented sarcastically, noting Dawoon's actions were impressive but bordered on reckless and overconfident behavior. Dawoon didn't deny it, gripping his weapon tightly as energy surged and another enemy lunged forward. With precise timing, Dawoon blocked the attack mid-air, clashing against the beast as Rabbit looked on, surprised. Dawoon stood quietly, reflecting on everything he had survived through sheer effort, luck, and stubborn resolve. As tension faded, he smiled, faintly grateful to still be alive after the overwhelming dungeon chaos. With silence around them, Rabbit and Dawoon paused, unsure if the danger had truly passed. For now, a sense of calm returned, and Dawoon casually mentioned that resting properly might be wise for once. In another realm, a boy celebrated wildly, having just drawn Dawoon's rare character from a gacha pool. A companion congratulated the boy, who smiled proudly, clearly pleased with his recent achievement and reward. He admitted his happiness wasn't just about leveling. He demonstrated his progress, firing a controlled purification sphere straight from his fingertips with practiced ease. The glowing orb spun in a perfect circle, impressing his observer as he boasted his precision. Grinning, he aimed confidently at the golem ahead, ready to put his new technique into action. A summoned creature soared through the air, heading straight toward the boy's location with incredible speed. He remained calm, thinking strategically if it could be purified, he'd disable it before close contact. He reflected aloud on how most dungeon monsters were vulnerable to status-based purification or weakening effects. Explaining further, he noted that efficiency mattered more than strength. Solving problems cleverly saved time and energy. Smiling, he acknowledged that overthinking paid off, and sometimes the best tool was simply well-applied knowledge. He sensed something unusual and quickly turned, realizing a strong presence had entered the area. His companion confirmed the energy. This wasn't a random creature, but a highly dangerous enemy unit approaching. They identified it as an ancient combat type construct, a golem built for lethal and intelligent dungeon patrols. The golem's many eyes locked on them as it began moving, silent but terrifyingly precise in motion. Realizing they couldn't outrun it, the boy prepared himself, whispering that evasion was no longer an option. The golem reacted to incoming projectiles, questioning whether the attack was some kind of poison magic. He shouted the technique purification. The energy blast streaked through the air. Suddenly, the light vanished, absorbed entirely, as if the dungeon's darkness had swallowed it without leaving a trace. A figure emerged ominously, eyes glowing faintly, whispering the words, "The remnants of the abyss." He realized that the dark entity wasn't just strong, it was absorbing his purification. Magic. System messages confirmed its purification had failed. Corrupted energy was resisting his skill entirely, revealing hidden resistance traits. The entity was named Remnant of the Abyss, immune to common cleansing or banishment techniques. Shocked, the boy questioned how such a thing could exist, but his companion calmly confirmed its nature. Without hesitation, he prepared another energy orb, determined to analyze its reaction and exploit any remaining weakness. Dawoon plummeted through the void, summoned again by a dungeon that reset without mercy or reason. He landed hard, disoriented but alive, already sensing the strange rules of the dungeon settling around him. Remembering past resets, Dawoon steadied his breathing. He knew hesitation could mean failure or worse, permanent death. Kneeling, he scanned the empty arena floor. Nearby, a hidden trap shimmered, barely visible to untrained eyes. With practiced motion, he triggered the trap. Spikes exploded upward, but Dawoon dodged, landing safely behind shattered stone. Dawoon's eyes widened. The floor cracked deeper than expected. Jagged spikes burst again, but this time from beneath. The ground collapsed violently. A grotesque creature emerged, its jaws wide. With a thunderous stomp, the beast charged forward, breaking stone beneath it. The beast lunged from the shadows, its jaws wide. With a deafening crunch, it devoured its target. Dawoon turned just in time as the monster crashed down, scattering debris with explosive. Eyes sharp, he dashed forward, gripping his weapon tightly, timing his move with perfect. His spear pierced upward cleanly, striking the monster's throat mid-charge. Dawoon spun his spear around, readying for another strike as the creature's body crashed to ground. Its head slowly lifted, eyes glowing faintly, though its body trembled. Death was moments away from arrival. Another monster emerged behind it, larger and twisted, catching Dawoon's eye with a deep. Recognizing the threat, Dawoon stepped back cautiously, noting the creature's shape. This wasn't just another brute, it adapted. Heart racing, he turned away fast, instincts flaring. This fight wasn't winnable now. He had to retreat. Dawoon glanced back as the pig-like monster emerged again, its tendrils whipping forward with violent speed. Reacting fast, he vaulted over his ice blocks. A shadow shot forward. Dawoon stumbled as a tentacle swept past. Ahead, multiple monsters blocked the path. Dawoon's mind raced, calculating odds as pressure mounted every second. He clenched his jaw, accepting retreat. Survival now meant escaping, even if it meant sacrificing collected resources. Dawoon leapt up the staircase, his legs burning, heart pounding. With a sudden idea, he activated his ability, hoping a gate would open just in time. Instead, a system warning flashed: coordinates unstable, gate installation impossible under current dungeon conditions, and monster presence. Realizing he was trapped, Dawoon scanned the collapsing corridor. He had to risk another hidden tunnel. Without hesitating, he ducked into a monster burrow, vanishing underground. Bursting from the tunnel, Dawoon struck fast, spearing both beasts before they reacted to his return. Eyes narrowed, he studied their response. No hesitation now, he had to finish them before reset. The dungeon's system flickered again, another reset loomed. Jumping over a corpse, he twisted midair, landing with balance and stabbing into the next monster. With a glowing polearm in hand, Dawoon readied for the next wave, no time for rest. With a quick tap, Dawoon activated a support item. The beast roared and lunged, its jaws missing by inches as Dawoon blurred out of reach. Dawoon tossed a trap into the monster's mouth, watching carefully as it swallowed without hesitation or thought. A burst of air followed. Dawoon grinned slightly, his timing worked. The improvised move stunned the creature. He charged again. Most would have collapsed from exhaustion, but Dawoon's survival instincts kept pushing him forward. Though danger closed in from all sides, Dawoon held firm, guided by focus and calculated resolve. His calm wasn't natural, it came from the blessing of the Skyhawk's spirit, earned through effort. As the Skyhawk's successor, Dawoon inherited its power granted only to those proving unmatched resilience and will. Blazing with newfound strength, Dawoon launched forward, his every motion precise. With a single strike, he drove the spear straight through the monster's core, swift, clean. The monster's body plummeted into darkness, limp and silent. Dawoon watched it disappear, clutching a glowing cube. One more day survived, but barely by a thread. His thoughts wandered briefly. The system had recognized his fight. He sighed, shielding his eyes. Now came cleanup, reflection, and bracing for what would come next. Beside him, the strange creature blinked quietly, ready to follow again, its loyalty never shaken, only growing. Dawoon climbed higher but sensed danger thick in the air. The dungeon's silence felt too unnatural today. Realizing the risk, Dawoon turned back toward the octopus gate, determined to avoid a pointless confrontation alone. Lala followed, stabbing shadows for safety. Dawoon stayed focused, his instincts stronger than any warnings she offered. Flames roared ahead. Dawoon noticed the torches weren't normal, they burned without wood, too clean, too synchronized. He paused, staring into dark mist. The black fog shifted unnaturally, as if watching, waiting, ready to strike. From the black fog, a shadowy fish slithered forward, its mouth wide, fangs twitching with hunger. It moved silently, gliding through air like water, drawn to Dawoon's flame but stopping just short. Dawoon's eyes locked on the creature. His breath slowed. It hovered there. Suddenly, the fish twisted away, circling the flame. Dawoon held still, confused by its hesitation and retreat. Realization dawned: creatures thrived in fog, but feared the light. Darkness was safety, fire their natural barrier. Lala froze, eyes wide as Dawoon handed over orders. The boiler was her next destination. Dawoon smirked, holding a glowing orb. He warned the dark zone was no place to relax. Lala's jaw dropped when the light flared. The blinding radiance came from a legendary solar stone. The golden orb hovered midair, casting heat and daylight across the fog. A mechanical box emerged from the glow, reacting to the solar charge. 4 solar drones orbited Dawoon, lighting the fog. Shadows retreated as his strategy pushed forward confidently. With the octopus below, Dawoon questioned the effect of bright light on its dark-adapted biology. He'd drawn the monster out. Now the real challenge was understanding what came next strategically. The dungeon system adjusted strangely, offering power, tools, and warnings, but left the why buried in deeper intent. Floating lights hummed around Dawoon. He stood quiet, feeling the weight of something smarter, watching silently above. Dawoon stepped forward as the light expanded. Finally, the path was visible, flat ground and no fog. Lala scanned the clearing nervously. Dawoon's attention shifted toward a creature flapping oddly on the floor. He paused, puzzled. The creature looked familiar, slim, silver. It thrashed helplessly on sand, no shadow powers, just gills and fins clearly displaced from water's reach. Dawoon sighed. With fog gone, even monsters lost their mystery. This was simply a fish, nothing more. Lala questioned the creature's nature, but Dawoon remained focused, watching the strange fish flop in place. He picked it up with curiosity. The weight and shimmer reminded him of a giant anchovy. Lala grew uneasy as Dawoon chuckled to himself, considering odd possibilities no sane person would explore. A grin spread across Dawoon's face. Curiosity now shifted. He seriously wondered how the thing would taste. Dawoon lifted the butcher's knife, its edge gleaming coldly beneath the dim dungeon's eerie glow. He leaned toward the flapping fish, preparing to slice, hunger forcing him to act without hesitation. Ignoring the slime's glowing warning, Dawoon rationalized his urgency. Eating meant surviving, and time was limited. He raised a mallet high above his head, deciding stunning it first might avoid unnecessary mess. Shadows burst outward. Something was terribly wrong with this dungeon fish. Dawoon steadied the blade against slippery skin, carefully scraping scales that shimmered like silver under dungeon light. He split the fish open with precision, removing its guts and bones without wasting a single motion. With practiced fingers, Dawoon sliced clean lines, stripping the flesh neatly as he trimmed off tough fat. He paused, eyes narrowing in focus, making sure no part of the preparation could go wrong. Soy sauce trickled smoothly into a bowl, his secret recipe, born from dungeon-forged fermented paste experimentation. Dawoon plated the sashimi with care, knowing proper food presentation mattered even in a twisted dungeon. The slime gawked silently, overwhelmed by how raw fish, once writhing, now glistened like crafted gemstones. Dawoon's pride stirred. He'd survived this long, adapting, learning to make luxury out of life-threatening situations. With a solemn nod, he invited the slime to taste. Knowledge meant nothing without shared experience. Elsewhere, the dungeon trembled faintly, unseen systems awakening, disturbed by Dawoon's ability to live and thrive like this. Blizzards howled outside, but inside, Dawoon and the slime enjoyed peace born of skillful preparation. He picked the thickest slice, inspecting the marbled flesh gleaming softly without needing any garnish. He chewed slowly, savoring the clean texture and soft finish of dungeon-grade fish without distraction. Curious about contrast, he dipped a piece in soy sauce, recalling flavors from Surface Town memories. The richness hit harder than expected, too bold. Dawoon frowned slightly, already planning improvements for next time. Dawoon grinned suddenly, remembering a dish that could balance the fish's flavor and surprise his palate. He fetched a small pot from his inventory. Its surface shimmered faintly with enchanted heat retention. Inside, fermented oranges and sugar, boiled down with soy sauce, forming a thick, aromatic citrus glaze. Sourness lingered sharp on the tongue, but he knew that meant it would cut the richness. As Dawoon lifted the sauce, tossed sashimi, he whispered, "This might be genius, or total failure." With a soft plop, Dawoon dropped a thick green-rind watermelon cactus peel, freshly gathered, untested. He diced it finely, chopping through the fibrous skin. The slime tilted its head, puzzled by the effort, as Dawoon offered no real explanation. Driven by instinct alone, Dawoon plucked a piece with chopsticks. He chewed slowly, face unreadable, texture tough, flavor bitter. Dawoon's eyes widened. The unexpected bitterness sparked a realization, triggering a sudden surge of inspired culinary thought. The flavor clicked. He dipped the cactus into vinegar soy sauce, chasing harmony between contrast and sharpness. A wave of satisfaction swept over him. For once, a risky experiment had produced excellent results. He turned excitedly, ready to share the dish, but the rabbit companion he cooked for was gone. His smile faded. Chopsticks lowered slowly as solitude returned. Victory tasted dull when shared with no one. Just as loneliness sank in, the rabbit companion dropped from above, looking flustered but surprisingly elegant. Dawoon paused. Confused, her sudden appearance felt random, as if the system itself had triggered her return. She stared at the food, visibly shaken, unsure if raw fish counted as an acceptable meal. Dawoon explained quickly, sensing her hesitation, hoping she'd at least try what he'd prepared so carefully today. With nervous urgency, she tapped away, determined to cook her own meal before trusting Dawoon's dish. The rabbit resisted, face strained, unsure if this bite would nourish her or end her misery. Dawoon laughed awkwardly, sensing tension. Guilt lingered, but relief surfaced seeing her still conscious after the taste. Fear returned, briefly buried instincts reawakened. He panicked, recalling past meals that led to collapsed lungs or worse. The rabbit watched, startled, realizing Dawoon's strange behavior wasn't comedic, it was survival reflex masked by nervous habits. She hesitated, then asked gently if they could eat something warm instead, just for today's peace. The rabbit waved off the concern, calmly chewing, claiming urgency was relative in the chaos-filled dungeon. Dawoon frowned, frustrated. If someone was in danger, waiting didn't feel like a reasonable option. The rabbit's answer remained vague. Arrival would bring clarity. Dawoon felt unease tighten with every passing second. Suddenly, the slime burst forward, glowing with determination, ready to travel alone and assess the threat. Feet tapping rapidly as the strange rescue team charged into uncertainty together. Guided by a slime's trail, the group pushed forward, drawn to faint orange light ahead. The rabbit hesitated, uneasy. Who placed such an obvious signal in such a dark sector because of magical interference? They relied on flames and basic tools to navigate unfamiliar dungeon zones. Unknown monsters stalked the dark. They had to control their steps to avoid alerting predators nearby. Dawoon pressed forward, flame in hand, unaware he'd soon confront the dungeon's oldest and cruelest secret. Dawoon stepped cautiously, torch held tight. A rush of wind exploded from both sides, walls vanishing as sharp spikes emerged instantly. He froze mid-step. Massive jaws lined with jagged fangs now surrounded him on either side. The jaws clamped shut, crushing something just beyond Dawoon. Another traveler hadn't been as lucky as him. The monsters withdrew slowly, satisfied with their catch. Dawoon remained still, heart pounding in total silence. The shell-like monsters retreated slowly, their armored forms dragging across stone with loud. Inside one of the shells, two figures struggled. Ku Hojol and Ryu Shinchung were trapped together. Sweat dripped as Ryu cursed under his breath. Every failed strike echoed his mounting frustration. Their torch dimmed slightly. Hope faded the longer they waited without signs of help arriving soon. Far off, Dawoon advanced with purpose. The torch in his hand burned brighter than his doubts. Jinsu scanned the darkness as allies called for aid. He had to act without hesitation now. His vision skill activated instantly, revealing incoming threats converging from two angles in perfect synchronization. Empowered by foresight, he directed the group's counterattack. A nearby creature hissed and darted, its movement unpredictable. Jinsu flinched, recognizing the sound. Something ancient had entered the battlefield, something not even his skill predicted. Dawoon's ears twitched at the eerie sound echoing beyond the stone corridor. His heartbeat quickened instantly. He rushed toward the flickering torchlight where a teammate struggled, claw marks slashed across her shield. A black creature sprang from the dark, its claws swiping fiercely as Dawoon's ally was thrown back. The shadowy beast hissed, knocked the torch to the ground, and melted into darkness like flowing ink. With the lights extinguished and panic rising, Dawoon realized the creature used the dark itself to escape. Dawoon's mind reeled from the man's reaction, unsure what he had unknowingly stepped into this time. The wounded man's expression shifted from fear to disbelief, as if seeing someone long thought impossible here. He offered a brief explanation about his sudden appearance, describing the reset loop that altered his fate. The man narrowed his eyes, scanning Dawoon's equipment, sensing something unnatural tied to the dungeon's strange logic. With tired breath, the man accepted his presence, not fully trusting but desperate enough to allow company. The man laughed suddenly, chest rising, claiming his survival was earned through sheer grit and experience. He slammed his fist into his palm, eager to storm forward and finish the current floor. Dawoon objected quickly, pointing out the terrain was unstable, and fighting now would be reckless and wasteful. The man snapped back, challenging Dawoon's caution, questioning his leadership and comparing it to past failed plans. Dawoon stayed silent, weighing his words, realizing this wasn't about strategy, just a man afraid of stopping. The man proposed a direct assault, convinced eliminating the enemy early would prevent greater problems later. But Dawoon hesitated, sensing the plan lacked stability, too reliant on brute strength and unstable assumptions. He reflected on recent resets, realizing patterns, confident he could redirect the encounter through another dungeon route. The two stood in silence, tension fading as they reached consensus. Time favored Dawoon's approach better. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, a flash alerted scouts something stirred far beyond their planned path. A scout gasped as light surged from the darkness, her instincts bracing for something overwhelming ahead. A towering creature burst through dungeon walls, golden cubes orbiting, its body pulsing with dungeon-altering power. The scout's voice trembled. This wasn't planned, questioning if Dawoon had summoned the entity or accidentally triggered chaos. All eyes turned to Dawoon, who calmly stepped forward, showing no fear while the beast approached. Another scout reached out, checking Dawoon's forehead, trying to confirm if he had truly remained unchanged. The scout activated a purification spell, energy surging outward, hoping to cleanse any corruption from Dawoon. Light faded quickly, revealing Dawoon unchanged, but the attempt had drained the caster more than expected. Nearby, a rabbit-shaped entity observed with amusement, dismissing the failed spell as an unnecessary waste of effort. The rabbit teased him, smug and unbothered, but the adventurer surprisingly withheld his usual punch this time. He cracked a grin instead, confessing a rare fondness, though it vanished with the rabbit's final smug comment. A teammate asked Dawoon for guidance, hoping he could simplify the chaotic state of their surroundings. Dawoon responded calmly, assuring them he'd handle the current threat and discuss lingering issues later when safe. He clenched his fist, gathering energy from the dungeon's system interface and activating a familiar hidden command. The ground cracked beneath his feet as radiant force surged upward, launching debris into blinding, controlled chaos. From the light, another fighter emerged, focused, armored, determined, eyes set only on shielding the unprepared from harm. The warrior charged into battle, positioning himself between the monsters and the vulnerable players scattered behind him. A hulking beast roared, confident in its power, rushing forward with intent to crush all resistance instantly. Clashing violently, both enemies collided mid-air, shifting the battlefield as the warrior calmly assessed the redirected threat. Nearby, a bewildered observer questioned his strength and rank, clearly unaware of his prior contributions or role. Another informed her softly he wasn't just strong, he'd rebuilt the dungeon's rules to protect weaker players. The team stood before the enormous black dome, unsure if it marked safety, danger, or both. Analyzing its surface, Dawoon noted the dungeon's structure had shifted again, its layers rewritten without usual notice. He tapped through system menus, searching logs, eventually finding a strange hidden feature labeled System Override Key. Dawoon knew the dungeon's logic wasn't stable, but something deeper now tried to rewrite even his control. Elsewhere, a monster's armor hissed open, releasing faint vapor marking the start of a silent transformation phase. Gas hissed from the armor's release point, alarming everyone nearby as smoke spiraled into the air. A hidden mechanism triggered, revealing that the shell wasn't just protection, it was a sealed internal chamber. From within the shell, a soft flash pulsed outward, visible to allies positioned farther across the arena. Recognizing the light, Dawoon's comrades called out, hoping he could hear them through the shifting battlefield noise. Inside the chaos, Dawoon stood calmly, surrounded by brawling creatures, admitting the situation wasn't part of his plan. Determined, he gripped his blade, rallying his focus on severing the giant claw as planned. The dungeon registered his weapon, Ant Cutter +2, specifically designed for slicing through monstrous armored shell segments. With precision, Dawoon lunged with force, the blade piercing through outer plating. He shouted mid-strike, drawing strength from the system bonus tied to one-handed assaults on beast-class enemies. The weapon locked in place, grinding against bone as the creature shrieked. Dawoon examined the ant cutter, now showing slight wear from repeated strikes against thickened armor plating. Above, a teammate shouted down, eyes wide, surprised by the blade's effectiveness and curious about its origin. Smiling, he tossed the blade upward, letting the other warrior prove himself under live combat pressure. The warrior caught the weapon mid-air as an armored beast lunged, cracking stone with its fall. Bracing for impact, he met Dawoon's gaze, ready to prove he could fight beside him equally. The battlefield quieted as both teams regrouped, exhausted but alive, after clearing the thick armored enemies. Grateful for Dawoon's help, one warrior expressed relief. Unsure they'd have survived without his sudden support, Dawoon simply nodded, but his mind wandered. He still questioned whether saving everyone was always the right call. Though victorious, his teammates sensed lingering doubt, each silently wondering what consequences still waited beneath the dungeon's surface. The group emerged from the portal, exhausted but alive, staring at Dawoon, the one left standing. Relieved they were safe, Dawoon turned silently, knowing this peace was short and danger still lurked nearby. Now alone, Dawoon prepared himself, the dungeon's shift signaling it was time to face the unknown again. He activated his skill core, letting the stored energy surge through him, body braced for what's ahead. Lightning exploded outward, onlookers froze in fear as Dawoon's power shattered the ground beneath with sheer force. The creature watched with wide eyes, sensing a power surge that could crush everything in its path. Ryu Sungwoo exhaled slowly, relieved Dawoon hadn't unleashed this force while the team was still inside. Electric energy gathered in Dawoon's palm again, crackling as it pierced through the air like growing thunder. He struck the surface, shattering stone and earth, a controlled blast that sent debris flying in all directions. The others watched in awe, quietly impressed. Dawoon's gamble had succeeded, and the path forward was clear. The rabbit critiqued Dawoon's restraint, hinting his display earlier might have been a flex to impress others. Dawoon denied it, scratching his head, mildly flustered as others nodded silently, unsure whether to believe him. Without delay, the team approached the fractured platform. Meanwhile, one warrior stayed behind, silently studying the terrain, blade in hand. He pressed his weapon against the ground gently. The rabbit confronted Sungwoo mid-air, questioning his reckless leap and what he planned to do next. With a smirk, Sungwoo hinted he wasn't chasing certainty, but rather counting on something unexpected below. Beneath the surface, stone creatures stirred ancient guardians, rising from the depths in synchronized deliberate motion. Their red eyes glowed with heat and menace. They were the dungeon's brutal, judgmental, double-edged trial. Each one moved in silence, synchronized and powerful enemies that had once extinguished entire expedition teams. The land stirred unnaturally, its muddy surface bubbling as something massive began forming from deep underground layers. A dragon emerged, wings folding tightly, gaze fixed ahead not in hostility, but in cautious silence. An ancient box hovered midair, glowing faintly. Its text revealed secrets only few dungeon travelers had survived uncovering. Dawoon activated the artifact, its pulse syncing with his core as the air shifted from within. Sungwoo speculated if Dawoon's success meant the dungeon might grant wishes now, or just reset everything again. While others debated outcomes, the rabbit examined the guide plaque, puzzled by the phrase "wandered golem master." It suggested shell parts were dropped intentionally, a rare behavior never observed from clean-type dungeon golems before. Sungwoo grew curious about the name, wondering if it was tied to a deeper dungeon mechanic. Another rabbit appeared, cloaked and odd, claiming ownership of the golems with a tone both smug and secretive. The group stood in disbelief as the newcomer declared his title Wandered Golem. Unsettling yet strangely official, Sungwoo began sketching plans for reinforcement, thinking a larger shell might increase both defense and control. He realized the symbols etched into the fragments matched older designs used to govern autonomous dungeon constructs. The rabbit questioned his logic, warning that over-tightening the core might shatter the golem's critical support system. Still grinning, Sungwoo proposed using lacerite to stabilize internal strength, hoping to bind the shell from within. Neither fully understood how lacerite worked, but both agreed to try anyway, trusting instinct more than facts. Sungwoo admitted he didn't know everything, but believed trial and error could still lead to success. He held up a jar of black liquid, explaining it was mixed from mana with dragon breath. He planned to apply it carefully, testing its stability without letting it bind to the shell. With Dawoon's signal, lightning burst out again, charging the dome with raw energy drawn from surrounding air. As the force spread, Dawoon prepared for feedback, bracing his arm just as the structure cracked below. With coordinated precision, Dawoon weakened the enemy's guard, and Sungwoo ended the strike using pure lightning. It had been long since the strategist and fighter truly cooperated this time without holding back. Their sixth opponent crumbled under force, shattered pieces scattering as the others prepared for more ahead. Dawoon grimaced at the nickname Lightning Man, as the rabbit cheerfully cheered his elemental destruction from behind. Once the battle ended, the team split into pairs to gather every remaining piece of the shell. The crew regrouped as the task shifted from battle to cleanup, everyone pitching in without hesitation. The rabbit marveled at their teamwork, joking they'd all be elite, if not stuck doing grunt work. His smug laugh was cut short when a gauntlet slammed into his face without warning or mercy. Sungwoo stood calmly over him, holding a staff in one hand and offering no explanation at all. Dazed, the rabbit shouted in protest, face turning red as sparks flew from his twitching ears. Sungwoo yelled at the rabbits for lazing around while everyone else was clearly putting in effort. One rabbit dismissed him, claiming it was observing the situation and conserving mana for bigger threats. The other rabbit insisted it was tracking flipped shards, though it hadn't moved an inch yet. Frustrated, Sungwoo pointed out the magic wasn't even glowing, exposing their excuse as a total bluff. He sighed, realizing this was the price of teamwork, enduring freeloaders with cleverly rehearsed excuses. Sungwoo turned with a sly look, preparing to ask something entirely unrelated to combat or strategy. The rabbit froze mid-motion, caught off guard by the sudden tone shift and unusually serious expression. Sungwoo asked if it could produce cold air, mimicking an air conditioner to ease the heat. Stunned, the rabbit flinched, unsure whether to take the request seriously or prepare for another punch. Without waiting, Sungwoo summoned a breeze himself, cooling the room while enjoying the rabbit's dumbfounded reactions. Sungwoo casually offered a potion labeled Carte Plasma, claiming it could cool down internal mana circulation instantly. He then suggested they test its effect by applying it directly to the rabbit's face mask. Panicked, the rabbit froze, mentally spiraling while imagining horrible side effects like blindness or mana-induced paralysis. Nearby, a makeshift mobile creaked ominously. The rabbit screamed, assuming it confirmed his darkest hallucination was real. Dawoon walked across the dim corridor, footsteps echoing as silence pressed in on every side. The spirit rabbit trailed behind, ears drooped, quietly stewing over the hero's ignorance and growing emotional distance. As Dawoon turned, the rabbit's frustration burst forth, its fur puffed, trembling with a low simmering resentment. Noticing the change, Dawoon stopped abruptly, confused. He called after the rabbit, puzzled by its silence, unaware that feelings had shifted in their strange bond. Dawoon grabbed the rabbit firmly, halting its escape, his brows furrowed in genuine confusion and concern. The rabbit exploded, venting pent-up rage. It resented being dismissed, forgotten, treated like background dungeon clutter. Dawoon listened, awkwardly scratching his cheek, trying to process emotions he never expected from a dungeon familiar. He pondered his reliance on the rabbit, admitting though indirectly that things were easier with it around. Realizing this, he tried to explain, voice cracking from guilt, while the rabbit clung tighter, slightly less angry. Dawoon braced himself as he plunged his hand into the dormant core of the massive golem. With practiced focus, he extracted glowing fragments, each piece containing residual mana from the ancient dungeon construct. He carefully scrubbed off lingering shell dust, polishing every shard to ensure maximum refinement and compatibility. Then, with precision, he fitted the cleaned fragments into the engraved slots around the chamber's floor. The rabbit's eyes widened. Something ancient had just awakened beneath their feet. Dawoon stepped back cautiously, sensing something wrong, while the rabbit's ears twitched with growing alarm. The rabbit froze, staring up as the golem's energy signature suddenly flared with a hostile frequency. With a deep rumble, the construct jolted forward, armor plating clicking into a battle-ready position instantly. Its torso rotated mechanically, slow but deliberate, tracking their position with increasing precision. The glowing eyes narrowed, purple light pulsing. Its new protocol was clear. The massive golem stood firm behind them, its presence casting a heavy silence over the room. A newcomer assessed the construct, impressed by its intimidating size and the dense aura it emitted. He praised the design, suggesting expert craftsmanship, but Dawoon simply shrugged, feigning modesty with folded arms. Inside, Dawoon was surprised too, yet confident. Something inside him felt naturally synced with dungeon crafting. A sudden system alert flared. Dawoon had unlocked an achievement for creating a reinforced sentient armored golem. Dawoon blinked at the system screen, amazed. The golem exceeded even his highest expectations. He wondered aloud if this counted as an official summon, or just another crafting side project. The rabbit raised a brow, questioning if this new creation meant Dawoon favored it more than others. Embarrassed but honest, the rabbit admitted it looked impressive, despite not being emotionally attached to its maker. Eyes narrowed, the rabbit whispered to itself, was all this even possible? Or just another glitch? The rabbit stared harder. Despite Dawoon's confidence, something about the golem's activation still felt wrong. Memories resurfaced, wooden figures from earlier dungeon layers used for binding souls to form basic constructs. Dawoon casually introduced the figure's nickname, unaware the rabbit was linking it to forbidden summoning rituals. The rabbit grew more tense. These weren't just scraps, they matched the same aura as before. Unspoken conclusions formed. Dawoon wasn't using ordinary methods. He might unknowingly be tapping something older and far deeper. The rabbit panicked. Dawoon's strange knowledge seemed too advanced for someone new to the dungeon system. Dawoon smiled, holding a tool bag, claiming intuition and logic helped him figure things out quickly. The rabbit questioned how Dawoon knew ancient mechanics before encountering them. It didn't add up. Dawoon brushed off suspicion, saying their time would be better spent testing and documenting their skills. Days passed. Far away, someone else stirred, a quiet observer watching the dungeon shift unnaturally again. In a quiet chamber, a small group gathered, the elder speaking of something lost but important. He stood, voice calm, insisting they weren't here to fix the past, only discover truth. He apologized, burdened by the realization that the dungeon had erased more than just his direction. Fragments slipped away daily, but one memory remained vivid, a single moment he couldn't ignore. The others leaned forward quietly, anticipating the elder's next words. Sensing the weight in his expression, the elder slowly raised his arm, pointing upward with certainty the lost sight was above. He explained further. Whatever remained of the memory, it urged them to reach higher ground quickly. Dawoon listened carefully, cross-checking the vague hint with terrain maps he memorized earlier during dungeon progressions. They agreed to investigate that direction next, hoping this strange clue would finally lead somewhere concrete. As they turned to move, a teammate grinned at last. They were back on track. The team moved quickly, shielding themselves from the roaming golem as they retrieved scattered dungeon resources. Ryu summoned his armored minion, clearing paths while keeping enemies from interfering with collection routes. Others gathered broken cores and fragments, funneling everything back toward Dawoon's crafting circle without delay. Using the collected parts, Dawoon began constructing a second, sturdier golem with upgraded inner channels. But deeper below, something ancient stirred, a forgotten beast sensing new mana ripple through the stone. The ancient beast lunged from the darkness, glowing eyes locked onto the newly awakened second golem. With a vicious snap, it sank its fangs into the golem's armored shoulder. Metal splintered across the chamber as the beast twisted. Before it could retreat, the golem countered, delivering a crushing blow that launched the creature away. Silence followed. Whatever threat the beast once posed, the landing zone was slick, covered in slime. Dawoon struggled to stay upright after the descent. Beside him, the rabbit scanned the walls, ears twitching. This layer felt older, more corrupted. Dawoon narrowed his eyes, alert. Something unseen was moving, too quiet to be mechanical. Others regrouped around him, shaken but alive, counting each member while forming a defensive half-circle. The entire floor glowed faintly. Something pulsed underneath a dormant system waiting to be triggered again. A shadowy creature landed silently and pressed its claw against the stone embedded in the floor. With a surge of black energy, it extinguished the core's glow. Dawoon gasped, eyes wide. The solar stone's light had vanished, severing their only passive defense field. Dawoon lunged forward, grabbing the fleeing shadow creature with a firm grip before it could escape again. The captured beast's eyes flared with rage as energy surged, preparing to strike back with sharp claws. Twisting violently, it slipped from his grasp and bolted across the floor, vanishing into the shadows. Dawoon, observing calmly, admired the girl's swift reaction and how she disrupted the entire escape sequence. Surrounded by allies, he reflected on the creature's origin and the hidden dangers lurking within the city. The shadow cat descended, its presence stirring the magic air, a signal of dormant, ancient dungeon rules. Dawoon analyzed its strange aura, suspecting it was more than just a simple summoned monster. He pointed decisively toward the trail, identifying a hidden path masked behind magical camouflage and illusions. The rabbit companion panicked, realizing Dawoon's logic was sound. Something unseen had triggered the creature's emergence. With urgency rising, they hopped into motion, following the mysterious escape path left in the cat's wake. Dawoon teased lightly, watching the rabbit's flustered reaction while masking his growing concern behind a grin. He chuckled, brushing off tension, though his mind stayed alert to hidden threats still unfolding ahead. Pausing briefly, Dawoon narrowed his eyes, piecing together strange behavior patterns around the shadow creature's path. Below them, unfamiliar tunnels split off, carrying signs of movement, scratches, dust, and scattered monster footprints diverging sharply. Realizing a trap, Dawoon warned the others. Something intelligent was guiding monsters beyond the dungeon's usual limits. Dawoon noticed a giant serpent moving unnaturally, trailing the shadow beast deeper into the dungeon's unknown. Suddenly, the serpent began floating midair, disconnected from gravity, as if caught in an altered dungeon state. Dawoon crouched carefully, analyzing the scene and preparing for descent, trying to locate the next entry point. They dropped silently into a hidden chamber, the faint sound of claws echoing through the narrow hall. The shadow cat appeared again, trembling, clearly reacting to something unseen that awaited further ahead in darkness. Dawoon remained optimistic, confident in his approach, despite the rabbit's doubts about what lay ahead. Far away, someone's expression twisted in fear, watching something approach that shouldn't exist in that place. Panic spread as one survivor shouted, warning the others to back away from the darkened corridor. Infected figures stumbled forward, their movements stiff and unnatural. The sickness had advanced. One by one, the remaining few began succumbing to its silent corruption. One infected lunged savagely, sinking its teeth into another's shoulder as panic erupted within the crowd. Screams filled the chamber while survivors scattered, desperate to escape the escalating chaos before infection spread. A strange glow emerged from beyond, catching the attention of those not yet consumed by fear. Chief O's gaze hardened as he faced the impossible ghostly silhouettes, rising with quiet, grim familiarity. Before him stood fallen allies, reanimated by dark energy, now twisted into unrecognizable armored enemies. Chief O stared silently, lips quivering, struggling to believe what stood plainly before his tired eyes. He reasoned it had to be fake, just another trick to distract and disorient his thoughts. But deep inside, he sensed something worse. The illusions weren't random. They were pulled from memory. His jaw clenched as denial faded. He whispered the truth he feared most. It was intentional torment. All around, the undead advanced, mocking reminders of past failures, crawling through the cursed hill of nightmares. One survivor lashed out, fighting illusions with real weapons, unsure if resistance would even matter here. He warned others to stay grounded. Illusions had power only if they believed what they saw. Despite the rising threat, he kept walking forward, trusting only the firmness of the ground beneath. Elsewhere, the others discussed this place, the Hill of Nightmares, and how it chose specific memories to weaponize. The rabbit explained grimly. Survivors were being targeted one by one, illusions drawn from their buried fears. A group of shadow cats emerged, surrounding the group with synchronized growls echoing across the chamber walls. The girl approached calmly, her rabbit companion beside her, puzzled by how she navigated the darkness safely. She explained, shadow cats avoided light and thrived on lingering emotions trapped in places like this. The rabbit realized the creatures fed on regret. Those who couldn't move on were perfect targets. Chief O confirmed it. The monsters mirrored internal guilt, illusions created from grief and unfinished emotional wounds. Haunted by guilt, Chief O faced twisted apparitions from his past, taunting him with cursed memories. He steadied himself, repeating it wasn't real. The danger lay in believing illusions stronger than truth. Accepting the risk, he chose to press forward, determined to confront whatever waited inside the chamber. The group advanced cautiously, stepping into the shimmering portal. Chief O turned once more, eyes sharp. He knew whatever was ahead would test them all completely. A reanimated soldier charged from the side, eyes hollow. Another leapt to strike but was intercepted mid-air. The fallen creature hissed its last words, hatred eternal, as its body collapsed in unnatural spasms and silence. Chief O stepped forward, focused on dismantling every illusion, warping minds and twisting memories into lethal threats. But the illusions fought back, one emitting a blast of cursed magic from decaying hands glowing purple. A sudden explosion erupted behind the team as reinforcements arrived, hurling magic to stall the undead. One attacker taunted from above, announcing herself confidently while preparing for another direct magical strike. Others regrouped to defend the line, each focused solely on survival and protecting their retreating companions. Meanwhile, Dawoon stood apart, his gaze steady, unaffected by fear, calmly observing everything from a distance. He pressed down gently, signaling he was ready regardless of chaos. His focus remained unshaken and sharp. Dawoon knelt beside the training dummies, deep in thought, silently forming the plan in his mind. He didn't react outwardly, but internally, he sensed something had shifted across the entire dungeon space. While others fought chaos, he quietly crafted something new, tools only he could build under current conditions. His tools weren't weapons, they were solutions to dungeon systems. No one else even considered disrupting directly. Far away, a spiraling tower began to glow, signaling a greater mechanism activating deep within ruins.
The soldiers looked upward in silence. Darkness peeled back, unveiling a massive structure trembling violently, its towering form cracking stone with deafening rumble. Everyone froze as the colossal tower continued shaking, ancient mechanisms awakening, grinding loudly within its core. The trembling slowed, yet awe lingered as eyes locked onto the tower, sensing its ominous resemblance. Among the crowd, suspicion grew, questioned the tower's nature, uncertain if history repeated itself. The elder trembled nervously, clutching his book tightly, aware his strength alone could not suffice. His voice cracked as he admitted helplessness, warning that countless lives would soon be consumed within darkness. Turning sharply, he revealed knowledge of ancient resets, cycles binding the dungeon to merciless, endless recurrence. He declared the dungeon itself a cruel prison, devouring challengers endlessly, trapping souls within unbroken torment. Thousands of glowing eyes emerged from shadows, the elder's fear rising, certain survival was impossible tonight. The group carried glowing cubes, their faint light guiding uneasy steps as looming uncertainty pressed heavily. The leader's expression hardened, knowing ancient resets repeated mercilessly, forcing them inside the dungeon once more. His footsteps echoed firmly, signaling determination. Dawoon advanced steadily, the mysterious rabbit floating nearby, his resolve stronger despite the overwhelming uncertain future. The entrance towered ominously ahead, its dark threshold unwelcoming, yet escape no longer remained an option. Dawoon asked about the relic's magnitude, carefully gauging the elder's knowledge before committing to action. The elder explained cautiously, revealing hidden dangers, acknowledging the immense strain awaiting within the crumbling relic. Da-Won analyzed the towering structure, realizing dismantling such mass demanded strategy, endurance, and unrelenting determination combined. Armored soldiers moved forward, their heavy footsteps striking stone rhythmically, echoing beneath the looming shadow of ruins. Surprised voices rose among companions, astonished at Da-Won's unexpected efficiency, impressed by strength exceeding their expectations entirely. Armored warriors descended swiftly from the structure. One soldier raised his weapon high, preparing a devastating strike. Stone shattered violently upon impact. Observers gasped in disbelief, realizing such destructive power might be required repeatedly to clear the dungeon. Leaders instructed calmly, urging coordination, emphasizing collective strength was vital before the collapsing structure consumed everything. Debris settled around the colossal wall. Da-Won approached cautiously. He pressed against the wall, surprised it resisted completely. Tapping the surface, Da-Won considered possibilities, wondering if the structure functioned like an armored protective shell. He reasoned further, believing only extraordinary effort or unique methods might weaken such overwhelming resilient material. The rabbit companion clapped impatiently, urging Da-Won forward, suggesting focus shift to entering rather than breaking. The group hesitated as uncertainty spread, tension rising, none eager to be the first inside. Da-Won volunteered calmly, proposing to ascend, his confidence steady though questions about the summit lingered. The elder's expression hardened. He revealed the sinister presence, the Black Queen, an entity destined to oppose them without mercy. The structure loomed, called the Black Queen's Castle, a trial demanding unity yet sowing doubt among companions. Inside the looming structure, a spiral staircase stretched endlessly upward, vanishing into the shadowed, unseen heights. The challenge required climbing without pause, forcing players to endure until the summit revealed their destination. Yet danger lingered throughout the climb, as relentless trials emerged unexpectedly, designed to break advancing challengers. Abyssal fish manifested from darkness, their monstrous forms swarming mercilessly, disrupting progress with sudden violent assault. Other times, illusions twisted reality, testing minds more cruelly than bodies, declaring illusions powerless, dismissing their attempts to distort his perception. The elder trembled, recalling countless failures, warning that illusions drained strength relentlessly without mercy or pause. Companions exchanged uneasy glances, silence heavy. The rabbit interjected sharply, reminding them illusions were mere shadows, designed only to erode fragile resolve. Da-Won smirked faintly, treating the perilous climb as a training ground to sharpen his unyielding strength. Da-Won declared boldly that illusions were meaningless distractions, his confidence steady despite warnings of unseen trials. Spectators watched in stunned silence, astonished by his composure, whispering doubts, unable to shake their disbelief. Determined, Da-Won prepared for the climb, his resolve unwavering, treating the challenge as essential training ahead. He reasoned clearly, knowing hesitation only prolonged suffering, while swift action brought purpose to every step. The onlookers exchanged uncertain glances, realizing Da-Won's conviction might be the strength guiding them through chaos. Confusion lingered among companions, yet Da-Won remained calm, analyzing the dungeon's mechanics with careful reason. He explained logically, clarifying that illusions existed merely to delay challengers, not permanently destroy their progress. Da-Won admitted difficulty remained, recognizing unknown threats would emerge, forcing them to adapt quickly or perish. The rabbit criticized sharply, reminding him to weigh the lives of companions, not just personal strength. Da-Won responded firmly, vowing to guide everyone, declaring his resolve to protect allies throughout this trial. Da-Won lifted the glowing orb, explaining it could illuminate their path and counter lurking illusions. He held it confidently, declaring illusions powerless under its light, urging companions to advance without hesitation. The armored golem followed closely, its towering frame steady, acting as both guardian and silent reassurance. Da-Won gave instructions clearly, telling everyone to maintain formation, ensuring no gaps would expose their weakness. He smiled brightly, assuring companions with unwavering optimism, reminding them heroes were destined to prevail together. As hesitation spread, tension mounted, the group questioned whether they possessed strength to proceed further. Da-Won reminded them courage must prevail, insisting resolve mattered more than fear or doubt lingering within. A determined warrior stepped forward, volunteering boldly. Energy surged violently through his weapon, striking with explosive force. The impact erupted thunderously, debris scattering wide. Lightning cracked across the shattered wall, revealing a passage beyond as relief spread among the group. Armored guerrillas advanced into position, joined by a massive gorilla, forming an imposing defensive front together. With forces assembled and preparations finished, Da-won stood ready, determination firm as the climb awaited above. Memories of loved ones lingered in his heart. A massive creature rose from the depths. The monster lunged forward, fangs bared and tentacles thrashing violently, shaking the ground beneath the startled fighters. One warrior swiftly leaped into action, deflecting the creature's strike with precision, while teammates regrouped behind him. He tightened his grip, muscles straining, channeling every ounce of strength as his weapon swung downward forcefully. With devastating momentum, the blade carved through the beast. The warrior landed firmly, helping his companion stabilize after the chaotic fall from the giant creature's strike. He quickly assessed the strange battlefield, noticing unusual movements as the surrounding water churned with hidden threats. Crackling energy surrounded another fighter, his sword glowing faintly as he prepared for the next dangerous encounter. A radiant cube hovered mysteriously, casting golden light across the water and unsettling, lurking creatures nearby. More predatory fish emerged from the depths, encircling the group, their sharp teeth glinting beneath the glowing currents. A mounted warrior advanced fiercely. The fighters knew one mistake meant death if struck down or bitten. A determined archer released arrows rapidly, targeting vulnerable spots. Teamwork became their lifeline, every strike and movement synchronized, ensuring no opening was wasted during combat. Even fatigue couldn't stop them, for a strategist rallied strength. The group marveled at unexpected comfort, realizing such luxuries were rare within the dangerous dungeon environment. Soft beds materialized before them, an unusual gift allowing exhausted adventurers to finally rest their weary bodies. More beds appeared suddenly, increasing in number, ensuring everyone had space to recover strength without conflict. They divided evenly, collapsing onto the comfortable surfaces, grateful for respite before resuming harsh battles ahead. Restored through sleep, the warriors regained vitality, prepared to continue fighting with renewed determination and sharper focus. A delightful meal appeared featuring braised fish with soy sauce, filling the air with comforting aromas. Another dish followed, roasted abalone with soy sauce, its golden surface glistening beneath the warm dungeon light. Steamed potatoes accompanied the feast, simple yet hearty, providing nourishment that strengthened the group's exhausted bodies. Freshly prepared sushi arrived, vibrant and colorful, its delicate slices promising both energy and renewed morale. The adventurers rejoiced together, marveling at unexpected luxury, savoring each bite that revived their spirits completely. The adventurers expressed amazement, their eyes shining with gratitude as relief finally replaced constant exhaustion. Do-woon presented warm bread confidently, ensuring everyone understood this small comfort was a blessing within harsh dungeons. Together they ate joyfully, laughter echoing as the once weary fighters felt strength slowly return within themselves. The dungeon's cruel nature contrasted harshly with this rare peace, reminding them survival required balance and unity. Planning cautiously, aware dangers always waited just beyond fleeting comfort. A small creature peeked nervously from behind, its presence unnoticed until Do-woon suddenly caught sight. Curious, Do-woon questioned the companion, wondering if its unusual behavior revealed some hidden purpose within. The creature hesitated, admitting uncertainty, its wide eyes showing fear of revealing knowledge it barely possessed. Do-woon realized mutations from dungeon exposure created unpredictable effects, each monster adapting strangely with prolonged survival. Acknowledging the danger, Do-woon accepted the creature's answer, preparing himself cautiously for unexpected threats ahead. Small glowing fragments scattered onto the ground. The fragments were solar stones, rare energy-filled crystals, considered nourishing sustenance for the mysterious shadow cat. The creature approached hesitantly, sniffing curiously. Finally, it nibbled eagerly, delighted by the taste, releasing a cheerful cry that filled the air. Do-woon smiled confidently, determined to tame the creature completely, viewing this moment as their first true bond. He observed the shadow cat's unique habits, realizing solar stones sustained it unlike ordinary nourishment. The companion explained carefully, stressing caution, since overfeeding the creature could trigger unstable reactions within. The small creature admitted ignorance, nervously assuring Do-woon it had survived this long despite uncertainty. Happily crunching fragments, the shadow cat devoured each piece, clearly growing stronger with every consumed stone. Dawoon grinned determinedly, convinced persistence would tame the creature, ensuring it became a trustworthy, valuable ally. The shadow creature paused silently. It admitted vulnerability, confessing mistakes often burdened its actions. Though fearful of failure, the creature resolved to persevere, believing consistent effort would strengthen its purpose. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed, shaking the ground as a monstrous figure emerged, demanding immediate attention. Trembling but steadfast, the small companion prepared itself. The strange rabbit observed silently. It acknowledged the group's relentless effort, recognizing teamwork was essential in facing constant dungeon threats. Meanwhile, Dawoon acted with quiet determination. When asked of his actions, Dawoon simply answered with focus, declaring his task carried deep importance. The rabbit tilted its head, puzzled by Dawoon's response, curiosity sparking as it questioned his intentions. Dawoon offered warm food generously, ensuring his companions regained energy after enduring relentless dungeon battles. Nearby, the rabbit scolded lightly, noting simple habits neglected during exhaustion could lead to unnecessary troubles. Curious, it questioned Dawoon's dedication, wondering what importance he found in personally preparing everyone's meals. It argued strength should be spent fighting monsters, not wasted on duties others could manage. Dawoon responded firmly, explaining shared meals created morale, strengthening bonds essential for true survival in darkness. The rabbit reminded Dawoon his strength mattered most, warning against distractions that could risk survival. Dawoon crouched down, insisting certain tasks held immediate importance, focusing his attention on constructing small objects. The rabbit tilted its head, puzzled, demanding clarity about Dawoon's unusual commitment to crafting miniature tools. Carefully aligning blocks, Dawoon demonstrated his intent, revealing how simple shapes held surprising potential advantages. He explained further, believing innovative designs could strengthen defenses, enhance survival, and make allies more capable. Dawoon continued his careful experiments, explaining his methods while the rabbit observed with reluctant curiosity beside him. Though skeptical, the rabbit sensed Dawoon's persistence carried meaning, his unconventional focus somehow benefiting their overall survival. Dawoon halted the rabbit's thoughts with sudden firmness. A bright smile spread across his face as Dawoon declared it was finally the rabbit's turn. A strange creature clung tightly to the cliffside. It finally reached the ground below, landing beside Dawoon with a soft thud, breaking the tense silence. Dawoon turned, raising his arm, curious about its presence, wondering if it accomplished the assigned task. Though uncertain, Dawoon sensed its hesitation and prepared himself, realizing something unexpected awaited beyond their immediate surroundings. High above, another being crawled downward, clinging to vertical stone, its weight pressing against the treacherous sheer slope. Dark shadows descended from above, their hostile presence signaling an imminent clash Dawoon could not avoid. He steadied himself, muscles tense, bracing as the enemies approached swiftly with violent intent to strike. A powerful blow echoed across the cavern, forcing Dawoon's body backward, yet his determination held strong. Using momentum, Dawoon spun, hurling the assailant violently, sending it crashing into the rocky cavern floor. The impact thundered throughout the chamber, shaking dust loose, while Dawoon's stance remained firm, unshaken. Dawoon crouched beside his ally, scanning the area cautiously, aware they neared the building's uppermost level. Hidden eyes observed from darkness, watching their every movement, questioning the strange methods these intruders were employing. Suspicion grew stronger, as the unseen figure analyzed their actions, recognizing a difference from ordinary dungeon challengers. The mysterious observer tried identifying the source, questioning whether the strange energy originated from the looming giant. Doubt lingered, wondering if instead the power came from the armed human wielding swords charged with lightning. The dark eyes widened, sensing unfamiliar energy rising, uncertain of its source within the battlefield. From the towering structure, faint lights emerged, signaling strange activity that disturbed the dungeon's natural atmosphere. Dawoon and his allies steadied themselves, realizing they had finally reached the tower's challenging upper domain. Power surged around them, their strategy prepared, knowing the enemy would not let them advance peacefully. Lightning crackled above Dawoon's raised hand, his strength igniting the battlefield, shaking the air with overwhelming force. Lightning faded as determination strengthened, signaling the completion of a task that marked significant progress forward. Eyes focused upward, recognition dawning, realizing this might be the long-awaited emergence of the dungeon's ultimate threat. The presence before them radiated unfamiliar power, unlike any opponent previously encountered within earlier trials or stages. Uncertainty filled the group as they questioned the stone form, unsure whether it truly embodied the boss. Clarification came quickly. The statue itself wasn't the boss, but a vessel shielding the awakened black shadow. Shock spread across the group as recognition struck, realizing the statue's appearance carried deeper hidden meaning. Confusion lingered, questions rising quickly, the strange form suggesting a connection to something far more dangerous. Tears welled as difficult truths emerged. The statue's resemblance pointed toward an ancient master once known. Realization deepened, confirming the feared link, the shadowed presence tracing back to the powerful Black Queen. The ground shook violently, erupting with force, as an ominous figure burst forth with terrifying intensity. The group halted, confusion spreading as strange energy pulsed around them, signaling an unexpected barrier ahead. Hands pressed cautiously against the surface, revealing a transparent wall blocking further passage into the dungeon. A system warning appeared instantly, forbidding entry, condemning their attempt as cheating within strict dungeon rules. Frustration mounted, realization settling that external interference wouldn't go unnoticed by the watchful game's overseeing system. Determination returned swiftly, companions adjusted. From above, a dark emerged, its heavy presence casting silence over the battlefield filled with tension. Shock spread through the group as recognition dawned, realizing they faced an opponent unlike any encountered before. Its voice carried dominance, declaring their efforts meaningless, challenging them to survive against overwhelming destructive energy. Energy erupted violently around purple light engulfing the area, as destructive power surged outward. Dawoon braced himself, realizing this overwhelming entity represented the dungeon's ultimate trial, demanding strength beyond all limits. A glowing barrier materialized before the realization struck quickly. Their earlier plan collapsed once the enemy anticipated and acted before completion. Observation confirmed the barrier's strength, revealing the opponent's intent to prevent escape or outside interference completely. Thoughts turned toward alternatives, questioning whether ascent from below was still possible despite overwhelming restrictions. Dawoon steadied his resolve, uneasy that the enemy had already discovered secrets about his glitch. Dawoon called for support, activating a system command that triggered another unexpected dungeon message immediately. The notification confirmed new restrictions, locking escape routes while forcing challengers to remain within the stage. A tense realization emerged, additional penalties limited movement, ensuring only strict compliance with dungeon rules remained possible. Despite pressure, Dawoon interpreted the situation differently, believing restrictions highlighted unique opportunities others could not exploit. Confidence spread across his face, determination solidified, ready to adapt strategies and turn limitations into strength. Dawoon listened carefully, acknowledging the warning that failure would waste precious life energy within the dungeon. The companion sighed in frustration, striking its own face, struggling with conflicting feelings about the situation. Amusement flickered briefly, admitting curiosity, secretly anticipating the outcome, despite knowing the risk was dangerously high. The shadow loomed, intrigued, eager to observe the system's reaction if Dawoon's unconventional plan actually succeeded. Suddenly, power gathered within the shadow's hand, declaring all participants deserved immediate penalty for their defiance. A sudden surge of purple energy engulfed several challengers, their bodies reacting violently to unexpected force. Panic spread instantly as marks glowed brighter, signifying the penalty's harsh activation across every affected participant. Voices rose in fear, confusion filling the air as none knew how to counter the punishment. Terror filled their eyes as realization struck penalties stripped strength, leaving them dangerously vulnerable to further attack. With despair growing, one truth dominated: the dungeon never forgave mistakes, only enforced consequences without hesitation. Memories surfaced of shared meals and trust built during battles, reminding everyone of unshaken companionship formed. They recalled alliances created through hardships, where cooperation turned overwhelming struggles into victories against impossible odds. Attention shifted toward Dawoon, whose unconventional methods repeatedly transformed dire moments into unexpected chances of survival. Belief strengthened: if anyone could adapt and counter the dungeon's punishment, Dawoon remained their strongest possibility. Eyes focused firmly on Dawoon, hope rising as they trusted his ability to overcome forthcoming execution. Dawoon clenched his teeth, determination solidifying. He called everyone together, announcing the immediate shift toward executing their secondary strategy without hesitation. With renewed confidence, Dawoon raised his companion. A gathering of challengers stood in silence, their eyes fixed forward, each awaiting the dungeon's next announcement. Dawoon observed the crowd, feeling the tension build as instructions unfolded, marking the beginning of survival. Though uncertain, Dawoon steadied his breath, reminding himself that hesitation would only place him closer toward inevitable failure. The dungeon's rules echoed coldly, outlining merciless conditions, demanding sacrifices, and reminding participants there was no escape awaiting. A monstrous voice declared the trial, its sharp gaze fixed on Dawoon, sealing his fate within relentless challenges. The stern warrior stood motionless, his piercing gaze scanning the chamber, ready to address the trembling participants. He directed his attention toward Dawoon, questioning his resolve, testing whether determination outweighed weakness within such perilous circumstances. A golden barrier shimmered between them, marking boundaries and forcing each participant to prove themselves without hesitation. The warrior's boots struck stone confidently, sparks of energy surrounding him. A spectral crow appeared near his shoulder, whispering truths only he could hear, ensuring his dominance remained unchallenged. Dawoon questioned his companion's decision, uncertain if confronting the overwhelming threat directly was the wisest choice. The response carried resolve, acknowledging risks, yet emphasizing that retreat would only delay inevitable conflict within Dungeon's rules. Electric sparks gathered rapidly around a drawn weapon, energy coiling dangerously as power concentrated into a decisive strike. The blade was raised high, charged with immense lightning, every movement deliberate, signaling determination to break through. A devastating surge erupted, tearing across the ground, cracking stone apart. Lightning erupted violently from the warrior's body. His arms strained, forcing the unstable current downward. Nearby challengers flinched, fear spreading quickly as they recognized power beyond comprehension, their instincts screaming danger and caution. Two fighters hesitated, standing defensively, their retreat blocked as arcs of electricity created barriers, trapping them within range. The dungeon system activated instantly, restricting movements, projecting a warning that prevented anyone from breaking containment or escaping. A massive explosion sent shockwaves across the battlefield. Landing with precision, he steadied himself. His focused eyes revealed determination, realizing raw power might not suffice against such resilient and unyielding opposition here. Electric energy burst outward violently, rumbling across the chamber as the warrior prepared another decisive strike against resistance. The beast roared angrily, warning him that reckless attacks endangered stability, emphasizing survival required calculated actions, not desperation. The warrior's body rumbled with surging power, his focus sharpening as thunderous energy spiraled within his core. A mighty opponent intervened, wings outstretched, demanding control as violent sparks clashed violently between man and beast. The beast's piercing eyes glowed, warning him that defiance meant certain death within the merciless confines of dungeon. Sweat trailed down Dawoon's face, his mind racing, realizing he had drawn unwanted attention from deadly powers. Yet instead of retreating, he stood firm, facing both beast and challenge. Dawoon sprinted forward without hesitation, determined to reach his objective before the collapsing battlefield consumed everything. Leaping across the shattered structure, he gripped firmly. His loyal companion followed instantly, wings cutting through air as the bond between them strengthened under imminent danger. Observers whispered anxiously, confusion spreading among the crowd as they misunderstood Dawoon's actions as cowardly retreating behavior. Despite doubts forming around him, Dawoon pressed onward with unshaken focus, hiding his true intention from suspicious eyes. The beast's claws crackled with energy, slamming forward. Confusion spread as the reckless strike destabilized defenses, while others watched in disbelief at such uncontrolled aggression. A thunderous impact forced the warrior backward, his body straining under pressure as he narrowly avoided collapsing completely. The beast swiped relentlessly, its massive strikes grazing past him, driving the warrior into defensive. Another observer studied quietly, concluding the warrior's techniques lacked refinement, exposing weaknesses that placed survival at constant risk. The beast faltered momentarily, its confidence shaken as realization struck that its opponent was not easily dismissed. Its anger flared instantly, purple energy radiating outward as it prepared another destructive strike fueled by pure rage. Wings spread wide, the beast soared above. Confusion flickered in the beast's glowing eyes, uncertain of Dawoon's intentions as tension thickened across the battlefield. Suspicion rising that the beast had misunderstood, yet he prepared for what would follow. The crowd stared in disbelief, their voices trembled. One participant rubbed her eyes, uncertain if her vision deceived her, questioning the reality of what unfolded. The massive tower shifted violently, its foundation trembling as hidden mechanisms activated, signaling dangerous changes within dungeon structure. Dawoon's eyes blazed with determination, his focus narrowing sharply as energy surged, preparing to reveal unexpected abilities. Golden light engulfed him, radiating outward, shocking onlookers as the ground rumbled. The ground split violently, thunderous energy rising skyward, the rabbit companion clutched tightly, panic rising as sudden vibrations signaled greater threats emerging from dungeon depth. Rumbling intensified further, stone walls cracked apart, revealing hidden mechanisms that indicated a massive structural transformation beginning. The frightened rabbit realized with dread that the entire capital itself was becoming the stage for battle. Observers gasped loudly, fear etched across their faces, struggling to accept the terrifying magnitude of the unfolding event. The crowd panicked, their voices rising as the dungeon shook violently, signaling another stage of deadly transformation. From the shifting ground, a massive tower emerged slowly, its ominous presence dominating the battlefield with authority. Dawon's eyes burned with determination, recognizing this moment as the turning point where strategy would decide survival. He launched forward with fierce resolve, unleashing golden energy outward, his technique igniting brighter than anything seen before. Another warrior observed carefully, admitting grudgingly that Dawon's relentless persistence transformed weakness into strength under impossible circumstance. The beast's furious cry echoed, its disbelief clear as the balance of the battlefield shifted against expectation. Calm gaze remained steady, his resolve unshaken as collapsing structures signaled the dungeon's increasing instability. A massive tower crumbled apart, sending shockwaves across the field. Terrified onlookers whispered, realizing the dungeon itself was fighting back, reshaping conditions to suppress unexpected defiance completely. Amid chaos, Dawon stood unwavering, his figure framed against falling rubble, prepared to endure whatever trial awaited next. The impact shook the entire field, the tower collapsing heavily as fractured stones scattered across unstable ground. The massive tower leaned sideways, its structure groaning loudly, signaling imminent destruction that no force could prevent. Onlookers froze in silence, their faces tense, overwhelmed by the scale of devastation unfolding before their eyes. The tower crashed violently into the waters below, shockwaves rippling outward. From beneath the surface, monstrous shapes stirred restlessly, awakened by collapse. The tower collapsed entirely, crashing downward with unstoppable force, shattering the battlefield and reshaping the unstable ground. Amid the chaos, determination flared, recognizing that one individual's efforts had triggered this massive and irreversible change. The final boss crashed lifelessly into the depths. With disbelief fading, the survivors' faces lit up as joy replaced exhaustion. One warrior's eyes widened. The team burst into cheers, their raised fists celebrating. Far below, the dungeon core cracked, signaling the collapse of its rules, triggers, and constraints. With the dungeon cleared, Dawon finally relaxed, confident their long battle was truly over. Suddenly, his status screen exploded with level-ups, each skill showing massive increases in effectiveness. His voice cracked with shock as new titles and stat bonuses flooded the system notifications. The screen faded out, marking the end of the system update. Watching nearby, Bunny questioned Dawon's strength again, disturbed by the results that exceeded all expectations. The other survivors stared at Dawon, confused by how he cleared the dungeon so easily. Bunny's eyes glowed as he sensed Dawon's abnormal aura for the very first time. He finally understood the unease he felt earlier. Dawon's presence disrupted normal dungeon logic entirely. It was a realization Bunny never expected, shifting his perspective in a completely unfamiliar direction. Shock overwhelmed Bunny, anger faded, replaced by speechless awe at Dawon's unpredictable growing power. Bunny's knees buckled as he collapsed, laughter bubbling up from rising panic and disbelief. His laughter twisted into a scream as a massive presence descended from the dungeon ceiling. A monstrous with wings emerged, radiating hostility that froze everyone in place instantly. Dawon stepped forward calmly, offering peace, hoping to resolve things without unnecessary bloodshed again. The entity refused, declaring Dawon too powerful to ignore, labeling him the dungeon's new anomaly. The dark entity mocked Dawon's offer, calling it a joke meant for a lost soul. Dawon froze in surprise, realizing the creature not only saw through him, but recognized. The entity explained Dawon's condition, confirming he too had once wandered the dungeon without identity. Acknowledging their shared fate, the entity grew serious, recognizing Dawon as something beyond its curse. A massive mechanical guardian activated, reacting to the entity's threat. The vanguard team stood firm, halting the dark entity's approach with weapons drawn and confidence. Entity sneered, recognizing the strong wills around Dawon and questioning the group's true leadership. Confused, Dawon tried to respond, but another teammate casually confirmed someone else led them. To Dawon's surprise, leadership was credited to the one who consistently provided everyone with food. The group nodded in agreement, smiling warmly, acknowledging the cook as their true source of strength. Footsteps echoed as determined warriors planted themselves between the team rallied behind Dawon, their faces fierce, standing united with loyalty and unwavering trust. One man panicked, realizing the danger they faced, believing there was no way to survive. The enemy grinned, amused that mere dungeon participants dared challenge a being far above them. Bunny gasped, Astonished the system allowed such a clash, facing a higher entity wasn't supposed to happen. The entity observed calmly, amused by the strange mix of anomalies gathered in one place. It pointed out Bunny's unusual presence, someone terminated long ago, yet still actively roaming the dungeon. Do-won stared at Bunny, shocked by the implication that his ally might be a wraith. Bunny deflected the accusation, claiming he was closer to a sprite, blaming Syrup for any confusion. Still processing, Do-won's eyes widened, muttering the word wraith again as the truth sank deeper. Do-won approaches the front line, silent and focused, ignoring the glances of his startled allies. He walks alone toward the dark figure, surrounded by shadows and ominous thunder beneath his feet. A glowing sphere of energy forms above his hand, light rising as he activates Purify's skill. The Dark watches, intrigued, impressed that Do-won survived this long with only purification abilities. With calm determination, Do-won raises his hand. The monstrous mocked Do-won's effort, certain a weak participant couldn't even scratch its body. But as the glowing orb struck, its eyes widened in horror as magical force seared through. It growled in confusion, unable to grasp how a purification skill bypassed its higher combat tier. Roaring in frustration, it shouted, questioning how someone so weak bridged a gap meant for God. Purification attacks launched rapidly, each strike landing cleanly, forcing the beast further into defensive panic. Shaking with disbelief, the beast questioned how every blast bypassed defenses and struck with precision. The attacker calmly revealed a hidden truth: this wasn't a mere participant, but an administrator. Status differences once mattered, but that illusion shattered now. Authority placed both on equal ground. Another purifying sphere struck forward, and the beast reeled backward, unable to suppress growing fear. The beast tried to calm itself, assuming evasion alone would nullify the next purification strike. An orb launched again, but the throw's motion hinted, expecting a straight. The attacker revealed preparation behind. Still observing, the caster noted the attack weakened slightly, implying resistance concentrated around specific areas. Wounded and confused, the beast retreated backward. Hearing the word administrator, suspicion grew. The claim clashed with everything known about dungeon authority levels. Nearby, another entity casually confirmed the truth, having once served in that exact same role. The beast roared in denial, unable to accept that someone so low once held authority. Without hesitation, the caster declared ownership of the temple, and with it, administrator privileges unmatched. A system alert echoed loudly. Special apostles received clearance. Recognizing the shift, new combatants appeared, ready to strike under the dragon's authority without hesitation. Do-won's body surged with energy as the system reactivated. A worried ally rushed forward, pleading with Do-won to stop before hurting himself again. Ignoring the warning, Do-won clenched his fist and charged ahead. He launched into the air with explosive force, piercing through the magical resistance surrounding the battlefield. Descending like a comet, Do-won prepared to strike. Focused and unwavering, Do-won locked his eyes on the enemy. He unleashed the electrifying sword, channeling built-up energy straight into a precise vertical strike downward. The monstrous target howled in pain, overwhelmed by the concentrated lightning force coursing through its body. Landing firmly, Do-won steadied himself, declaring his assault far from over. This was only beginning. He dashed in again, blade glowing, while his enemy staggered backward. The monster lunged forward, claws raised in rage, seeking revenge for its earlier painful wounds, but Do-won's ally countered swiftly, unleashing a fiery blade technique to parry the incoming strike. With a spinning motion, he activated Whirldo, igniting flames around him in a perfect circular defense. The enemy growled and retreated, then muttered a dark spell invoking shadows of death. A powerful summoning erupted as shadow beasts emerged, surrounding both Do-won and his ally completely. Do-won stood firm, eyes locked on the encroaching threat, fully aware of the shadow ambush. The enemy roared a deadly command, sending the summoned beasts charging forward to tear them apart. Unshaken, Do-won mocked the attempt, confident that mere illusions couldn't match his raw physical speed. Channeling pure energy into his blade, Do-won activated his skill. Electric whirl crackled to life. Blue currents surged wildly around him, and the nearest shadow creature froze. The shadow beast shrieked in pain as Do-won's electric strike exploded directly into its face. A teammate observed with delight, noting how effectively Do-won's electric attacks disrupted the summoned enemies. Enraged, the monster cursed the lost soul, its focus drifting away from the true threat. Do-won closed in quickly, catching the distracted creature off guard, blade charged and ready to strike. Another ally whispered the trigger word, thunder, signaling the start of Do-won's next attack. At the signal, Do-won released lightning, blasting electricity across the battlefield in a devastating surge. The energy wave crashed forward, capitalizing on the impact. Another ally fired the purification sphere bullet, aiming straight for the core. Simultaneously, a sword user launched Whirldo, unleashing swirling flames to clear the path and disorient enemies. Watching the combined assault unfold, a nervous teammate gulped and prepared to join the forward charge. Fire and lightning collided as Dawon's attack struck head-on. A massive explosion followed, shaking the ground. The smoke and dust thickened. One of the surviving shadow beasts emerged, panting and wounded, its strength clearly reaching its limit. Dawon advanced without hesitation, blade drawn and steady, ready to end the battle for good. The wounded beast laughed wickedly, its voice echoing with eerie confidence despite its clear defeat. Dawon watched cautiously as the creature hinted at a forgotten rule tied to dungeon mechanics. The monster stood tall, revealing they had unknowingly triggered a consequence by clearing the entire dungeon. It reminded them all, dungeons reset upon clearance, and the aftermath wasn't always in their favor. A blinding light surrounded Dawon as he was suddenly caught within a teleportation circle beneath him. The entire team began glowing, panic rising as glowing magic circles formed beneath their feet. The beast's final curse activated an automatic teleportation to the dungeon's next, deadlier floor. Shock filled their faces as realization struck they weren't ready for another immediate descent. Flashes of light consumed the area. Left behind, one ally shielded his eye. The remaining ally lowered his hand, confused. He scanned the battlefield and sighed everyone had disappeared, leaving him stranded and exposed. His companion tried to console him, but the isolation only deepened his frustration and worry. Nearby, a dark beast staggered from its injuries, groaning as it tried to stay upright. Realizing its condition was worsening, the creature decided to retreat and recover at the dungeon altar. He reminded himself that even without teammates, he'd started this journey alone and survived worse. The rabbit companion noticed his change in focus, sensing he'd come up with something bold. Resolved, he activated his skill orb, recalling system advice better to attack a magibeast remotely. He launched purification blasts, shouting rhythmically as magical shots rained down on the struggling enemy. The creature screeched in pain as purifying energy burned into its shadowed hide, pushing the beast back with every precise and relentless hit. Staggered and furious, the creature growled through pain, resisting the overwhelming pressure of sustained magical fire. In desperation, it roared and cast Summon Shadows, its final countermeasure against the lone attacker. A cloud of shadowy cats erupted around it, drawing surprise from the watching red-cloaked warrior. Laughing with excitement, he activated floating states, preparing a clever move to deal with the swarm. Riding a floating platform with sunstones, he taunted the shadows, completely unharmed and amused. The beast's eyes widened, baffled and enraged by the human's unpredictable tactics and unshakable confidence. Cornered and furious, the creature screamed in desperation, activating a portal dungeon gate. A beastly roar shattered the silence as the dungeon's core activated without warning or mercy. The gateway cracked open, pulsing with energy. The observers watched in frustration, powerless to stop the beast from escaping into the swirling portal. Its furious voice echoed threats of revenge, vowing destruction once it returned stronger and unbound. Dawon, standing calm, issued orders as tension rose, prepared to respond before chaos returned again. Suddenly, stone golems burst from the portal, charging with force. The fleeing beast stumbled, shocked by their impact, unprepared for resistance from summoned dungeon constructs. Confused and outraged, the creature questioned how basic golems could physically harm its enhanced body. Unseen, Dawon observed calmly, having embedded floating stones into the golems to bypass magical defenses. He quietly noted the strategy worked flawlessly, surprised it aligned so well with the dungeon's rules. With a fierce command, Dawon ordered the golems to strike the wounded beast without hesitation. The enchanted golems obeyed instantly. The beast staggered, stunned by the overwhelming force, its body cracking from the unexpected assault. Blown backward, it slammed into the ground. The creature screamed as its limbs gave out under the crushing blows. Enraged, the beast gathered strength. Its claws slashed down, glowing with energy, stone limbs trembling beneath the incoming force of raw rage. The beast landed its strike, roaring wildly, fangs bared. The creature's eyes widened, unleashing a last desperate charge with unmatched brute strength. Electric force erupted from its body. Golems reeled but held position. The golems regrouped fast, striking together. Realizing defeat was near, the beast screamed in panic, unable to escape its collapsing advantage. The beast crashed into the ground, its impact splitting stone. Barely conscious, it gasped for breath, bloodied and broken beneath clouds of settling dust, strength fading fast as rubble pressed heavily against its sides. The golems advanced without pause, looming overhead. With thunderous force they buried the beast beneath collapsing stone. Footsteps echoed through the debris, as Dawon calmly approached. He stopped beside the fallen beast. Dawon's eyes narrowed as he studied the enemy's barely moving form. Without raising his voice, he asked a single question, demanding critical information before ending things. The beast grinned weakly through pain, laughing darkly and defiant. Dawon turned away, dismissing the beast's final laugh as the icy wind howled around him. Snow began to fall softly. Dawon looked up. He called out to Sarah, reflecting on how minor the battle felt in hindsight. The rabbit marveled aloud, never expecting to see a human completely overpower a dungeon-class beast. Suddenly, a glowing system notice appeared, alerting them that an administrator's response was being uploaded. Dawon checked for rewards after the battle but found no achievement had been granted. He pondered the system's response while Sarah explained why some victories remained unrecognized by design. According to Sarah, killing an administrator wasn't programmed to trigger achievements within normal parameters. However, Dawon's achievement came from administrator infighting, a loophole the dungeon hadn't anticipated or corrected yet. Sarah added that administrator conflict stemmed from greed. Immortality created endless hunger for dungeon control. With the battle over, Sarah suggested they continue forward before another threat arrived. Sarah warned Dawon he'd now assumed the official role of third dungeon administrator. On the ground ahead, a mysterious object glowed faintly. He picked up the strange bell, curious about its function, though it remained completely silent. Perplexed, Dawon studied it closely, wondering why it existed and what purpose it served. Sarah scolded Dawon for delaying responsibilities, questioning his readiness as the new administrator. Dawon examined the collar-like relic again, confused by its appearance and lack of instruction. Sarah explained the item was an administrator's relic, a signature tied to their identity and rank. Such relics served as proof of status guides, and administrators alike possessed unique signature items. With pride, Sarah revealed his own flashy relics, reminding Dawon that he had none yet. Dawon examined the relic again, unsure of its use, while Sarah admired its aesthetic. Suddenly, a bright glow erupted, and both were startled by the relic's unexpected system activation. A system message declared the dungeon was resetting, surprising them with its automated timing. Sarah suspected the previous administrator had embedded a delayed script linked to the relic's condition. From afar, a floating structure began shifting, likely reacting to commands deep in dungeon codes. Sarah explained floating structures were possible because dungeons were essentially massive, magically sustained trap mechanisms. Dawon recalled that traps reset regularly, making certain items or effects persist beyond system reset. He realized the floating stones might remain indefinitely, protected from reset protocols like anchored traps. Excited, Dawon theorized they could construct long-term facilities in the sky using floating platforms. Gesturing toward the sky, he dreamed aloud of aerial anima towns and glowing beacons to guide visitors. Alone in the shadows, the forgotten spirit trembled, burdened by isolation and fading presence. Dawon and his companions confronted their ally, surprised by the delay in their return. The masked creature explained it had followed a separate mission given directly by its master. Nervous, the creature held out a small object, its hands trembling from past struggles. Dawon, smiling proudly, praised the effort, unknowingly holding a relic carrying a dark consequence. The creature stared silently, sensing Sipa's fate sealed by the very item Dawon now held. Dawon held the relic up, asking if the creature recognized the strange magical object. The creature confirmed its origin, explaining the relic once belonged to a powerful, mysterious witch. It revealed the item was passed down from its previous master during a dangerous assignment. Realizing its nature, Dawon identified it as a witch's item, possibly cursed or highly dangerous. A long-forgotten story began resurfacing, one buried deep beneath layers of dungeon history and time. Beside the witch stood her loyal gremlin butler, faithfully managing housework and daily magical tasks. Gremlin cheerfully assisted, always present with a broom. The witch closed her eyes, briefly resting. She gently patted his head, appreciating his service. Together they formed a peaceful home within chaos. Within the witch's home, a black cat named Sipa spent her days mostly sleeping. Her routine remained unchanged, waking briefly to eat before curling back into restful silence. Occasionally she observed the witch working, silently watching as forbidden magic filled the air. That quiet, observant cat with sharp golden eyes and a lazy posture was known as Sipa. Years passed, and eventually Sipa awakened her own ability to sense and wield magic. Dawoon was surprised by the sudden magical awakening and Sipa's transformation into a magic user. The creature suspected something was missing from the story, but continued explaining the unusual development anyway. It explained that cats instinctively copy their owner's behavior, possibly even replicating their magical ability. The witch was overjoyed with Sipa's growth and gifted her a magical collar in celebration. She told Sipa it would help once her magic matured, and to guard it carefully. Dawoon realized the collar wasn't for a dog, but a magically gifted, intelligent cat. Shocked, he yelled in horror, believing he might have harmed a creature capable of human-level thought. The guilt consumed him until reassured the creature wasn't a normal cat, but lion-like in form. Collapsing in despair, Dawoon apologized repeatedly while the creature calmly asked to resume its story. It explained that Sipa's true purpose began after death, guarding the witch's spirit from beyond. The creature explained that although its body died, its soul persisted through the underworld's blessing. Sipa's transformation caused his spirit to remain, hovering between life and death without full consciousness. Despite everything, Sipa's loyalty and deep attachment to the witch never faded with time. Recognizing that loyalty, the Dragon of Death appointed Sipa as guardian of the sacred grounds. Dawoon quietly wondered if Sipa protected this place to honor the witch's petrified final form. The creature confirmed Dawoon's assumption Sipa truly was guarding the witch's statue and sanctuary. Dawoon felt anger toward the Dragon of Death for cruelly exploiting Sipa's loyalty and grief. As punishment and duty combined, Sipa evolved into a guardian beast with immense magical strength. This overwhelming transformation embedded powerful authority directly into the magical collar once gifted by the witch. Asked about this authority, prompting the creature to point toward the collar's hidden power. The collar pulsed with latent magic, a powerful artifact capable of manipulating and commanding shadows. Dawoon was stunned to learn the unassuming collar granted control over an elemental force. He remembered tales of witches who delved into forbidden arts, especially shadow-based magic and illusions. Curious, Dawoon asked about these shadow secret arts, but the creature insisted they remained classified knowledge. With minimal shadow arts, users could trigger nightmares or memories by tapping into someone's emotional residue. When enough shadow memories gathered, they materialized into dangerous forms capable of physically attacking people. Dawoon grasped the concept quickly, realizing how dangerous the magic could become in large quantities. However, the creature clarified that the witch's original intent wasn't rooted in creating fear or destruction. Instead, she aimed to revive and preserve cherished moments, joyful, loving memories from her past. Those happy recollections, not trauma, were what she sought to protect through forbidden shadow-based research. The creature ended the history lesson, suggesting they examine the magical collar more thoroughly now. Dawoon lifted the collar, wondering if it had a hidden interface or activation method built in. Confused, he questioned if it needed to be worn on the neck to activate properly. The creature pointed out its original size, a cat collar wouldn't even fit Dawoon. It suspected a conditional seal was embedded, requiring specific criteria before unlocking its magical potential. The creature revealed the item's restriction: it must be received from the same master. Dawoon hesitated, confused how to fulfill that condition since the original witch had already died. He was urged to think deeper about something not fully alive, yet not entirely gone. The clue pointed to a being whose spirit lingered, anchored beyond death but not completely perished. Realization struck Dawoon, questioned if the condition required the statue containing the witch's soul. The creature confirmed Dawoon's realization, encouraging him to approach the witch's statue for a solution. They both agreed to investigate the statue directly, hoping the key condition would reveal itself. Seeing the high platform, Dawoon acknowledged they'd need to climb again to reach the statue's base. Smiling, he suggested retrieving the altar too, seizing the opportunity while they ascended together once more. Floating blocks appeared over the abyss. Dawoon carefully advanced across the hovering blocks. He reached the next platform, summoned Chimera and Saliva, and prepared it with precise control. Mocked by a floating rabbit, Dawoon ignored the taunts, focused on crafting his own method. He jumped forcefully, launching himself forward, relying on his timing and crafted slime to succeed. Dawoon landed unexpectedly, triggering a system error for bypassing the dungeon's intended entrance mechanics. Unbothered, Dawoon stretched casually as error alerts flashed beside his frustrated rabbit and squirrel companions. A crowd of dungeon creatures surrounded them. Dawoon stood calm and unreadable. They stood atop a glowing platform. A serene statue of a woman stood with closed eyes. Dawoon examined the statue, impressed by its craftsmanship and struck by its peaceful, divine presence. The rabbit stared in awe, silently agreeing with Dawun's thoughts about the statue's beauty. Dawun imagined others must have admired the statue the same way he did now. Suddenly, Dawun noticed movement nearby. Dawun held 2 golden bells. The bells began ringing wildly on their own, catching everyone off guard with their motion. A dark platform lit up ominously. From the pedestal, a swirling black shadow emerged. Dawun tensed, watching the shape grow larger, unsure whether to prepare or retreat. He raised the golden-belled collar, realizing it was triggering the shadow's strange reaction. They stared at the dark. It wasn't random, it was drawn to the collar. The collar vibrated intensely. Suddenly, energy surged violently from the collar. The space around them distorted. A massive shockwave burst from the collar, lifting Dawun, still clutching the collar mid-air. Dawun was pulled. Everything went silent as the collar fell gently back into Dawun's grasp. He noticed the chaotic vibrations had ceased completely. The collar now rested quietly in hand. They stood stunned. The rabbit commented on unlocking something. Dawun stared, realizing the collar's power. A glowing window appeared above the item, revealing it was actually a shadow bracelet. Dawun was surprised it wasn't a collar. The rabbit clarified its proper size and use. Still puzzled, Dawun questioned the earlier chaos, wondering why it became so loud before. The rabbit explained the bracelet's noise likely triggered only during activation of its special ability. Nearby shadow creatures lost interest in Dawun. The rabbit noted they recognized him as non-hostile. Dawun smiled, deciding to walk down the stairs now that the danger seemed over. His rabbit companion warned him he was being too fearless for his own good. As they descended, the shadows ignored Dawun completely, showing no signs of aggression anymore. Some shadow creatures even reverted to harmless cat-like forms, no longer perceiving Dawun as threat. Curious, Dawun wondered if he could now control them using the bracelet's magic ability. With a cheerful command, Dawun attempted to summon a shadow creature to approach him. Instead of responding, the shadow cats panicked and fled wildly in the opposite direction. Dawun looked confused, wondering if their reaction was due to his skill level being low. One smaller cat stayed behind, meowing cutely, not the one Dawun had actually targeted. He gently petted the cat's shadowy body, amazed it felt solid to the touch. Suddenly, the shadowy cat leapt forward and vanished directly into Dawun's own shadow. Startled, Dawun looked around, confused and alarmed by the creature's sudden disappearance beneath him. The pink squirrel companion pointed out something mysterious, urging Dawun to look behind himself. He turned around slowly, unsure of what he might find standing in his shadow. A dark silhouette stood behind Dawun, a shadow servant, newly formed from his essence. Dawun stared in awe at the tall, dark figure, his first summoned shadow servant. Curious and playful, Dawun extended a finger, mimicking his gestures. The shadow scratched its head awkwardly. Dawun offered a handshake. The shadow servant mimicked again, sealing their bond with silence. Watching quietly, the rabbit remarked on Dawun's high hopes for something born from darkness. The shadow servant meowed softly, its form still resembling a cat despite the transformation. Dawun realized it retained its cat instincts even while functioning as a humanoid shadow servant. The pink squirrel clarified it wasn't just a shadow cat anymore, but a real creature. Shadow arts required high-level magic. Only special individuals could access or manipulate such rare ability. The witch once enhanced shadow magic using nightmares, making shadow cats ideal for spell work. Rabbit explained that the witch was brilliant, but shadow servants had broad utility beyond fight. With a flash, it revealed one-use combat reproduction, suggesting shadow servants could mimic attacks. Dawun was stunned by the possibility that the shadow could mimic anything he did. The servant could mirror Dawun's every action with perfect precision. Dawun looked at, realizing its potential. It could literally copy his movement. A mysterious dark emerged, perfectly matching the posture of the one standing before it. Dawun observed closely, realizing the shadow mimicked his stance but not his true intent. The others watched as crouched low, beginning to mimic even the smallest actions. It dug into the ground, copying movement with eerie precision, disturbing dirt beneath with perfect timing. Laughter erupted as the copy shaped the soil, an uncanny reflection of its original master. Dawun crossed his arms, unimpressed by the shadow's awkward imitation of magical preparation movements. He realized the shadow couldn't use skills or spells, only mimic physical gestures and poses, mocking the shadow's helpless wiggling as it tried to cast. Clumsily, the shadow rolled a dirt ball. He stared in silence, unsure whether to feel proud, confused, or secondhand embarrassment for it. Dawun's eyes widened as a realization struck him: the mimic's action held hidden potential. He watched the rolling dirt ball, suddenly recognizing its flawless form as something incredibly useful. The rabbit took the dirt ball, puzzled by Dawun's excitement but curious nonetheless. In that instant, both Dawun and Rabbit realized something valuable had just been discovered. Though skill-less, the Shadow's hands could shape dirt precisely perfect for crafting or construction. The Shadow's precision stunned Dawun. Its mimicry sparked a new brilliant idea. Dawun's excitement grew uncontrollably. The Rabbit, confused, assumed he was malfunctioning from joy again, eyes gleaming, inviting Rabbit to admire the dirtball's flawless craftsmanship. Crafting dirt balls manually exhausted him. The workload was overwhelming for one person alone. Teaching others the precise technique would waste too much time and energy he couldn't spare. Wiping sweat from his brow, Dawun dreamed of duplicating himself to lighten the workload. With a grin, he realized his dream had come true. The Shadow was perfect. Energized, Dawun praised the mimic. He summoned the incomplete armored centaur golems, prepared to finish the job with Shadow's help. Hammer in hand, Dawun and the Shadow began assembling. The Shadow hesitated, watching Dawun work, unsure if it should imitate the task directly. Dawun noticed the hesitation. Pause. He leaned closer and gently asked if the Shadow wanted to try the task. With patience, Dawun nudged it forward, eager to see what it could accomplish alone. He stepped back slightly, observing carefully. Dawun stared in awe as the Shadow hammered flawlessly. The mimic's stamina never faltered. It worked endlessly, each strike matching Dawun's rhythm precisely. Its accuracy astounded them both, even with delicate tasks that demanded perfect control and finesse. Excited, Dawun encouraged it to keep going. Curious, Dawun asked Balmud about the Shadow's health, wondering if it needed food or rest. Dawun was shocked by the Shadow's strength, but Balmud hesitated before sharing the truth. It turns out, the Shadow's body was incredibly fragile, like a balloon filled with magic. Yawning, Dawun realized its defense was poor, especially compared to other battle-ready Shadow summons. Balmud explained Serpa's shadows were strong due to their master's deep magic and reinforcement skills. Dawun considered the possibility perhaps his shadow was never meant to fight, only to assist. Rabbit smugly tallied numbers, mocking Dawun's power level compared to stronger magical summoners. Dawun clenched his fist as Rabbit concluded he was simply too weak for proper summoning. Frustrated, Dawun shouted back, rejecting comparisons to that overpowered lich magician once again. Balmud cautiously added that despite weak defense, the Shadow minion was still holding up well. Suddenly, Dawun's attention shifted. The Shadow waved calmly, catching something and prompting a surprised reaction. The Shadow suddenly collapsed into mist. Everyone stared in silence. The once working mimic had vanished like a popped balloon. Dawun confirmed it truly deflated. A new form emerged from the puddle, smaller, cat-like, but alive. The tiny creature rubbed against Dawun's leg. The Shadow hadn't died, only reverted forms. Dawun pondered the Shadow's endurance. It survived death, but couldn't maintain stamina for long. He confirmed the minion could revive repeatedly, as long as its form was maintained. Holding a summoning item, Dawun asked how many minions could be created using his resources. Balmud explained the limit depended on magic control and materials. Quantity wasn't the main issue. Dawun grinned, presenting a glowing orb, the missing catalyst they hadn't possessed until now. He smiled confidently, suggesting they build a new temple alongside the additional summoning altar. The system responded enthusiastically, welcoming the idea of another structure dedicated to the Shadow magic. A wide shot revealed the towering temple, isolated and overlooking a vast, barren land. Dawun raised the glowing orb. Energy surged violently as the orb reacted, triggering a transformation fueled by immense life force. Dawun prepared to return the crystal, confident it would complete the transformation process safely. The altar erupted with power. Transformation succeeded, and the system confirmed everything had been upgraded. Rabbit declared himself superior now, basking in the system's power boost with unearned pride. Dawun learned that 3 active altars now allowed up to 3 simultaneous enhancements. Grinning, Dawun planned to make Hoyil an apostle too, strengthening allies for future battles. Dawun turned, startled by a sudden reaction from his companions. Dawun received a sudden system notification, his eyes narrowing as confusion flooded his still recovering thoughts. A mysterious scroll appeared, glowing with divine authority, announcing his unexpected appointment as a dungeon apostle. Dawun stood silent, absorbing the responsibility, unsure if he could ever ask that of anyone. Still, he smiled awkwardly, interpreting it differently, thinking it simply meant making more loyal friends. The rabbit guide sighed, frustrated, as Dawun casually dismissed the gravity of the apostle's true meaning. Dungeon guide stared, unimpressed. Boasting confidently, Dawun prepared to reach out, convinced his allies would rush to his side immediately. He focused his mind, activating a tracking skill that would locate each friend in real time. His attempt was blocked. Sunwoo responded mid-battle, clearly overwhelmed, asking Dawoon to call back later. Rabbit criticized Dawoon's choices, noting the chaos from dungeons lacking proper oversight due to unavailable allies. Realizing his friends were occupied, Dawoon paused, deciding to wait patiently rather than disturb them further. He closed his eyes, smirking quietly. Suddenly bursting with energy, Dawoon shouted his frustration, fists flaring. He couldn't just sit around idle. Raising his voice, he denied being alone, asserting his companions were always with him no matter what. He proudly lifted Pokey and other creatures, declaring their loyalty, strength, and presence as his real team. The rabbit panicked, overwhelmed by Dawoon's sudden declaration of unity and chaotic surge of motivation. Dawoon stood confidently beside a mysterious shadowy figure, a newly summoned servant assigned to assist him. He unveiled his next project with pride, a complex structure called the Shadow Cat Farm. The rabbit reminded him about a temple idea, but Dawoon remained focused on his current blueprint. Revising resource plans, Dawoon recalled wasting too many materials before this time. He'd proceed more carefully. Dawoon beamed proudly, arms wide, announcing the team's return and the successful griffin hunt's end. The slain griffin lay motionless, its massive frame proof of the group's power and coordination. Examining the body, Dawoon wondered aloud whether it was time to harvest the creature's valuable parts. He called over the shadow minion, delegating the task to save time and avoid dirty work. With calm authority, Dawoon handed over the dismantling tool, trusting the minion to handle the process. The shadow minion grasped the dismantling tool. As soon as contact was made, the tool vanished, swallowed entirely by the minion's shadow. Dawoon blinked in shock, realizing the weapon reappeared perfectly intact when returned to his own hand. The rabbit theorized the tool transformed only when the shadow recognized it as its own weapon. Without hesitation, the shadow's servant mimicked Dawoon's technique precisely. The rabbit continued listing the dungeon levels, explaining that the fourth remained a complete unknown for now. Dawoon listened carefully, surprised he had already advanced far beyond what he assumed was beginner territory. Realization dawned: if this was the first dungeon, then everything above must belong to higher zones. The rabbit clarified the second dungeon belonged to rulers, third was the Sea of the Abyss. Puzzled, Dawoon stared upward toward the surface, wondering what it truly meant to stand in first. Dawoon's eyes lit up when he heard there was still another unclaimed altar left to find. Excited, he agreed to pursue it, but first insisted on collecting more useful spirit stones. As he prepared, a system alert rang out, announcing a full recovery for all surviving challengers. Dawoon was stunned, realizing someone else must be climbing quickly, triggering effects meant only for winners. The rabbit warned him someone besides Dawoon had advanced into the dangerous stage. A deceptively calm forest spread before them, lush with leaves and vines hiding its true danger. Despite appearances, the entire area was thick with aggressive green vines, cloaking everything in dense vegetation. Locals frequently hunted there, believing the greenery offered ideal cover for tracking and ambushing common prey. But as part of Stage 4, the forest surface piece hid lethal threats beneath the canopy. Unseen caves linked to Death Mountain lay beneath, home to deadly monsters waiting in the darkness. Participants were tasked with locating a blazing red orb, hidden deep inside the cave labyrinth's heart. Suddenly, a brilliant beam erupted, signaling that someone had activated the hidden core's awakening sequence. With a thunderous explosion, the cave floor shattered open. Dark beasts burst forth from the shadows, growling furiously. Stage 6's dungeon boss appeared, the ferocious twin-headed ogre, its eyes glowing with brutal intent. The group stood triumphant, surrounding the slain monster, exhausted but thrilled at surviving the brutal boss fight. Cheers broke out among the participants. After countless close calls, they had finally secured a victory. But tension returned as Seok-junho, a dominant presence, rudely shoved through the celebrating crowd without pause. Though victorious, he arrogantly blamed the others for slowing him down, brushing aside their contributions entirely. The others snapped back, frustration rising, unwilling to let Junho's arrogance taint their hard-earned group achievement. One of the angered participants stepped forward, daring Junho to settle things with a real fight. The threat was clear, but hesitation took over, tempers cooled before violence could actually break out. Junho backed off with a smirk, deciding to leave the matter unresolved for now, at least. Suddenly, Jitseo Yun stepped in, sternly warning everyone that their behavior would no longer be tolerated. She reminded them only the winners would get loot. Junho observed silently as tensions calmed. He knew well whenever a rare boss monster appeared, selfish motives always stirred among participants. With the twin-headed ogre slain, Competition over its remains only deepened the simmering rivalry between groups. Junho smirked coldly and barked orders, demanding the others start dismantling instead of standing around uselessly. The group scrambled into action, startled by his authority and harsh tone. Junho mocked Seoyeon coldly, suggesting she act faster next time if she didn't want losses repeated. Seoyeon glared back, flipping him off without hesitation, and muttered her wish for his immediate demise. Suddenly, teleportation magic ignited beneath her feet. As she vanished, Junho barked new orders demanding all spoils be placed in his inventory. With a smug smirk, Junho waved off the group, disappearing confidently into the portal's shimmering glow. A blinding flash erupted across the sky. Flames roared ahead, as an ominous glow lit the cave. Dawoon and the rabbit cautiously entered the cave, tracing the unstable mana surging from within the ruins. The rabbit confirmed the presence of gate magic, identifying the direction of the lingering mana energy signal. Dawoon followed close behind, surprised by the rabbit's insight, yet trusting its unexpected magical expertise without question. As they advanced, torches lined the walls and towering golems silently blocked the path deeper inside. Dawoon suddenly noticed a corpse lying nearby, its presence hinting at the danger that once unfolded here. Dawoon and the rabbit cautiously examined the remains scattered across the dungeon floor. The rabbit analyzed footprints and damage patterns, concluding that some people observed while others engaged in battle. From blood trails and positions, it deduced the group had split into active fighters and passive bystanders. Confidently, the rabbit explained that frequent battle observation made interpreting aftermaths like this second nature to him. Dawoon reflected on the fallen participants, frustrated they'd rushed in without understanding the dungeon's mechanics. The two arrived before a sacred altar, its design confirming they had reached the intended destination. Dawoon used his skill to carve runes into the altar's surface, initiating the magical system reset. With the ritual complete, he signaled the end of their task and prepared to leave calmly. Suddenly, Dawoon screamed in panic as an unknown threat emerged. A massive twin-headed ogre burst from the floor, its claws ready and eyes burning with violent energy. Dawoon and the rabbit froze as realization hit the final dungeon boss had been forcefully reactivated. The ogre's low growl echoed through the chamber, asserting dominance with each step toward the stunned intruders. The rabbit warned Dawoon griffins ruled skies, but ogres were unmatched rulers of the ancient forest depths. The ogre lunged forward, both jaws wide open, ready to strike with overwhelming brute force, its dual heads coordinating attacks with terrifying power and relentless forward momentum. The rabbit shouted that twin-headed variants were the most lethal, leaving no room for hesitation. Realizing this warning should have come before they stood directly in the monster's attack range. With no time to spare, Dawoon bolted forward, activating his crafting ability mid-sprint under pressure. As the ogre advanced again, Dawoon initiated a last-ditch effort. Dawoon's eyes widened as the ogre suddenly accelerated, its massive body moving faster than expected. The twin-headed beast charged, tearing across the ground. Dawoon reached the gate, the ogre crashed into the spell barrier, shockwaves burst out. Gasping, Dawoon looked back in disbelief, stunned that the impact didn't stop the monstrous boss. Dawoon shouted in disbelief upon realizing the ogre shattered his gate through brute strength alone. The rabbit explained the twin-headed ogre's high magic resistance, capable of nullifying skills through sheer power. Dawoon groaned in frustration, annoyed such a critical detail hadn't been mentioned before the fight began. Reflecting quickly, Dawoon concluded that the gate— With the ogre advancing again, Dawoon ducked behind a corner. The ogre circled carefully, showing uncharacteristic intelligence by cutting off Dawoon's only possible escape route. Dawoon narrowed his eye. Nearby golems stood ready, but using them risked destabilizing the cavern with a shockwave-induced collapse. The rabbit warned of structural damage. Breathing heavily, Dawoon weighed his limited options. Dawoon stared at the torchlit corridor. He asked the rabbit if the ogre's two heads meant it had expanded sensory perception. Observing the creature, Dawoon reasoned that double heads likely gave it enhanced sight, hearing, and awareness. The rabbit hesitated, admitting the logic checked out. Two heads meant double the visual intake. Dawoon prepared his next move, theorizing that sudden darkness would disorient the beast twice as much. Dawoon gave a decisive command, ready to execute his plan to blind the ogre completely. As the lights dimmed, the twin-headed beast shrieked, startled by the rapidly shifting visual environment. One of the torches was struck down. Dawoon ordered continuous torch extinguishing, ensuring the cave grew darker with every passing second. The ogre stumbled forward, disoriented by the spreading darkness. Dawoon shouted his command, calling the golems to restrain the ogre with controlled, minimal force. The twin-headed ogre howled as stone arms seized it, struggling violently against the unexpected constraint. Its massive limbs flailed, striking the ground hard enough. The golems held firm despite the impact. With gritted determination, one golem locked its grip. The golems tightened their hold. Darwin looked surprised, realizing the powerful beast was actually starting to lose in raw physical strength. The rabbit affirmed the outcome confidently. 2 bosses fighting meant. Darwin nodded, concluding that sheer numbers and sustained pressure gave them the upper hand in battle. The ogre roared as more golems piled on, overwhelming it through coordinated strength and tactical advantage. One golem lifted the ogre overhead with brute force. With immense strength, the rabbit raised red flags triumphantly, cheering. Another golem joined in, leaping up. The ogre roared in pain as the final blow landed. Darwin, the rabbit, and the squirrel cheered in unison, celebrating their golem's hard-earned decisive victory. The armored bear roared in pain as sharp spikes pierced its chest. It struggled to rise, but the tight cave walls restricted its movement. Watching silently, the pink creature realized the narrow terrain had saved them from a full assault. Dawoon examined the golems, knowing their heavy armor restrained their power, but protected the cave structure. Smirking confidently, Dawoon declared his preparations complete, ready to turn the tide with his next move. Dawoon extinguished the final torch, casting the cavern into complete darkness without a flicker left. Startled by the sudden change, lurking monsters widened their eyes. Dawoon gripped a pendant tightly, activating the technique he had long prepared, an ability called Shadow Art. The small cat turned slowly, its eyes glinting with eerie and silent intent. Creature's form shifted subtly, aura intensifying. The shadow creature emerged beside Dawoon. Dawoon calmly handed over a blade, trusting the creature's memory and instincts for precise dissection. The shadow cat responded with a cry, acknowledging its readiness to perform the grim task. Dawoon explained the corpse's structure differed from Griffin's, but the butchering method should remain roughly similar. With a sharp cry, the shadow lunged forward, eyes gleaming, ready to carve without hesitation. The shadow crept forward with eerie silence, blades drawn. With explosive force, it dashed beneath the golem. It twisted midair, blades gleaming. The monster shrieked in agony, its roar echoing through the cavern as darkness overwhelmed its senses. Landing behind the beast, the shadow readied again, its mission unfinished. The shadow assassin tore through the golem's body. Watching the carnage unfold, the rabbit flinched, questioning whether this level of aggression was truly necessary. Dawoon crossed his arms casually, reminding the rabbit that every delicious meal began with messy work. Unbothered, Dawoon considered the meat's taste. Unsure about before they could settle it, more armored beasts charged forward. A crimson arc sliced the air, yet more beasts surged forward, enraged and unrelenting. Unfazed, Dawoon activated his pendant again, preparing for another round of his deadly shadow art. Darkness poured from the floor as the shadow creature lunged again. The shadow stood tall in the dim light, hissing defiantly, ready for the slaughter to continue. Dawoon held up a glowing orb. The rabbit stared in disbelief while Dawoon admired the artifact's light, recognizing its rare and valuable power. Neatly butchered meat sparkled before them, perfectly organized. Dawoon was impressed. The shadow followed instructions exactly, each cut clean, each task done efficiently. Grinning, Dawoon noticed the shadow even skinned the hide, completing the job with professional-level thoroughness. Dawoon examined the thick hide thoughtfully, wondering if its magic resistance could transfer into wearable protection. He mused aloud, turning the hide into clothes might grant resistance to magical damage during battles. The rabbit noted physical weakness, remained even strong creatures could still die from small, well-placed attacks. Dawoon agreed one clean strike could make a body explode, but mass efficiency would improve over time. They admired the shadow's performance. It was a silent slayer, moving unseen without presence, sound, or hesitation. Dawoon imagined leading hundreds of shadow creatures, ruling the darkness as a true emperor of night. The rabbit scolded his delusions, reminding him his strength and stats weren't high enough yet. Dawoon sighed, noting the item's core had no skill, only an option, which limited enhancement potential. Since special options can't be reinforced, they require expert hands, true craftsmen shaping power during forging. Dawoon admired the witch's skill. She even gave such an item to a pet cat. Inspired, Dawoon declared his next goal to start a full-blown cat army as soon as possible. The rabbit questioned his logic, wondering how that conclusion followed from surviving a dangerous dungeon battle. Dawoon pondered the dungeon's true scope. Could more boss monsters or hidden chambers still lie ahead? He reminded the rabbit of the side caves they passed, hinting at unfinished paths worth exploring. With determination, Dawoon set his direction not to the witch's lair, but stage 1 for another golem. Dawoon commanded the gate installation as light burst forth, marking the next phase of operations. The rabbit stared in amazement. He whispered to himself, at this pace, Dawoon might truly achieve victory over the entire dungeon. Dawoon smirked, half mocking, half serious, and dedicated the coming success to the ever-doubtful rabbit companion, Baboon. Far above, the great shrine appeared, proof that Dawoon's plans were already reshaping the dungeon world. A small stepped into the ancient hall, marveling at the grand, dusty, forgotten shrine. Suddenly, the squirrel burst forward at full speed. It leapt, darting ahead recklessly through the web-filled corridor. The robed companion blinked in disbelief. Panting heavily, the squirrel continued its wild sprint, clearly driven by some mysterious inner objective. Squirrel squealed in joy, stuffing its face with food scavenged from some hidden corner stash. The robed one stared in disbelief, realizing the squirrel only dashed ahead to find snacks. He questioned aloud how such an environment could turn a creature that plump in secret. While observing the mess, he noted that despite his master's creativity, cleaning clearly wasn't a priority. Looking down, he spotted odd dirt patterns and looming spiderwebs, hinting something else had claimed territory here. After careful inspection of the dirt and web, eyes blazing with determination, he declared he'd discovered his true mission revealed by fate and filth. Dawoon flinched as his broom clashed hard against the filthy floor. He swept relentlessly, stirring ancient dust and grime. The mop whirled like a machine, glowing faintly, slashing through filth embedded deep in dungeon stone. With each sweep, residue dissolved into blue mist. Dawoon sensed power flowing steadily from clean surroundings. Finishing his task, Dawoon passed through the portal and returned, smiling at safety and familiar faces. Dawoon entered the room, surprised by the gleaming floor, unsure when it had been cleaned. The masked helper proudly revealed it had cleaned everything alone, eager to receive Dawoon's approval. Dawoon praised the little one's effort, but noticed golem footsteps led back through the portal, confirming something big and heavy had re-entered the dungeon. They turned to find hulking golems behind them. Dawoon wondered why the numbers kept mysteriously increasing. The rabbit calmly warned that someone had to manage golem production, or chaos would eventually spread. Dawoon listened silently, piecing together the implications of leaving systems unattended in a place that resets endlessly. Images flashed through his mind, strange beasts like ostrich and octopus golems he thought dismantled long ago. Even the elephant golem, whose core he removed, had somehow returned through the system's silent automation. Dawoon assessed the situation calmly, counting 11 golems and deciding that cleanup would begin immediately. Realizing no threats loomed nearby, Dawoon decided to focus solely on reorganizing and deep cleaning everything. He handed out mops and buckets, assigning each helper a task while setting goals for himself. The rabbit, avoiding manual labor, excused himself by promising to care for the group's pets instead. The team prepared for another long day inside the unpredictable dungeon. Dawoon tried to send the rabbit away, claiming high places were safer from dust during cleaning. The rabbit, skeptical, pretended to obey, but secretly planned to observe the others unnoticed from above. He closed his eyes, deep in thought. Though the structure looked normal, something felt unnatural. Baboon's presence was missing when it should have been obvious. Dawoon grew suspicious. Stage 1 had just started, yet Baboon's aura was nowhere to be found. The rabbit had completely fallen asleep mid-shift, sprawled on the platform without care or awareness. Even in slumber, it muttered complaints, clearly too lazy to contribute during active cleanup efforts. Annoyed, Dawoon sighed, grabbed his mop again, and silently accepted no help would come from above. He summoned strength and slammed the floor, yelling in frustration at the rabbit's shameless laziness. Later, outside the Great Temple, Dawoon continued working, realizing growth came from consistent action, not shortcut. Dawoon stood comfortably beside a golem, leisurely instructing it to fan the fish with care. He watched the drying fish with pride, planning to grind them into flavorful powder for soup. The assistant questioned why this strange cooking task was prioritized over dungeon progression, or Dawoon calmly scratched his leg, unfazed, while his pet cat approached silently without him noticing. The cat yowled, leapt into his arms with force, startling both Dawoon and the surrounding golems. Dawoon pondered building a fishing spot, his cat perched on his shoulder, meowing in agreement.